Chapter 1 Girlfriend is pregnant. The night was as dark as ink, tightly wrapping the Devil's City. Bayu rode the small electric scooter that accompanied him through the streets and alleys, eager to go home, and his cheerful whistle floated in the night breeze. I am in a very happy mood. Today, my salary slip of 8,000 yuan was finally updated to more than 10,000 yuan after I became a regular employee. Although this number is not dazzling in Shanghai, it is like a ray of light that penetrates the haze of economic pressure for months. After entering society, he also experienced various ups and downs in life. Daily expenses and rent were like invisible mountains. The monthly salary of 8,000 yuan was just a drop in the bucket and fleeting. I stopped the electric scooter and went to the vegetable market. This was a rare good thing, so of course I had to buy some vegetables and cook a good meal to celebrate. Bayu carefully selected vegetables and bought quite a few that his wife liked. He and his wife are childhood sweethearts, and they have always had a very good relationship. Unlike other childhood sweethearts, either the one from heaven cannot defeat the one who falls from the sky, or the one who falls from the sky is seduced away by the boy. Their relationship went through a tortuous road, but in the end it was pure and indestructible. In her freshman year, Chen Zihan shyly but bravely confessed to him, and since then they have become a couple that everyone envied. Their love, like the starlight in the darkness, is precious and bright, but it has also attracted some doubts, with some asserting that it is just a campus romance. Once you step into the quagmire of reality, you will be broken. Bang, bang, bang. Bayu was holding the vegetables he had bought, with one hand free, and stood at the door, knocking. Squeak. The moment the door opened, Chen Zihan flew into his arms like a light butterfly. Honey, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Her voice was as sweet as honey. Bayu looked at his wife in his arms and smiled helplessly. What should he do if his childhood sweetheart is such a clingy person? He had no choice but to spoil her. Bayu smiled dotingly, put the dishes away, washed his hands, and sat on the sofa with his girlfriend. Honey, I have something very important to tell you today. My girlfriend blinked her bright eyes and looked a little nervous. Okay, baby, you say. Bayu gently pinched the tip of her nose. I hate you, husband. Stop pinching my nose. The girlfriend said coquettishly, with a blush on her cheeks. Such a lovely wife is so wonderful that he couldn't help but lower his head and directly shut up his childhood sweetheart who was talking non-stop. When her lips parted, her little face was completely red. Hate it, another sneak attack. Looking at such a lovely girlfriend, Bayu wanted to tease her again, but was stopped by Chen Zihan hurriedly. My husband, let me tell you something important first. Okay, go ahead. Bayu was stunned at first. The gentle smile on his face froze instantly, his eyes slightly widened, staring straight at his girlfriend, as if he didn't hear her words clearly. What? What are you pregnant with? Seeing my husband's confused look, Chen Zihan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, doesn't this idiot really understand? She bit her lip, pulled Bayu's hand, and gently placed it on her abdomen, with a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. When Bayu's hand touched his girlfriend's abdomen, his fingers trembled slightly. His mind went blank in an instant and he just subconsciously stared at the belly that was not yet visible. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, his heart began to beat uncontrollably, and all kinds of thoughts flooded into his mind. Although they had a deep relationship, he never thought that this new life would come so suddenly. He is still struggling with the pressure of life. I planned to have a child after I had achieved success in my career, but I didn't expect Chen Zihan to suddenly become pregnant. Bayu still didn't quite believe it. Honey, you didn't lie to me, did you? Chen Zihan nodded. It's true, honey, I didn't lie to you. How could I lie to you about my pregnancy? I just bought a pregnancy test today and checked it and it's real. Taking a deep breath, Bayu came to his senses. Wife, have you told your family about this? Not yet. Honey, do you want this child? Chen Zihan looked at Bayu with her big eyes. He and Bayu are both college students who have just entered society from school. I can barely support myself now, let alone have another child. So he was really a little afraid that Bayu didn't want this child. Fool. He touched Chen Zihan in his arms and said, although I am not ready to be a father yet, I will not let you abort this child. So, wife, let's give birth to the baby. Chen Zihan, lying in Bayu's arms, opened his eyes wide. When he heard Bayu say to give birth to the baby, he happily kissed Bayu on the face. Thank you, husband. I'll give you a kiss as a reward. I believe you can be a good father. Of course. Just hold Chen Zihan in your arms. I thought to myself that I would have to work harder in the future to earn money for milk powder. Ding, congratulations to the host for making the correct answer, and congratulations for binding to the Super Daddy system. The system first awakens and distributes a novice gift package. The host is found to be pregnant with twins. A set of Jinling house with fine decoration. Chapter 2 Super Dad system is online. What the hell? Suddenly Baiyu felt a voice ringing in his mind. Baiyu is a little confused now. Because it seems that the voice in my head is only heard by myself. System? As an online literature enthusiast, Baiyu definitely knows what the system is. In order to doubt whether he was hallucinating, Baiyu called out in his heart. System? I am at your service in the host Super Dad system. After hearing the system's response, Baiyu hurriedly suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Asked, is the Jinling finely decorated house that the system just awarded real? Although I am not from Shanghai, I have lived here for 5 or 6 years. As for Jinling Mansion, it is a relatively high-end residential area in Shanghai, and the average price of the houses there is more than 50,000. That's why he asked if the system's rewards were real. Of course, host. The rewards given by this system are all legal and compliant. Please use them with confidence and be a good father. The housing contract of Jinling Huafu is being sold. If you want to settle down and pick up the house, you can go there to pick up the key and the house certificate. Then what you just said about my wife being pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl, is also true. Of course, host, you have to believe in the ability of this system. Baiyu took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. I pinched my thigh and felt like I was dreaming. After confirming the pain, Baiyu felt that he would not have to worry about his future life. By the way, you haven't told me about the functions in the system yet. The function of the reply group system is very simple. As long as you interact with the baby, the more you interact with the baby's mother, the more rewards you will get. The system doesn't have any way to erase the system. If you can't complete the system's task, there's no way any part will be 5 centimeters shorter. After Baiyu finished communicating with the system, he gently patted Chen Zihan in his arms. Wife, please sit down first. After a pause, Baiyu continued, I will cook for you first, and then take you to a place. No, my husband, let me hug you again. Chen Zihan arched his back in Baiyu's heart and rubbed against him lazily like a kitten. I really can't do anything about you. What to do? You can only spoil her. You have to spoil your wife. Baiyu grinned helplessly. By the way, husband. When should I tell my parents about my pregnancy? Baiyu looked at his wife's lovely big eyes and couldn't help but kiss Chen Zihan on the face again. Oh, husband, stop kissing me, let's talk business. I'll let you kiss enough later. Okay, don't tell your dad about what I think. Talk to my family first. As you know, your dad is a martial artist. I'm afraid he might beat me up in a fit of anger. The last time I went to your house to confess, your father looked at me like he wanted to stab me. Fortunately, my mother-in-law was here, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see me today. Chen Zihan, lying in Baiyu's arms, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who told you to take this cabbage from me? Well, I'll give it to you. I'll even ask De Baekai to give me a football team. Chen Zihan blushed and said coquettishly. That's disgusting. Who wants to give birth to a football team for you? Whoever is my wife will give birth to me. Humph. I'm not your wife, and you haven't proposed to me yet. Chen Zihan pouted and said angrily. Looking at his wife pouting her little mouth, Baiyu poked her playfully. He said with a firm face, such a lovely wife, who is pregnant with my child, how could I let her run away? Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Your job is not stable right now, and I'm pregnant, so I can't work right away. If this happens, our family will definitely not have enough money to spend. Chen Zihan sat up from Baiyu's arms and told him about the serious situation. Looking at his serious wife, Baiyu also answered seriously, I believe that her husband is holding her husband. Baiyu is naturally very confident now. With the system, he no longer has to worry about money. Looking at Baiyu's determined eyes, Chen Zihan's eyes blurred and tears filled his eyes. From the moment Baiyu left school, she had never seen such a determined look from her husband. I believe in my husband. Okay, it will definitely work. Baiyu wiped Chen Zihan's slightly red eyes, don't cry like a little cat. But Chen Zihan also thought of something and said. Hubby, if you're so stressed, let's ask my parents for some money. I am the only daughter of my parents. I don't believe they won't take care of me. No, wife, don't ask my father-in-law for money. If you ask my father-in-law for money, I will not be able to face him in the future. Chen Zihan pinched his lips after hearing this. Baiyu waited for you to say curiously, you still have shame? Who was the guy who followed me around since I was a kid? The guy who my parents couldn't drive away said you still have shame. Baiyu gently slapped his wife's hand away. Chen Zihan, I'm telling you not to tell me about your ugly childhood. I still have your ugly childhood stories. A lot. I still have photos, you know. I know, husband. Chapter 3 The key to Jinling Huafu is in hand. Chapter 3 Obtaining the key to Jinling Huafu. Wife, you have to trust your husband. I can definitely earn enough money to support the family. Don't bother your parents. If you can't even support them, they will definitely look down on me. Baiyu said confidently to Chen Zihan, who was sitting on the sofa while tying an apron. Yeah. Chen Zihan responded softly. Okay, wife. Take a rest first. After dinner, I will take you to a place and give you a surprise. Baiyu blinked mysteriously, with an unconcealable smile on his lips. What place? It's so mysterious. Chen Zihan asked curiously, turning to look at him in confusion. You'll know soon. Baiyu turned and walked towards the kitchen. After a while, the aroma of food wafted out from the kitchen. Chen Zihan was a little absent-minded, unable to figure out what mysterious surprise Baiyu had prepared. Finally, Baiyu brought 2 plates of stir-fried dishes to the table and shouted. Honey, it's time to eat. Today I prepared your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Okay, I'll serve you some food. After the two finished their meal while chatting and laughing, Baiyu neatly cleared away the dishes and cleaned the kitchen carefully. Then he washed his hands and went to the living room. Baiyu sat on the sofa while Chen Zihan was watching a TV series with great interest. Seeing Baiyu coming out of the kitchen, Chen Zihan hurriedly sat up and stuffed the peeled orange into Baiyu's mouth. Hubby, you've worked hard. Come taste an orange and see if it's sweet. Baiyu opened his mouth and took a bite, then said in an exaggerated tone. Sweet. He. Chen Zihan smiled and patted Baiyu's shoulder. Okay, wife, put on your shoes, I'll take you somewhere. Okay, wait for me. Chen Zihan thought to himself as he put on his shoes. He also wanted to know what this mysterious guy Baiyu wanted to do and what he wanted to take him to see. He was also very curious. As soon as he went out, the DD car that Baiyu had booked was parked steadily on the side of the road. Baiyu carefully helped Chen Zihan get into the car, and said to the driver, Master, please drive slower, we are not in a hurry. Okay. The driver responded readily and slowly started the car. Chen Zihan, who was sitting in the back of the car, looked at Baiyu and said, Where are you taking me? Don't worry, honey. You'll know in a moment. Have a sense of anticipation. Go ahead and talk. Baiyu hugged Chen Zihan and comforted him in his arms. Time passed quickly, and the taxi arrived at the entrance of Jinling Huafu sales office in about 20 minutes. When getting off the car, Baiyu carefully supported Chen Zihan. Wife, slow down. Be safe. Honey, I'm just pregnant, and it's not that obvious yet. I can do these little things by myself. There's no need to protect me so well. No, you are my treasure now. After saying take Baiyu with you, Chen Zihan walked towards the entrance of the sales office. Chen Zihan looked at the gate of Jinling Huafu community and was a little surprised. He didn't know why this bad guy of his family was brought here. When I arrived at the sales department, a receptionist in professional attire and with a kind face immediately came up to me and asked with a smile, Hello, are you here to look at the house? Is there a type you like? Let me introduce it to you. Before the salesperson finished his introduction, Baiyu interrupted him and said, I bought a house here, and I'm coming over to get the key now. If that's the case, please follow me, both of you. The receptionist was slightly stunned. He held the hand of Chen Zihan, who was still a little stunned at the back, and walked towards the staff. At this moment, Chen Zihan had some questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Baiyu, but he decided to ask them later. Came into a restroom. Sir, ma'am, please take a seat. After seeing Chen Zihan and Baiyu sit down, the salesperson asked, Sir, could you please tell us your mobile phone number and ID card so we can verify it? Baiyu reported his ID card and phone number. After getting the ID card and phone number, the staff quickly logged into the system to confirm the identity and handed the contract and keys to Mr. Baiyu. Here is the property contract and the keys. Sir, can you take a look at it? Bai Yu took a quick glance and put the contract away. He still believed in the system and felt that there would be no problem. That's no problem. Show us our house. Yes, sir, please follow me. Then the staff took Bai Yu to the house he bought. At this time, Chen Zihan asked quietly behind his back. Hubby, are you hiding a lot of things from me? Hearing this, Bai Yu panicked and hurriedly hugged Chen Zihan in his arms. Wife, how can you think like that? Then what do you want me to think? Looking at Chen Zihan, who was pouting, Bai Yu hurriedly explained, Honey, do you remember this year's World Cup? You know I know a lot about football, and I usually like to buy some football lottery tickets. This year Argentina won the championship, so I bought a little bit. After I made money from buying footballs, I learned how to manage money. I also bought a house here and asked him to renovate it. Now that it's ready, I brought you here to see it. I really didn't hide anything from you. Snort. Chen Zihan pinched Bai Yu's flesh lightly. Don't hide anything from me in the future. I'm really afraid that you will do something sneaky. It hurts, honey, be gentle, I know I was wrong. Bai Yu shouted with bared teeth, I promise, I will tell you the first time anything happens in the future, and I will never hide anything from you. That's better. Chen Zihan then let go of his hand and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 4 House Viewing. When Bai Yu and Chen Zihan opened the door to the large flat on the top floor, the first thing that caught their eyes was the dreamy golden color. The walls are a warm beige color, which is very heartwarming. The tiles underfoot have a light amber sheen. Walk through the living room and head towards the spacious balcony. The balcony railing is bronze, and the patterns on it seem to have the texture of time. The two stood on the balcony and looked out. The night in the magic city was like fire. The bright lights were all sprinkled on the river's surface without reservation, covering it with a layer of glittering golden gauze. The river water is like flowing black jade, reflecting the outline of the city in the darkness. The glass curtain walls of the high-rise buildings are also reflected in gold by the lights, and contrasting with the river surface, the interweaving of light and shadow, like a dream painting. Sir and madam, do I need to introduce the house? Bai Yu, who was standing behind him, looked at the house and said, No need, we'll visit it ourselves later. Okay, then I'll go back to the sales office. If you have any problems, please come to me. After saying this, the salesperson left his business card and quietly left. Okay. Chen Zihan was standing by the window and was already amazed by the beautiful scenery. She said, Hubby, come and see how beautiful this place is. Yes, it's beautiful, you too. Bai Yu couldn't help but say this, looking at Wen Jiyun standing under the window, her skin illuminated by the sunlight, looking like fine mutton fat jade with a faint glow. Her eyes were like clear lake water with stars twinkling in them. Under her high nose bridge, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth held a faint smile, and she was beautiful like a dream. Chen Zihan's face gradually turned red, but then he looked at Bai Yu's perverted eyes. Chen Zihan teased him with a smile, Your saliva, look at your saliva flowing out. Bai Yu subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth, but found nothing. Then he realized that he was teased by Chen Zihan. Pretending to be angry, he looked at Chen Zihan and said, Wife, how dare you lie to me? After saying that, Bai Yu grabbed Chen Zihan into his arms, looked at that cherry mouth, and covered it with his own lips. The two people's breaths blended instantly, and it seemed that the only sound in the world was each other's heartbeat. After a moment, Bai Yu slowly let go, his eyes full of affection and love. Chen Zihan's face was also slightly red, and his eyes were full of love as he looked at Bai Yu. Honey, let's go see what the room is like first. Chen Zihan said softly, panting slightly. Bai Yu nodded, let's go. The two came to the master bedroom, which was warm and quiet, with a soft, neatly made bed. Without saying anything, Bai Yu lay down on the bed. Wow, it's so comfortable. It smells like the sun. Chen Zihan looked at Bai Yu lying on the bed as soon as he came in and felt both angry and amused. Didn't you say you were here to visit the room? Why are you lying down as soon as you come in? Bai Yu sat up, held Chen Zihan in his arms, and lay down on the bed together. Wife, feel it yourself, is it comfortable? Chen Zihan, lying in Bai Yu's arms, felt the quilt and indeed felt a little sleepy. It's true, husband. Right, we've seen enough of this house, why don't we move in tomorrow? So fast? Zihan was a little surprised. Now that the renovation is complete, we must move in. We will move in tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chen Zihan looked at Bai Yu's face and said, Listen to your husband. Bayu looked at Chen Zihan lying in his arms, and then he touched Chen Zihan's belly. What are you doing, husband? Come let me feel it for a bit, kid. Chen Zihan rolled her eyes and said with a smile, we just found out that we're pregnant, and you can already feel the baby. Despite what he said, Chen Zihan still did not stop Bayu's little hand. Bayu's hand gently covered her abdomen, his face full of anticipation. His eyes seemed to be talking to the little life in her belly. Chen Zihan looked at him like this. Although I found it funny in my heart, the corners of my lips unconsciously raised. Chapter 5 My Mom Calls. Chapter 5 My Mom Calls. The warm yellow light softly sprinkled in the room. Bayu and Chen Zihan leaned against each other on the bed, immersed in this moment of warmth. A rapid cell phone ring broke the silence. Seeing that Bayu had no intention of answering the call, Chen Zihan had to remind Bayu, honey, it's your call. Bayu took out his cell phone from his pocket and saw that the caller number was his mother. He was stunned for a moment, then patted Zihan who was lying on top of him. It's my mother's phone. Chen Zihan climbed up from Bayu, sat up straight, straightened his messy hair, and said with a smile. Why don't you answer it quickly? Don't keep Auntie waiting anxiously. Hey, Mom, what's up? Bayu slid the screen and answered the call, and his mother's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. Bayu smiled and replied, Mom, I'm not at work. I'm at home right now. Just tell me what you want to say. Mom just wanted to check on you. You haven't called home for a long time. I've been thinking about you and wanted to ask how you've been doing recently. Also, have you bullied Zihan? Bayu was very happy when he heard the first half of the sentence, but he had some black lines on his head when he heard the second half. No way, did my mom call to check on me? It turns out she was asking me how I treated Zihan. Mom, you can't forget your son just because you have a wife. Son, what nonsense are you talking about? Mom is concerned. She just wants to ask if you will come back for the new year this year. Bayu didn't think about it and answered directly, of course I will come back, Mom. Zihan and I will come back. By the way, how's work going? Mom is very stable and has been converted to a regular employee. That's fine. Take care of yourself out there. Okay then, just give the phone to Zihan directly. Before Bayu gave the phone to Chen Zihan took it directly from him, and Lin, I'd been by Bayu's side. Bayu looked at Chen Zihan sitting next to him and chatting happily with his mother on the phone, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. He leaned quietly against the head of the bed, his hands crossed behind his head, just looking at Chen Zihan. Okay, I will come back with Xiaobai to celebrate the new year this year. Yeah, okay. Chen Zihan returned the phone to Bayu. Son. My mother's voice came from the other end of the phone again. Take good care of Xiaohan. Bayu had no choice but to send his mother off, but Mom, I have something important to tell you now. Be prepared. Hey, where do you get all that nonsense from? Just speak quickly. Okay, fine, except you're going to be a grandmother. Sure enough, after Bayu finished speaking, the room instantly became quiet, and the other end of the phone also fell into silence. After a while, my mother's voice sounded again, with some surprise and some doubt. She asked, What did you say? Say it again. Bayu took a deep breath and said, Mom, you are going to be a grandmother. I didn't lie to your mother. Bayu answered affirmatively, No. Chen's mother said with some anger and some joy in her voice, You bastard, how can I say hello to you? You haven't even married Chen Zihan yet, and you made her pregnant. How can I meet his parents? Bayu hurriedly explained, Mom, don't worry. We will discuss the marriage when we come back this year. Don't talk. Give the phone to Zihan next to you. Aunt Lin. Zihan, this matter was caused by our little brat. He has been spoiled since he was young and has no sense of propriety. I am sorry to have wronged you this time. Aunt Lin apologizes to you now. Aunt Lin's face was full of guilt. Zihan hurriedly said, Aunt Lin, don't say that. It's not your fault. I am also responsible. Zihan bit his lip. Have you told your family about this, Zihan? Aunt Lin asked with concern. Not yet. I'm newly pregnant and I'm confused. It's not that I want to wait a few more days. I just haven't figured out how to tell them yet. Zihan's voice became lower and lower. Okay, Zihan, let us take good care of you at home. No matter what, we will be responsible. If you have any ideas or discomfort, you must tell Aunt Lin, understand? It seemed to be giving Zihan some reassurance, letting her know that she was not facing it alone during this difficult time. You were also raised by Aunt Lin, so it's sad that you're giving the phone to that brat now. Okay. Chun Zihan handed the phone to Bai Yu. Mom. Bai Yu called cautiously. You little brat, you must take good care of Zihan in this matter. Mom continued in a stern tone, if one day I find out that you bully Zihan, you're dead. Yes. Bai Yu quickly assured. I won't tell you so much anymore. The new year is coming soon anyway. Come back and let me take a good look at you. One last thing, take care of yourself. Okay, love you mom. After watching Bai Yu hang up the phone, Chen Zihan stood up, put his hands on his hips and said, if you dare to bully me again, I will tell your mother. Bai Yu held Zihan in his arms, you're talking as if you've never said that before. Every time I was scolded by my mother since I was a child, you were always there to add fuel to the fire. No way. Chen Zihan felt a little guilty. Okay, it's time for me to go home. I'll move in tomorrow. Bai Yu patted Chen Zihan's back gently. Chapter 6 Moving. The next day, the gentle sunlight sprinkled on the quilt, and Bai Yu gently opened his eyes. Chen Zihan was sleeping quietly beside me, her face as beautiful as peach blossoms in spring, her long eyelashes casting fan-like shadows under her eyes, her breathing was light and even, a few strands of hair were scattered on the pillow, exuding a quiet and charming atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but kiss Chen Zihan gently on the forehead, then got out of bed quietly, for fear of waking her up. After washing up, he looked at the time and it was only 8:30, so he prepared to make breakfast. At this time, Chen Zihan opened his eyes drowsily, touched his side, found no one, sat up and yawned. Bai Yu, who was making breakfast, suddenly felt someone hugging him. When he turned around, he found it was Chen Zihan. What's wrong, wife? Honey, why didn't you go to work today? Chen Zihan's voice was soft. Bai Yu turned around and hugged her, tapped her forehead gently and said, I fell asleep. I asked for leave these few days to finish the things at home first. Okay, I'm making breakfast. Go wash up first and you can eat soon. Yeah, okay. Chen Zihan was still soft, like a lazy cat. When Chen Zihan finished washing up, Bai Yu had already put breakfast on the table. Come on, wife, eat quickly, and clean up later, the movers will be here soon. Chen Zihan took a sip of soy milk and asked, so fast? After dinner, Bai Yu quickly took action and began to pack his clothes. With quick movements, he folded each piece of clothing carefully and put them into the suitcase. Chen Zihan sorted out books and some small ornaments. She held a photo of the two of them and lost herself in memories. It was taken during their first trip. The two of them were smiling brightly in the photo. Bai Yu saw it, walked over and gently hugged her. What's wrong? What did you find that took you so long to think about it? After the two of them packed their things, the movers arrived. Bai Yu directed them to carefully move the furniture into the car, while Chen Zihan counted the items on the side to make sure nothing was missed. Soon, they arrived at their new home and Bai Yu and Chen Zihan were busy decorating it. Wife, don't move, let me do it. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan shouted loudly. Is this our new home, or yours alone? Chen Zihan was slightly stunned, then pretended to be angry. Bai Yu, who was sorting out clothes, looked up hurriedly, of course it's our new home. That's our new home, so it should be decorated by both of us, not just you. Okay, honey. Go take care of the plants you raise first. Chen Zihan nodded and placed the green plant on the windowsill, letting the sunlight shine on the leaves to add vitality. Bai Yu was hanging clothes in the room and looked at a black bag. When he opened it, he found that it was full of his wife's sexy clothes, some white stockings and some black stockings. Looking at the clothes, Bai Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and some beautiful pictures emerged involuntarily in Bai Yu's mind. These were all bought by Bai Yu, who instigated his wife. From now on, I will let my wife wear these things for me to see. When Bai Yu was holding it in his hand, Chen Zihan pushed the door open and saw this scene. Her face instantly turned red and she snatched the things away. I will sort these things myself, you don't have to sort them. Bai Yu shrugged awkwardly and said quickly. Okay, wife, do it yourself. After saying that, he walked out of the room dejectedly, went to the living room, and started packing other things. Bai Yu came to the living room and started packing other things. After working hard for most of the day, the new house was finally decorated. Looking at the warm new home, Chen Zihan collapsed on the sofa tiredly. Baiyu also sat over and put her head on his lap. Thank you for your hard work. This will be our home from now on. Chen Zihan smiled and nodded. Today's hard work was worth it. The two of them enjoyed this moment of happiness in their new home. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Baiyu's mind. The child's mother's happiness is now worth 100. Reward host, 1 million cash. Host, please love your wife more. Baiyu's body stiffened. This was 1 million. As expected, men with a system are financially free. Ding dong, the cell phone rang in my pocket. Baiyu picked up the phone and saw that it was a message that 1 million yuan had arrived. Looking at the woman lying in his arms, Baiyu couldn't suppress the rage on his lips and kissed Chen Zihan directly on the lips. A few minutes later, when their lips parted, Chen Zihan's face was already red. He punched Baiyu's body and whispered, "Asshole. Didn't I tell you? You can only kiss me if I agree. This is your punishment." "I can't help it, wife. You are so beautiful that your husband can't help it." "Humph, can't help it? Is that your reason?" Seeing such a lovely wife, Baiyu wanted to kiss her again, but Chen Zihan stopped him hurriedly. "Hubby, I'm hungry. Come on, my husband will treat you to a big meal today." "Honey, I feel weak all over, very tired and very hungry, so." "Stop talking. Your husband will make you a feast today." "Well, husband, you are the best." Chen Zihan took the initiative to kiss her husband. "Wife, you take a rest here, I'm going out to buy groceries." "Good." Chapter 7: A warm night. Baiyu came to the vegetable market next door. The area here was much larger than the previous one. The vegetable market in the afternoon was not as bustling as in the morning. The bustling crowd had long since dispersed, leaving only a few sparse stalls still holding out. He walked into the market with brisk steps, bought his wife's favorite dishes, and started heading home. As soon as I opened the door, Chen Zihan was already waiting at the door. "Hubby, you're back." Chen Zihan planned to take the dishes that Baiyu brought back. Baiyu smiled, gently pinched her cheek, and gently refused. "Wife, go sit on the sofa by yourself, I will do this." Chen Zihan winked playfully. "Okay, then I'll wait for the feast." "Come on, husband." Baiyu came to the kitchen, cleaned it first, then took out the fruits he had just bought, washed them, and brought them to the living room. "Wife, eat some fruit first to fill your stomach, and you can eat soon." As he spoke, Baiyu took out a grape and placed it next to Chen Zihan's little mouth. Chen Zihan opened her little mouth and put it in her mouth. "Honey, these grapes are really sweet." "Then leave the fruit there. Look for any TV series you want to watch, or watch some variety shows. My husband is going to cook." Baiyu raised the corners of his mouth, turned back to the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began to show his skills. He skillfully cut the vegetables and prepared the side dishes, and put the hot oil into the wok. In an instant, the kitchen was filled with smoke and fragrance. Soon, a plate of delicious pepper chicken wings was ready. "Honey, I just smelled it in the living room. It smells so good. What did you make?" "Let me take a look first." Chen Zihan leaned over and looked into the Baiyu wok to see what was being fried. The Sichuan pepper chicken wings were perfectly placed on the plate. "Wife, don't look for it anymore. Just go to the table and make this dish. It's done when it's done. The food smells so good." Chen Zihan gave Baiyu a kiss on the face as a reward. Baiyu grinned slightly, a gentle smile appearing on the corners of his mouth. He said, "You have to take good care of your wife, feed her well, and keep her plump and white." When Baiyu put all the food on the table, there were 5 dishes and 1 soup in total. "Honey, the dishes you cook are all so beautiful." Chen Zihan gave Baiyu a thumbs up. Baiyu smiled slightly when he saw such a cute Chen Zihan. I went back to the kitchen and brought back 2 bowls and chopsticks. First, pour a bowl of chicken soup for Chen Zihan. "Come on, wife, have a bowl of chicken soup first to nourish your stomach." "Yeah." Chen Zihan looked at the table full of delicacies, her eyes flashing with surprise. Time passed quickly and the mealtime was over in the blink of an eye. Chen Zihan rubbed her belly and said, "Hubby, this is really delicious. I've decided. I'll give you a reward. Tell me what you want." Baiyu's eyes sparkled as he said, "Really? You'll agree to any reward?" Chen Zihan was frightened by Baiyu's gaze. "As long as you don't go too far, I'll agree." "Then, put on those white stockings and show them to me." Chen Zihan blushed when she heard this. No. She shook her hands hurriedly. "Who just said that you would agree to my request?" Can't you even agree to this small request of yours? I still remember that you used to. Before Bayu could finish his words, Chen Zihan quickly covered his mouth. Hate it, stop talking, I'm shy. I promise you. Chen Zihan covered her face shyly. That's right, Bayu looked at her shy appearance, his heart full of love. Okay, honey, I won't say anything more, I'll go clean up. Bayu hummed a little tune while quickly cleaning the table and taking the dishes to the kitchen to wash. Chen Zihan looked at Bayu, who was singing and dancing in the kitchen and cleaning there. Just a slight smile. It turns out that as long as you give a man a little benefit, you can make him happy all day long. Bayu hummed a little tune while quickly cleaning the table and taking the dishes to the kitchen to wash. Chen Zihan sat on the sofa, watching Bayu busy in the kitchen, his heart full of happiness and sweetness. After a while, Bayu came over with a plate of cut fruit and sat next to Chen Zihan. The two snuggled together, eating fruit and watching TV. What does my wife want to see? Chen Zihan, lying in Bayu's arms, thought for a moment and said, I'm fine with anything. What do you want to see? Bayu looked for some old movies and finally found Kung Fu by Stephen Chow. This kind of old movie is the kind that you can continue to watch no matter how many times you watch it. As the sky slowly darkened, Bayu asked Chen Zihan, who was lying in his arms, if he wanted to eat something. No, I ate enough this afternoon. I just want to have a good sleep tonight. Okay, honey, I'm going to take a shower first. Well, go ahead. Chen Zihan sat up from Bayu's body. After Bayu finished washing up, he gently picked up Chen Zihan and walked into the bathroom. Wife, take a hot bath and relax. Chen Zihan leaned in Bayu's arms, his face slightly red. I'll wash it myself. No, honey, I'll help you wash it, don't worry. Half an hour later, Bayu and Chen Zihan were lying on the bed after taking a shower. Chen Zihan almost wanted to kill Bayu. He bit Bayu's arm gently. Bayu slapped Chen Zihan's hips in pain. What are you doing? Chen Zihan said angrily, didn't you say you wouldn't do anything to me? Then why did you let me eat the lollipop for more than 20 minutes? Now my throat hurts a little. The reward you mentioned is gone. Go to sleep. Chen Zihan turned his back to Bayu. Bayu held Chen Zihan in his arms. Oh my wife, I was wrong. I won't dare to do that next time. Go to bed early. He placed a gentle kiss on Chen Zihan's forehead and whispered, good night, honey. Have a sweet dream. Chen Zihan rubbed against Bayu's arms, closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. Bayu looked at his sleeping wife in his arms, with a smile on his face, and gradually fell asleep. The room was filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 8 System Rewards. The next morning, Bayu slowly opened his eyes and saw Chen Zihan looking at him with his big eyes. Bayu hugged Chen Zihan in his arms, rubbed his cute little face and said, why did you wake up so early today? In the past, you were the kind of person who would not get up until the sun hit your butt. Chen Zihan bit Bayu's arm and said, who are you talking about getting up late? I don't always get up so late. Pained, Bayu hurriedly pried Chen Zihan's mouth open. Girl, I clearly know that you were born in the year of the horse. Why do I feel like you are born in the year of the dog now, biting me every day? You are the dog. Who told you to provoke me every day? If you don't provoke me, who would bite you? Looking at Chen Zihan's lips as he kept talking here, Bayu directly blocked his little mouth with his lips. After warming up Chen Zihan's body, he patted his buttocks and said, don't you dare to bite me next time. I'm ignoring you, bad guy, I want to get up. Chen Zihan pushed Bayu away and walked towards the bathroom in a slump. Bayu rubbed his head and prepared to get up, when suddenly the voice of the system came to his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the 3-day gift package. Reward, Xiaomi SU7. A Mercedes-Benz. Bayu rubbed his eyes, trying to feel whether he was hallucinating. The system came to give me benefits early in the morning. It didn't assign me any tasks or ask me to complete them. It just gave me 2 cars. Yes, the host does not need to doubt the ability of this system. 2 cars are parked in the parking space downstairs. Note that the parking space is also provided by the system and the key is in your clothes. Bayu hurriedly found his clothes and touched his pocket, and sure enough, there were 2 keys. I have a Mercedes-Benz and a Xiaomi SU7, one for my wife and one for me. Whistling, Bayu walked towards the bathroom. Autumn's wife was brushing her teeth and washing her face. Bayu squeezed Chen Zihan's body with his buttocks. Wife, come over and save a place for me. Wait a minute, I'm almost there. Wash it right away. By the time the two finished washing up, it was almost 8:30. Bayu had already put on his clothes and asked what he wanted for breakfast so he could buy it for him. Just buy it if you think it's worth it. Bayu opened the door, closed it, and took the elevator directly to the underground garage. I found the location of my garage and saw 2 new cars parked there. One was a blue Xiaomi SU7 and the other was a black Mercedes-Benz. Bayu took out 2 keys from his pocket, pressed the key of the Mercedes-Benz, got into the Mercedes-Benz, and drove to the nearest breakfast place. Bayu came to the breakfast place and bought some buns, steamed dumplings, and ate treasure porridge, and then started to rush home. When I got home, I saw that Chen Zihan had already cleaned the house and all the clothes that needed to be washed were in the washing machine. Hubby, you're back. I'm back. Bayu put the breakfast he bought on the table. Okay, honey, don't move. I'll take care of these things. You go have breakfast first. Bayu hurriedly took over the job of cleaning the room from his wife. Let's eat together. My husband is waiting for me to join us. Okay. Bayu and Chen Zihan chatted while eating. My wife is downstairs. I prepared a gift for you. Chen Zihan looked at Bayu with cute eyes. What gift, husband? Don't ask, you'll know soon. After breakfast, Bayu hung up the washed clothes and quilts. He took Chen Zihan's hand and headed underground. What is my husband doing in the basement? Chen Zihan asked as she followed Bayu holding his hand. Don't worry, honey. You'll know soon. Bayu slowly moved it in front of the Xiaomi SU7. Chen Zihan stood in front of the blue Xiaomi SU7 and looked at Bayu in surprise. Sure enough, he saw Bayu take out a key from his pocket. Dang wife, here are the keys to pick up. The figure holding the key in her hand was still a little surprised, looking at Bayu and then at the key. Husband, you. Don't you, me what? Come and test drive the Xiaomi SU7 your husband bought you. After Bayu's repeated urging, Chen Zihan finally got into the car. He was still a little surprised when he sat in the driver's seat. Honey, stop being in a daze and go for a drive. This sentence finally woke up Chen Zihan, who had come back to his senses. Chen Zihan looked inside and then at Bayu with red eyes. Husband. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Bayu hurriedly and carefully wiped away the tears from Chen Zihan's eyes. Hubby, you are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you in the future. Oh, what is there to say? I really don't know how to repay you. If all else fails, just give me a few more children. I will definitely give birth to a football team for you in the future. Okay, honey, please start driving. Chapter 9 Shopping Mall. Chapter 9 Shopping Mall. It was almost noon when Chen Zihan parked the Xiaomi SU7 in the mall garage. After getting out of the car, he held Chen Zihan's hand and walked towards the elevator door, his destination being the clothing area on the 3rd floor. Wife, I haven't bought you clothes for a long time. Let's buy clothes first for lunch, and then we'll go have lunch. Chen Zihan's eyes were melting as he looked at Bayu, and he was willing to do anything Bayu asked him to do. When they arrived at the 3rd floor, Bayu took Chen Zihan to the women's clothing area and were attracted by a beautifully decorated shop. Bayu's eyes suddenly lit up and he took Chen Zihan in. Seeing Bayu and Chen Zihan coming in, the service staff hurried over to them and said, Welcome, ladies. Hello, come and see if there are any clothes you like. We're going to take a look ourselves first. If we like anything, we'll call you. Okay. Bayu and his wife walked past rows of clothes racks and finally stopped at a light blue dress. Bayu called the waiter and pointed at the skirt and said, Please take it down for me so that my wife can try it on. Okay, no problem, sir. The skirt was handed to Chen Zihan, who smiled at Bayu, nodded, and motioned for her to try it on. After a while, the door of the fitting room slowly opened. At that moment, I felt my eyes light up and time seemed to stand still. Chen Zihan was wearing that light blue dress, like the first flower blooming in spring, fresh and bright. The cut of the skirt perfectly outlines her slender waist, and the hem is slightly flared, swaying gently with her steps like flowing water waves. She walked up to Bayu shyly, turned around gently, and asked, Does it look good? Bayu came back to his senses and said hurriedly, It looks good, so good. This one must be bought. Bayu asked directly how much it cost to the waiter next to him. This gentleman's total is 1,200. If it were in the past, Bayu might have hesitated when he heard this price. After all, he was not well off at that time and had to calculate every penny carefully. But Bayu has already been rewarded 1 million by the system, so he really doesn't feel sorry at all. I bought it. After the two of them finished shopping, Bayu wanted to continue shopping with Chen Zihan in the mall, but was stopped by Chen Zihan because Chen Zihan felt that they had already bought a skirt worth 1,200 yuan and didn't want Baiyu to spend any more money. It was noontime, so they came to the 4th floor. The air was filled with a strong fish aroma. They chose a fish shop that looked popular, found a quiet corner to sit down, and ordered a fragrant squid set meal. While the two were having dinner, Chen Zihan's cell phone rang. Chen Zihan looked at the person who came and saw it was her good friend Wang Wenwen. "Wenwen, what are you doing?" Wang Wenwen's voice came from the phone. "Zihan, look behind you." Baiyu and Chen Zihan both looked behind them and saw Wang Wenwen and Zhao Shui standing not far away, waving at them with a smile. They were also here to eat. Chen Zihan waved and asked the two of them to sit over. "Why are you guys here to eat?" "I remember you guys are quite far from this mall." Wang Wenwen took a sip of water and said helplessly, "We were supposed to accompany Zhao Shui to meet a client today, but who would have thought that the client stood us up?" Zhao Shui, who was sitting next to him, also quickly added, "Yes, Zihan, you don't know, this is not the first time you have stood us up. Why do you still want to be my client if I always let you down?" Wang Wenwen waved her hand. "Stop talking. The main thing is that this is a big customer. If he wasn't a big customer, no one would care about him. By the way, I remember that you and Baiyu don't live here, and it's quite far from this mall. How come you come to this mall? Baiyu and I have moved and now live nearby. If you have time, please come to our house and visit us," Zihan explained. Zhao Shui looked at Baiyu and Chen Zihan with curiosity and asked, "Where did you move to?" This time Baiyu answered, "Jiling Huafu." Wang Wenwen looked at the two of us with eyes wide open. "The rent in Jiling Huafu should be very expensive. Can you afford it?" "We didn't rent it, we bought it," Chen Zihan replied. "What?" Chapter 10 Mother-in-law calls. "Chen Zihan, you are so good. I thought you were from an ordinary family, but I didn't expect you were a rich second generation. How rich must your family be to buy a house in this place in Magic City?" Looking at the startled Wang Wenwen, her eyes were as big as bells, her mouth was wide open, and her face was full of surprise. Chen Zihan smiled and said, "No, I'm just an ordinary person. My husband bought them all with his own money." Zhao Shui, who had been eating fish, also put down her chopsticks and looked at Baiyu. Wang Wenwen glanced at Baiyu carefully, as if she wanted to see through him. "Okay, Baiyu. We have known each other for almost 4 years, and I didn't know that a guy like you could actually come up with the money to buy a house in the Magic City." Baiyu, who was sitting here, felt a little guilty because all these things were rewards given to him by the system, but he calmed himself down. Baiyu waved his hand and said, "It's just luck that I made this much money. Luck is also part of strength." Zhao Shui poured a bowl of soup and handed one to each person. "Tell me what kind of luck allowed you to earn this money?" Zhao Shui looked at Baiyu with curiosity. Wang Wenwen also looked at him expectantly. In fact, they both wanted to know. Baiyu thought about it and told them the general content he had prepared in advance. In this way, time passed quietly while eating and chatting. Just after finishing her meal, Zhao Shui's phone rang. She quickly picked up the phone, glanced at the screen, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Oh, it's the guy who stood us up. He said he's waiting for us at the agreed place." Zhao Shui hurriedly pulled Wang Wenwen up. "Zihan, send me your home address. I'll come over to play when I have time." "Okay, you two slow down." Looking at the two people walking in a hurry, Chen Zihan shook his head helplessly. As expected, they still had this impatient personality. Baiyu also stood up slowly, holding Chen Zihan's hand and saying, "Let's go, we've both finished eating, it's time to go home. I'm a little sleepy now. It's just time for a lunch break after dinner." Chen Zihan pointed at Baiyu's forehead with his little finger. "Humph, you only know how to sleep, and you say I'm a lazy bug, but I think you're just a lazy pig." Baiyu pointed at himself and said, "I am a lazy pig. If I am a lazy pig, then I will make a profit by taking this good cabbage from you." After saying that, Baiyu hurriedly drove away. Chen Zihan stopped his feet behind him and said, "Stinky Baiyu, Stinky Xiaobai, stop and don't run. If you run, tell Aunt Lin later." Baiyu stood in front and made a face at Chen Zihan. "Go ahead and sue me. My mom isn't here right now anyway. We can talk about it when she is here." Chen Zihan was very angry about this, her face flushed red, and she hurriedly chased after him. The two of them played all the way to the underground garage and got into the Xiaomi SU7. The first thing they did when they got home was to lie down on the sofa. "Hubby, it's 1:05 in the afternoon now. It's fine if we wait until 1:30 in the afternoon and then take a nap." Not long after the two of them sat down, Chen Zihan's cell phone rang. "Honey, I'm standing at the door. Can you please get my cell phone for me?" Bayu slowly stood up and sat down. He walked to the door, took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from his mother-in-law. To Zihan, who was lying on the sofa. When I said wife, it was our mother who called. "Hello, Aunt Wang. It's Xiao Bai. Why did you answer the phone? Zihan is lying on the sofa. Is there something urgent you need from her? I'll give it to her right away." No, I just came over to check on you too. This girl hasn't called her family in a long time, and I miss her a little bit." Bayu patted his chest and assured Aunt Wang on the phone, "Don't worry, Aunt Wang, Zihan is well taken care of by me. I feel relieved with your words. Let Zihan take over the conversation, okay?" "Hello, what's wrong, Mom? You missed me." Chen Zihan answered the phone. "I heard everything you said to Xiao Bai. If you miss me, just tell me." "You girl." Aunt Wang's words were filled with happiness. Bayu looked at Chen Zihan acting coquettishly to her mother on the phone, and Bayu's eyes were full of pity. Half an hour had passed by the time Chen Zihan hung up the phone. "Are you done fighting?" Bayu asked softly. "Yeah." Chen Zihan nodded. "Do you miss your mother? If so, let's go to the capital in advance," Bayu said, stroking Chen Zihan's hair. Hearing this, Chen Zihan lay in Bayu's arms and whispered, "Hubby, carry me back to bed and sleep." Bayu gently held Chen Zihan in his arms, stood up, and walked towards the room, taking every step very carefully, for fear of disturbing the baby in his arms. Chapter 11, Retirement with Salary. A new day came. Bayu came to the windowsill, and the warm sunlight shone on Bayu. Just after 8 o'clock, Bayu got up early. He quickly washed up and went out to buy breakfast. Standing in front of the mirror, I looked at myself carefully and sorted out the clothes I was going to wear today. I looked at myself in front of the mirror, adjusted the clothes I was wearing today, and went into the room. Watching Chen Zihan sleeping quietly, his breathing was soft and even, with a few strands of hair scattered beside his cheeks. The sunlight shone on her face, outlining a soft outline, like a quiet portrait, and Bayu's heart calmed down as well. Bayu came to Chen Zihan and kissed her gently on the forehead. I walked out the door and headed towards work. My main goal today was to resign. When I arrived at the company, I first went to my workplace and looked around. Everyone was starting to get busy. Seeing Bayu was late, Zhang Hua, his good friend in the company, asked, "Bayu, even though you just changed jobs the day before yesterday, you were late on your first day at work. Don't you know that if you are late, your salary will definitely be deducted?" Bayu waved his hand, started packing his things and said, "I came here today to resign." This sentence immediately silenced Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua came directly to Bayu and shook Bayu's body. "You are kidding, you just quit after changing jobs." He was instantly shocked by the sudden words, "Are you crazy?" Bayu didn't explain. He packed up what needed to be packed and left all the unnecessary things to Zhang Hua. "Then I'll go in first. The manager has already come to work." Bayu looked at the time and saw that it was already 9 o'clock, so he could talk and walk towards the leader's office. I knocked on the door, and Manager Wang's voice came from inside the office, "Come in." Bayu pushed the door open and walked in. Manager Wang was still buried in the report in his hand. He asked without raising his head, "Bayu, do you have any work problems, or are you here to report after completing the task?" Bayu took a breath and said bluntly, "Manager Wang, I want to resign. This is my resignation report." "Thank you, Manager Wang, for your training over the past 2 months." Hearing this, Manager Wang raised his head slightly, took the resignation report, scanned it, frowned slightly, took Bayu's resignation report, looked at it and said, "Bayu, have you made up your mind? I remember you just got a permanent job the day before yesterday, and you're resigning today. Is there something wrong with the company or?" Bayu explained, "The company treated me very well. The main reason was that my wife was pregnant and the Chinese New Year was coming soon, so I took my wife home in advance." Manager Wang's expression finally eased and he ticked the report. "Go to the finance department and collect your salary for this month." "Okay, thank you, Manager Wang." Bayu bowed slightly to express his gratitude, then turned and left. He went to the finance department to collect his salary for 1.5 months and packed up his things. I put all the packed things in the Mercedes-Benz, sat down and stretched before going home from get-off work. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Bayu originally planned to go to the vegetable market to buy ingredients and go home to make lunch for his wife. But at this moment, his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw the words Fan Wenbin flashing on the screen. I looked at the display on the phone and answered the call. What's wrong? Hello, is this Bayu? Do you have time to come over? Come and have a drink with me. Fan Wenbin's voice was drunken on the other end of the phone. Bayu noticed that his tone was not right, and his expression became serious. What's going on? Now that you're here. I'll tell you, I'll send you the location. Fan Wenbin hung up the phone directly. This guy. Bayu hesitated for a moment, then sent a WeChat message to his wife. Tell her that I have something to do at noon and 1 be going back for lunch. And remind her to eat on time and take good care of herself and the baby. After sending the message, Bayu drove there according to the location sent by Fan Wenbin. Along the way, he was wondering what had happened to Fan Wenbin, and his brows were never relaxed. Chapter 12 Good Brothers got cuckolded. I arrived at the location that Fan Wenbin had sent me, parked the car and walked towards Fan Wenbin. I saw Fan Wenbin doing it alone in the living room of Zhenghua Hotel. The table was filled with wine, and a man was drinking by himself. Bayu sat down next to Fan Wenbin without saying hello to him. He poured himself a glass of wine and drank it before saying, "What's wrong? Drink with me first, I feel uncomfortable." Bayu didn't ask any questions, he just poured himself a full glass of beer and drank it in one gulp. Bayu looked at his good brother and felt a little uncomfortable. Fan Wenbin, he was his good brother since childhood. He was so depressed today. What happened? After drinking a few bottles, Fan Wenbin talked to Bayu about what happened. It turned out to be his girlfriend's fault. Bayu, tell me why I treat him so well. I give him whatever he wants. I give him 90% of my monthly salary and I only take 10%. Yet he cheats on me. Why exactly do you think so? As he spoke, Fan Wenbin began to shed tears. Looking at Fan Wenbin like this, Bayu didn't say much. He patted his shoulders and poured another glass for each of them. I'll drink with you today. Don't come back until you're drunk. Fan Wenbin filled another glass and clinked glasses with Bayu, drinking them all. After drinking, Fan Wenbin said with red eyes, I'm so stupid. That stinky woman actually brought a man into our house to mess around when I was working outside. If I hadn't been leaving get off work that day, I wouldn't have known that he had been wearing a hat on me for almost half a year. This life is so fucking bloody. What could Bayu say when he saw Fan Wenbin like this? He could only comfort him silently. They drank all afternoon, and when Bayu looked at his phone it was already past 3 p.m. Looking at Fan Wenbin who was drinking like a dead pig, Bayu shook his head, which made his mind a little clearer. He called the waiter to pay the bill. I randomly found a hotel, threw Fan Wenbin on the bed, and washed my face with cold water to sober myself up. He looked at Fan Wenbin who was sleeping like a dead pig, covered him with the quilt and went home. He went to the Mercedes-Benz and found a designated driver to take him back to Jinling Prefecture. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Chen Zihan eating fruit on the sofa. My husband is back. She came to Bayu's side and fanned his nose. Why is there so much wine in my husband's mouth? How much did he drink? Bayu took off his coat and explained that he had been drinking with Fan Wenbin today. Fan Wenbin felt uncomfortable. When he heard about Chen Zihan, his eyes lit up. Tell me what's going on. Bayu looked at Chen Zihan, who was looking at him with curious big eyes, and tapped his forehead. Chen Zihan touched his head and said in disgust, Don't flick my forehead. I'm not smart to begin with, and talking to you is even less smart. Bayu heard this and said, Okay, honey, wait a moment and let me take a shower. I'll tell you later. I feel so uncomfortable all over now. Then go ahead. Suddenly Chen Zihan was picked up by Bayu. What are you doing? Wife, I'm afraid I need you to accompany me when I take a shower alone. Just tell me, she said, hugging Chen Zihan and walking towards the bathroom. When Bayu and Chen Zihan came out of the shower, Chen Zihan's face was already red. You bad guy, you make me eat protein every day, huh? Bayu touched his nose awkwardly. In order to ease the embarrassment, Bayu told Chen Zihan everything that had just happened between him and Fan Wenbin. After hearing this, Chen Zihan was a little surprised and said, No way? When we were having a party before, I found that Fan Wenbin's girlfriend was not that kind of person. Bayu scratched Chen Zihan's nose, so you can't judge a person by his appearance. Indeed, Chen Zihan nodded. But Fan Wenbin must be feeling very uncomfortable these days. Didn't you just quit your job? You have a lot of time. Spend some time with your good brother. It depends on the situation. See if he can get out by himself. Baiyu yawned. Wife, I'm so sleepy now. I'll take a nap first, and I'll get up and make dinner later. No need, honey. Go to sleep. I'll call you when dinner is ready. That's fine. Baiyu fell asleep not long after lying on the bed. Chapter 13 System Rewards Gym. When Baiyu opened his eyes again, night had already fallen quietly, and the whole room was shrouded in a faint darkness. Baiyu rubbed his eyes sleepily, then reached out and fumbled on the bedside table and found his cell phone. He pressed the power button and the screen lit up instantly, causing him to squint slightly. He looked at the time and was a little surprised that it was almost 7 o'clock. He stretched himself, stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as he went out, he smelled the fragrance of food coming from the kitchen. He followed the smell and saw Chen Zihan busy in the kitchen. Chen Zihan heard footsteps, turned around, and saw Baiyu got up. He couldn't help but smiled and teased, "Hey, you're finally awake, go wash up, look at your hair, it's a mess like a chicken coop." Baiyu didn't get angry after hearing this, but instead had a doting smile on his face. He walked gently to Chen Zihan, hugged her tenderly, and pressed his lips lightly on her cheek with a barely perceptible attachment. The faint fragrance from Chen Zihan lingered around his nose, making him intoxicated. Chen Zihan blushed slightly, gently pushed Baiyu, and said, "Okay, stop being so clingy, wash up quickly and eat right away." Baiyu then let go of Chen Zihan's body, saluted playfully, and said, "Listen to my wife." Then he walked towards the bathroom. Chen Zihan looked at his back and couldn't help laughing out loud. When Baiyu came out of the bathroom again, Chen Zihan had already prepared all the food and placed it on the dining table. On the dining table, delicious dishes exude an enticing aroma, steam rising up. Chen Zihan smiled and said to Baiyu, "Okay, husband, don't just stand there, hurry up and come to the table to eat." Baiyu responded and walked to the dining table and sat down. Chen Zihan brought another bowl of hangover soup, placed it in front of Baiyu, and said gently, "Come, drink the hangover soup first." Baiyu took the soup, looked at Chen Zihan, and said, "Okay, thank you, wife." The two sat opposite each other, eating and sharing trivial things. Chen Zihan enthusiastically recounted some of Baiyu's childhood scandals, with a happy smile on his face and his eyes full of love for Baiyu. Baiyu listened attentively, nodded in praise from time to time, and even picked up some of Chen Zihan's favorite dishes with chopsticks and put them into her bowl. Sweet snuggle on the sofa. After dinner, Baiyu offered to wash the dishes, but Chen Zihan refused with a smile and said, "Hubby, you should have a good rest. I'll take the shower. Let me take care of you today." Baiyu said hurriedly, "How can this be possible? You've worked so hard cooking, let me do the dishes." Chen Zihan patted Baiyu's shoulder gently and said, "Okay, husband, you're arguing with me about this little thing." After saying that, she pushed Baiyu out of the kitchen. Baiyu smiled helplessly, went to the living room, prepared some fruits and melon seeds, selected a Stephen Chow movie, then sat on the sofa, waiting for Chen Zihan. After a while, Chen Zihan also came to the living room, and the two of them snuggled on the sofa, covered with the same blanket. Chen Zihan leaned gently in Baiyu's arms, and Baiyu held her hand tightly, enjoying this happy night. The next day, when Baiyu got up again, the sunlight had already poured in through the gaps in the curtains. He felt that there was no one around him, so he rubbed his eyes subconsciously and sat up with some confusion. He opened his phone and saw that it was only 7:30. He couldn't help but wonder why Chen Zihan got up so early today. Baiyu opened the door of the master bedroom and walked towards the living room. As soon as he walked into the living room, he saw a picture that made his eyes light up. Chen Zihan was wearing a pair of slim-fitting yoga pants that fit her body tightly, perfectly outlining her long and straight legs like smooth brush lines. The contour of every muscle was clearly visible, and her tight and elastic leg muscles exuded a healthy and energetic atmosphere. Her buttocks were wrapped perfectly, firm and round, with a slender waist that could be held in one hand without a trace of fat. As her movements sway lightly, she fully displays the feminine beauty and agility, making people unable to take their eyes away. After seeing Baiyu, Chen Zihan slowly stopped doing yoga and said with a smile, "Husband is up." Baiyu yawned, walked to Chen Zihan and asked, "Why did my wife get up to do yoga today?" Chen Zihan gently touched her belly and said, "I'm pregnant, right? My belly isn't noticeable yet, so I want to practice first. When my belly gets bigger, I won't be able to do yoga anymore." Baiyu heard this and hugged Chen Zihan in his arms distressfully. He sat on the sofa, patted her buttocks gently, and said, "Honey, I'm not forbidding you to do yoga, but when you do yoga, don't do those difficult movements. You must protect the children and yourself. Chen Zihan nodded, leaned into Baiyu's arms, and said gently, "Well, I'll just do the most ordinary moves." The two of them were affectionate for a while, and then Chen Zihan pushed Baiyu to the bathroom to wash up. When Baiyu was washing up, the voice of the system suddenly came into his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in on the 4th day and getting a gym set. Baiyu held mouthwash in his mouth and said incoherently, "System, my wife just started practicing yoga, and you gave me a gym set. You are so thoughtful." "Of course, host, this is the reward you deserve." After Baiyu finished washing up, the 8 treasure porridge that Chen Zihan cooked in the morning was ready. The two sat at the dining table, eating and discussing things about the gym, with happy smiles on their faces. Chapter 14, Come to the Gym to Check. The early morning sun shines through the window onto the dining table where a warm breakfast is set. Baiyu and Chen Zihan sat opposite each other, enjoying this moment of tranquility and warmth. Suddenly, Baiyu raised his head, looked at Chen Zihan and said, "Wife, after I finish eating, I'm going to go to Fan Wenbin's place." Chen Zihan nodded slightly, picked up a piece of green vegetables and put it in Baiyu's bowl, and said softly, "Okay, just be careful on the road later." After dinner, Baiyu cleaned up the dishes neatly, washed and dried them, then went into the bedroom, changed his clothes, and stood at the door. He straightened his collar and shouted into the house, "Wife, I'm leaving first." "Hubby, wait a minute." Chen Zihan hurried out of the room with a scarf in her hand. She walked over to Baiyu, stood on tiptoes, and put the scarf on him attentively, gently wrapping her hands around it, carefully arranging every wrinkle. "Honey, it's December now, the weather is cold, remember to keep warm." Baiyu felt warm in his heart, and he reached out and embraced Chen Zihan in his arms. Baiyu slowly lowered his head and lightly touched Chen Zihan's lips. This kiss is like the warm sunshine in winter. When their lips parted, Chen Zihan had already fallen limply into Baiyu's arms, her little face slightly red. His eyes were like a pool of autumn water. Baiyu gently patted Chen Zihan's buttocks and said with a smile, "It's time for me to go too." Chen Zihan nodded slightly and responded softly, "Well, go slow on the road." Baiyu drove to the hotel he had booked for Fan Wenbin yesterday. Just as he was about to go find Fan Wenbin, his cell phone rang suddenly. He took out his cell phone, looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen, hesitated for a few seconds, and then pressed the answer button. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Bai? I'm Yang Yingsen, the manager of Jushi Gym." Baiyu was slightly startled and replied, "Hello. Hello, Boss Bai. This is what happened. Boss Qian informed us last night that the gym has been acquired by you. I would like to report the situation here to you. I wonder if you have time to come over and inspect it today?" Baiyu looked at the time and saw that it was just past 10 o'clock. He thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll come over to take a look after 11 o'clock. "Okay, no problem." Baiyu hung up the phone, wondering if Fan Wenbin had woken up yet. It was almost 10:30. He came to the door of the room and opened it. The room was dark and he could only hear loud snoring. Baiyu shook his head helplessly, strode to the window, and drew open the curtains. The sunlight instantly poured in, illuminating the entire room. I saw Fan Wenbin lying on the bed, wrapped tightly in the quilt, like a dumpling. Baiyu walked over, pulled away the quilt covering Fan Wenbin, and shouted, "Don't sleep anymore. It's time to get up and have breakfast." Fan Wenbin muttered, "Xiao Bai, don't bother me, let me sleep for a while." As he said that, he reached out and snatched the quilt back. Baiyu put his hands on his hips, looked at Fan Wenbin, sighed deeply, and said, "Hurry up and get up. I'll treat you to a meal. Don't waste time here." Fan Wenbin's muffled voice came from under the quilt. "No, go eat by yourself. I just want to lie down for the whole day. I'm not that fragile. I was just cheated on by a girl. From now on, I will never believe in love again. I want to be a sea king." Baiyu couldn't help but tease, "You still think you're the king of the sea? How long did it take you to lick that girl before you finally got her?" When Fan Wenbin heard this, he threw back the quilt, sat up, glared at Baiyu fiercely, pointed his finger at him and said, "You don't believe me, right? Okay, just wait. Let's have a party tonight. I'll invite 7 or 8 girls to come and play." Baiyu waved his hand at Fan Wenbin and said with a smile, "I don't have time. I have to accompany my wife today. So just be a good sea king. I'm going to be busy." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. Fan Wenbin shouted at Bai Yu's back. "Your brother is still having a hard time, and you're just going to leave me here?" The only response he got was the sound of a door slamming. Bai Yu got in the car, checked the location information of his fitness coach transmitted to him by the system, and estimated the journey, which was about 10 minutes. When Bai Yu drove to the gym, he saw a beautiful woman in her 30s standing at the door from afar. It must be the store manager Yang Yingsen. As soon as Bai Yu got off the car, Yang Yingsen hurriedly came up to him, with a professional smile on her face, and said, "Hello, Boss Bai. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Bai Yu nodded slightly, shook Yang Yingsen's hand politely, and said, "Hello." Then, Yang Yingsen brought Bai Yu to the office. "Boss Bai, please take a seat. I'll pour you a cup of tea first, and then I'll show you this month's sales." Bai Yu sat down on the chair. After a while, Yang Yingsen came over with a cup of steaming hot tea, placed it on the table in front of Bai Yu, then turned around, took out a report from the folder and handed it to him. I took the report and looked at it carefully. The business operation of this gym is relatively stable. Although it does not make much profit, it does not suffer losses either. After reading it, Bai Yu raised his head and said to Yang Yingsen, who was standing beside him, "The gym should continue to operate as before. There is nothing that needs to be changed at the moment. However, I think the employees' salaries are a bit low. Let's increase them by 1/3. A hint of surprise flashed in Yang Yingsen's eyes, and she nodded quickly and said, "Okay, everything is up to you." Bai Yu stood up and said, "Okay, that's it." In fact, he didn't think too much of this gym. After all, it was given by the system, and it was not bad to get one for free. Yang Yingsen accompanied Bai Yu to the door and only looked away after watching his car slowly drive away. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and thought to herself, "What a shock. I thought this new boss would make drastic reforms. I was worried the whole night last night, afraid that I would lose my position as store manager. But this boss is really young and handsome." Thinking of this, Yang Yingsen blushed slightly, patted her cheeks gently, and said softly, Yang Yingsen, don't think too much. How old are you? You still want to be an old cow eating young grass." After saying that, he turned and walked into the gym and continued to work. Chapter 15: Preparing a gift for my wife. Bai Yu, who was sitting in the car, was now mainly driving back home. When I came to a crossroads, I found a new flower shop next to it. Bai Yu's heart moved. His wife liked these flowers and plants. He thought if he bought some for her as a little surprise, she would like it. Bai Yu found an empty spot and parked the car. When he walked into the flower shop, the rich fragrance of flowers filled his nose and he was instantly surrounded by colorful flowers. He didn't know much about flowers, but he knew that his girlfriend liked roses, especially red roses. "Hello sir, what flowers would you like to buy?" An aunt in her 40s walked over. She was the manager of this flower shop. Bai Yu thought for a moment and said, "Boss, please pack me a bouquet of red roses." "Is this a gift for your girlfriend, right, young man?" The store manager looked at Bai Yu with a hint of understanding in his eyes. Bai Yu smiled and nodded. "Yes." As the boss was wrapping the roses, he said, "Young people today are really romantic, unlike when I was young. My husband and I have been married for decades, but we have only ever been given flowers. At that time, I just worked hard and thought that living a down-to-earth life was enough. I didn't understand flowers and romance at all." Bai Yu thought about it, and said seriously, "An ordinary life may also be a kind of happiness." The store manager was slightly stunned when he heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. What the young man said is really right. After the boss carefully selected 12 gorgeous red roses, wrapped them skillfully, and carefully added a few baby's breath as embellishments, he handed them to Bai Yu. "I wish you happiness." Bai Yu took the flowers, paid for them, and walked carefully towards the car. Holding the roses, he returned to the car, placed the flowers on the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, started the car again and drove home. When she got downstairs, she carefully carried the flowers upstairs. When he opened the door, his girlfriend was wrapping dumplings at the big table in the kitchen. She looked at Bai Yu and said to him with a sweet smile, "Honey, you're back. Wait a minute. I'm making dumplings now. We're having them for lunch." Bai Yu smiled as he walked into the kitchen, came behind his girlfriend, and suddenly took out the roses hidden behind him, and said with a hint of anticipation and mischief, "Ding ding ding ding, honey, does it look good?" Looking at the flowers in Bai Yu's hand, his girlfriend's eyes were full of little stars. "Honey, this is for you. Bai Yu handed it to Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan hurried to the kitchen, washed his hands, took the flowers, and smelled the fragrant aroma. Why did you suddenly give me flowers today? Is there a special day today? Bai Yu looked at Chen Zihan and said, Nothing special, I just suddenly want you to know that I love you very much and want to give you some small surprises every day. Hearing this, Chen Zihan slowly put the flowers aside, threw herself into Bai Yu's arms and clamped her legs together, holding Bai Yu's waist and neck tightly. Bai Yu hurriedly lifted his girlfriend's hips to prevent her from falling. What's wrong? Pat it. Chen Zihan leaned in Bai Yu's arms, feeling the love. This flower is so beautiful, I like it so much, husband, I really love you. Bai Yu smiled and said, as long as you like it. All I could hear was a small hum in my arms. After a while, Chen Zihan raised her head from Bai Yu's arms, her cheeks flushed. She looked at Bai Yu's lips and kissed him without hesitation. Chen Zihan's kiss was soft and sweet, and her hands gently wrapped around Bai Yu's neck. Bai Yu closed his eyes slightly and responded to her. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only their warm breaths and accelerated heartbeats. By the time Xuanxing left, Chen Zihan's whole body had gone limp, and she lay in Bai Yu's arms with a flushed face. Bai Yu patted Chen Zihan's buttocks in his arms. Okay, wife, come down. Get off me first. Looking at Chen Zihan's slightly red face, Bai Yu pinched it with both hands. Don't be shy, wife. Come make dumplings and have lunch. Chen Zihan's little face, which was pinched by Bai Yu, was not kissed. Don't pinch my face, it won't look good. Okay. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan then came to the dining table and started making dumplings. Chapter 16, King of Glory starts. At noon, Bai Yu washed every plate carefully, and then hung them up to dry one by one, with quick and efficient movements. At this time, Chen Zihan, who was sitting in the living room, looked at the newly updated season of The King and started rushing directly, but it didn't take long before his happy face turned into a sad face. She hurried to Bai Yu's side and said, Husband, are you done with your work? Play King of Glory with me. I'm losing even after a while. My teammates all say I'm a loser, that's how it is. They're losers, but they still say I'm a loser. The most important thing is the consecutive mistakes. Who can stand this? Bai Yu watched his girlfriend come to him and cry. Bai Yu hurriedly comforted her and pinched her little face. It's okay, your husband will call you back later, and we'll be done in a moment. Good husband, hurry up. Chen Zihan agreed with a wronged voice. After Bai Yu finished all his work, he saw his girlfriend looking at the results. Why are these people so pitiful? Bai Yu looked at his lovely wife and really wanted to take a bite of her, but he restrained himself. Bai Yu walked gently behind his girlfriend, put his arms around her shoulders, and said with a smile, Baby, don't be angry. Come, I'll fight with you and take you flying. My girlfriend turned her head, her eyes sparkling. Really? Then hurry up and take me flying, I don't want to meet those people again. The two sat on the sofa and started the game. Bai Yu chose the jungler position, while his girlfriend chose her favorite mage. After entering the game, Bai Yu controlled the character to shuttle through the wild area while keeping an eye on his girlfriend's location, and gently reminded her in the voice chat from time to time. Bao, be careful of the bushes, the jungler is over there. Chen Zihan responded obediently, Okay, I won't eat this Chinese food. I'll wait for you to come and eat together. But you have to come quickly. Chen Zihan added. Okay, I hit this red, and the ants will come over immediately to speed up the operation of the characters. When the opponent came to capture Chen Zihan, Bai Yu arrived in time, and with a series of smooth operations, he repelled the opponent and saved Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan cheered excitedly. Honey, you're awesome. Bai Yu smiled and said, Of course, watch out, this one will definitely take me flying. In the last wave, Bai Yu got a pentakill and ended the game. After the game, the two won. Chen Zihan happily threw himself into Bai Yu's arms. My husband is having a great time, hee hee. Bai Yu gently stroked Chen Zihan's hair and said softly. As long as you are happy, I will play with you anytime and anywhere. Chen Zihan sat up straight, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Let's continue. First, strive for the king rank and then the peak rank. Okay, no problem, wife, let's become the king together. Bai Yu teased with a smile. However, you promised me last time that you would wear white silk stockings, but you still haven't kept your promise. If you can really become the king this time, I will agree to any reward you want in the new season. Chen Zihan's cheeks were slightly flushed, and her mouth was puffy, like a cute little goldfish. I said this. I will keep my word. As long as you take me to the top this time. Whether you want to see white stockings, black stockings, or flesh-colored stockings, I'll wear them for you to see. You can do whatever you want. At this time, Bayu pretended to be serious on the surface, but he shouted in his heart that his wife was really generous. Bayu pretended to be noble and said hypocritically, "No, I'm not that kind of person." Looking at Bayu like this, Chen Zihan went straight up and reached out to hit him lightly. "Stop pretending to be a good person here." Bayu touched his nose awkwardly and whispered, "I have another request. After I take you to the top, I will buy you some clothes to wear for you to see." Chen Zihan hesitated and thought about it. Bayu didn't want Chen Zihan to think about it, so he just fanned the flames. "Honey, since I see you don't want to play king, I don't want to play anymore either." "Oh, let's take a nap first. What's so good about playing king? By the way, I just checked on your best friend, and he has already made it to the star glory level." This sentence has killed all of Chen Zihan's sanity. "I promise you, hurry up, honey, I've made an agreement with Xiaoshui. Who will be the first to reach the top at the beginning of this season?" Bayu smiled slightly, and the king started. Chapter 17 Give your husband a gift. Bayu put down his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Chen Zihan sitting beside him, his face filled with the joy of victory, his eyes curved into crescents, and he laughed softly from time to time. The last game of king is finally finished, and I look at the one-star king on the interface. He opened his arms, hugged Chen Zihan into his arms, and then gently bit her little face. "Oh, you made me drool all over. Can't you see I'm still happy here?" She waved her little fist and punched Bayu's chest a few times. "I'm going to show off to my best friend now." As she spoke, she waved her little fist and gently hit Bayu's chest a few times. Bayu dodged with a smile. Chen Zihan took the opportunity to break free from his arms, picked up his phone, and quickly sent a screenshot of his king's rank to his former dormitory group. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the message started scrolling like crazy. Bayu, who was sitting next to him, was looking at Chen Zihan, who was grinning foolishly at the screen on his phone. Bayu looked at the time and saw that it was already past 5 o'clock. He was about to sit up and go to the kitchen to cook when he saw Chen Zihan's WeChat message, showing that he had already made a WeChat call to their good friend. Bayu knew that Chen Zihan would chat with their female best friends for at least half an hour. If he annoyed her again, he would be punched again, so Bayu walked into the kitchen. Bayu came to the kitchen and saw that the refrigerator was full of ingredients. He picked some out and prepared to make a pot of chicken soup and stir-fried meat with carrots for his wife. When Bayu finished cooking, his girlfriend was still chatting happily there, so Bayu came to his girlfriend and nodded to her forehead. "I'll talk to your bestie later, eat first." Chen Zihan stuck out his tongue at Bayu. "To live up to your words, let's make it clear. Let's meet at the same place tomorrow morning." After saying that, Chen Zihan hung up the phone. He jumped up to Bayu and said excitedly, "Honey, thank you so much. I was so impressive in front of my bestie just now." Bayu rubbed Chen Zihan's hair and said lovingly, "What's there to thank me for? Let's eat. By the way, what did you talk about with your bestie just now?" The two sat down at the dining table. Chen Zihan blinked and said mysteriously, "Want to hear it?" "Honey, I won't tell you." Bayu pinched the cute little face. "Don't you forget what you promised me? I'm not curious about what you talked about with your besties." Chen Zihan pulled Bayu's hand away and said with a pout, "Don't pinch my face without my permission in the future." "I'll keep my promise, humph." "Okay then. I'll wait for my wife's black and white stockings in bunny costume." After saying this, Chen Zihan's face turned slightly red. Chen Zihan adjusted his mood and said, "Honey, I'm going out with my 3 good friends tomorrow. Do you want to join us?" Bayu, who was drinking soup, shook his head. "Wife, you can go tomorrow, but be careful on the road, you are pregnant." "I always listen to my husband." After dinner and washing up, Chen Zihan lay on the bed, leaning on Bayu's arms, holding her phone in her hand and continuing to compete in the peak game. Bayu looked at her focused expression, smiled helplessly, and gently hugged her. Finally, after finishing the last game, Bayu patted Chen Zihan and said gently, "Honey, you still have to go out with your friends tomorrow." Chen Zihan turned off her phone and leaned into Bayu's arms, saying, "Good night, husband." "Good night." The next morning, the sun shone on Bayu's face. When Bayu opened his eyes, there was no one around. It was already past 9 o'clock when I arrived at the living room. I only saw a piece of paper on the living room. Honey, I'm out. I've already bought breakfast this morning. Please remember to eat it, as it's on the table. Bayu scratched his explosive hair and said, my wife happened to go out to play today, so I cleaned everything. Chen Zihan had already arrived at the coffee shop and was waiting for her 3 good friends. After a while, several of them came in one after another and sat down next to Chen Zihan. You 3 are finally here. Why are you so late today? Chen Zihan said, putting down his coffee. How dare you say that? We are so busy at work every day. Wang Wenwen said as she sat down. Yes, unlike Li Zihan, whose family is all rich second generation, the 3 of us are from ordinary families, so we can only work hard. Zhao Jilan added. Chen Zihan blinked and said quickly, okay, it's all my fault. I'll treat you today. Zhang Yakan hugged Chen Zihan and said happily, Zihan, you are the best. Chen Zihan asked, I am planning to give my husband a gift. What do you think would be a good gift? The 3 people thought about it, and each of them had a different answer. Zhang Yakan said, how about giving them a cell phone or a computer? Chen Zihan listened to Zhang Yakan's advice and planned to buy a computer for her husband later. Chapter 18 Sign in to Tomato Investment Company. The setting sun casts a warm yellow outline on the city. Chen Zihan dragged his tired body back home, with red marks on his hands from the large and small shopping bags. Before she could recover, Bayu rushed out of the house and took the bag with a distressed look on his face. Wife, there are so many things. You should call me in advance and I will pick you up. Chen Zihan smiled, looked at him, drank a sip of water and said. It's okay. I bought you a gift. See if you like it. Bayu curiously opened the gift box. A brand new Alienware 1619-14900 KF computer was quietly lying inside. Honey, don't you like playing computer games? I've bought you the computer. The other accessories will be delivered to you in the evening. Chen Zihan looked at Bayu with bright eyes full of expectation. Bayu was as excited as a child. He picked up Chen Zihan and spun her around. He kissed her hard on the cheek and said excitedly, Wife, I love this gift so much. Chen Zihan's cheeks were slightly red, and he gently patted Bayu's shoulder. Okay, put me down. Bayu had just put Chen Zihan down when his eyes were attracted by a black bag. Chen Zihan saw this and hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him, but he was still a step too late. Bayu opened the bag, and the white and black silk inside instantly came into view. Chen Zihan's face flushed red, he snatched the bag and kicked Bayu in anger. It's so annoying, just thinking about these things. Do you want the second gift I prepared for you? After saying that, he hurried into the room with the things. Bayu looked at Chen Zihan's back and couldn't help but chuckle. He walked to the door of the master bedroom and found it was locked. He knocked on the door gently and said, Wife, I'm going out to buy some food. There's no food at home. The sound of Chen Zihan rummaging through something came from the room. Go ahead. Bayu came to the vegetable market, picked out some of his favorite vegetables, and went to the meat section to buy some ribs and pork belly. When passing by a fish stall, Chen Zihan, who loves eating fish, picked up a lively sea bass. When I returned home carrying a lot of bags, I saw Chen Zihan sitting on the sofa in the living room, leisurely eating fruit and watching TV. Chen Zihan looked up and saw Bayu, and asked with a smile. My husband is back, do you want my help? No need, wife. Just sit down and watch TV and have a good rest. I'll make dinner. Bayu replied with a smile. Bayu walked into the kitchen and put the fish on the chopping board after a simple wash. Make a few cuts on the fish, sprinkle with salt and cooking wine, and marinate. Then wash and cut the vegetables, and when everything is ready, start cooking. The kitchen was soon filled with the sound of frying and the aroma of food. Half an hour later, 5 dishes and a soup were neatly placed on the table, including the fragrant braised fish, the tempting sweet and sour spare ribs, the refreshing and delicious stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a nutritious tomato and egg soup. Bayu walked to the living room and saw Chen Zihan still concentrating on watching the drama, so he gently picked her up and said with a smile, It's time to eat. I called you for a long time but you didn't respond, so I had to come and invite you myself. Chen Zihan pouted and said coquettishly, Humph, your voice is too soft. Call me to eat louder next time. Bayu smiled and put Chen Zihan on the chair, picked up a piece of fish and put it in her bowl, and said gently, Try the fish I cooked today and see how it goes. Chen Zihan took a bite and tasted it carefully, his eyes lit up. Well, honey, it tastes much better than last time. Bai Yu listened and a happy smile appeared on his face. If it tastes good, eat more. After dinner, the two lay side by side on the sofa, watching variety shows, laughing from time to time, and a warm atmosphere filled the entire room. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Bai Yu gently patted Chen Zihan's buttocks, with a hint in his eyes, and asked, "Honey, do you want to take a shower first, or should we take a shower together?" Chen Zihan's face flushed slightly, and he said softly, "Hubby, go wash first. There will be a reward later. I will give it all to you today." When Bai Yu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he understood and went to take a shower. After taking a shower, Bai Yu lay on the bed and watched videos. Before he knew it, it was already past 9 o'clock. Just when he was feeling sleepy, the door slowly opened. Chen Zihan was dressed in white silk, as beautiful as an elf in the moonlight. The white silk wrapped around her slender legs like frost and snow, emitting a soft halo under the dim light, holy and charming. Bai Yu's eyes widened and turned red in an instant. He sat up abruptly and hugged Chen Zihan in his arms. His hands couldn't help but gently stroke the silky white silk. Chen Zihan leaned close to Bai Yu's ear and whispered, "Honey, I'm pregnant. You know, I can't do it in the first 3 months." These words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing the fire of Bai Yu's desire. He patted Chen Zihan's buttocks helplessly and said in a pretended angry tone, "How dare you seduce your husband like this?" Chen Zihan smiled cunningly, blinked his eyes and said, "Then husband, can I help you in another way?" This sentence was like a fire that instantly ignited Bai Yu. Half an hour later, Chen Zihan threw the damaged white silk into the trash can, then went to the toilet to rinse her mouth and wash her feet. After coming out of the toilet, she hugged Bai Yu and said aggrievedly, "Honey, my throat hurts." Bai Yu hugged her in his arms and comforted her softly. "It's okay, it will be fine in one night." The two of them lay on the bed hugging each other, ready to sleep. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Bai Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your shameless face makes the system despise you. I will reward you with 100% of the shares of Tomato Investment Company. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he came to his senses and a surprised smile appeared on his face. He hugged Chen Zihan tightly, thinking to himself, "Now that I have wealth, I must make good use of it to create a better life for my wife and future children." Chapter 19, Inspecting the Tomato Company. When Bai Yu heard what the system said, a few black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead, and he secretly complained in his heart. The way this system talks is really infuriating. What does shameless face mean? If he wasn't afraid of waking up Chen Zihan who was sleeping in his arms, he really wanted to argue with this system. Checking his phone, he saw that it was already past 8 o'clock. He curled his lips and decided to take a nap and then investigate the Tomato Investment Company that had come out of nowhere tomorrow. The next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting a few golden rays of light. Bai Yu got up early and walked into the kitchen quietly, afraid to make any noise. He skillfully opened the refrigerator, took out eggs, bread and milk, and began to prepare breakfast. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of fried eggs and toast. While breakfast was still hot in the pot, Bai Yu sat at the dining table, picked up his mobile phone, opened Baidu, and typed in Tomato Investment Company. Some information popped up on the screen immediately. Tomato Company is a limited investment company founded in January this year, with estimated assets of around 100 million yuan. Main investment projects include Zhongjia Hotel, Shanghai Zoo. Bai Yu was looking at the information intently when his cell phone suddenly rang and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. He frowned slightly, hesitated for a few seconds, and then pressed the answer button. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a bit of caution. "Hello, Mr. Bai. I am Manager Wang of Tomato Investment Company." Bai Yu raised his eyebrows, thinking that the news spread very quickly, but he said lightly, "Hello, Manager Wang. You're calling so early. It must be something important, right?" This sentence made Manager Wang, who was sitting in a spacious and bright office, instantly nervous. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He hurriedly said, "Boss Bai, it's like this. The company happens to have several projects to invest in today. I wonder if you have time to come and take a look." Bai Yu looked at the time. It was just past 8:30, so he replied, "How about this, I'll come over at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon." Manager Wang was as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Okay, CEO, bye, let's move today's project investment meeting to the afternoon." "Who is it?" "Xiao Bai, calling you so early." Chen Zihan walked out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes, and like a lazy kitten, he lay directly in Baiyu's arms. Baiyu gently touched her head and whispered, "Don't worry about it, insurance salesman. If you're so sleepy, go to bed and get some sleep." As he said that, he picked up Chen Zihan, went back to the master bedroom, and put her on the bed. Chen Zihan opened her big watery eyes, looked at Baiyu, and whispered, "I'm thirsty, husband, please pour me a glass of water." Baiyu pointed to the cup on the left, but Chen Zihan suddenly came over, kissed him on the face, and asked mischievously, "Is it ready?" Baiyu said with a smile, "I'll be right there." Baiyu came to the living room, poured a glass of boiled water, and returned to the bedroom to hand it to Chen Zihan. After Chen Zihan drank 2 glasses of boiled water, he felt his throat was better, so he rolled his eyes at Baiyu. "Humph, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you yesterday, why would my throat hurt so much?" Baiyu held her in his arms with an apologetic look on his face and said gently, "It's my fault, it's my fault. I made my wife suffer. So what gift would you like to make amends?" Chen Zihan rolled his eyes, picked up his phone, opened the King of Glory, and said coquettishly, "Play King of Glory with me later." Baiyu scratched her nose helplessly and said with a smile, "You internet-addicted girl." Chen Zihan stuck out his tongue and made a face. Baiyu continued, "Are you still sleepy? If not, get up and have breakfast. After breakfast, I'll play with you. I have to go out for a while in the afternoon." Chen Zihan sat up, shook his head and said, "Not sleepy anymore." Baiyu carried Chen Zihan to the bathroom, asked her to wash up, and went to prepare food. When the two of them finished breakfast, it was already around 11 o'clock. Baiyu came out after washing up and saw that Chen Zihan had already prepared fruits in the living room. Wang Zhe also opened the box and was looking at him with those pitiful eyes, muttering, "Husband, come to the number." Baiyu wiped his hands and said with a smile, "I'm coming, don't worry." Time passed quietly during the game, and in the blink of an eye it was already past 2 o'clock. After the last round, Baiyu rubbed Chen Zihan's hair and said, "No need to play anymore. I'll play with you when I come back in the evening. I have to go out for a while." Chen Zihan grabbed Baiyu's clothes and asked, "Honey, what are you doing out there? Do you want me to accompany you?" Baiyu gently pinched her face and said, "No, just take good care of yourself at home." Chen Zihan felt a little disappointed, but still nodded obediently, "Okay then." Baiyu gave Chen Zihan a passionate kiss on the forehead, then put on his clothes and went out. Baiyu drove to the downstairs of Tomato Investment Company and saw that there were already 5 or 6 people waiting downstairs. As soon as he got out of the car, those people rushed over. This scene happened to be seen by the employees working upstairs, and a whisper suddenly broke out in the office. "Sisters, who is that? Such a big scene." A young female employee asked curiously. "Look, that's Vice President Zhang, Manager Wang, and 3 other senior executives. Except for a few who are on business trips, all of them are here." Another employee replied. The colleague next to her poked her and whispered, "You don't know, do you? Today I heard from Secretary Wang that our big boss behind the scenes is coming to visit today." "No way." Everyone covered their mouths in surprise, and Baiyu got into the elevator surrounded by the crowd. In the elevator, Vice President Zhang kept introducing the general situation of the company to him, and Baiyu nodded slightly. Chapter 20 shocked old classmates. "Don't look at it, don't look at it, Manager Wang and the others are coming up." Following this low shout, the people who had just gathered near the elevator entrance, craning their necks to look around curiously. They scattered in an instant and sat back in their offices, pretending to be busy organizing documents, but occasionally glancing towards the elevator. The elevator door slowly opened. Manager Wang smiled, bowed slightly, made a pleased gesture, and said, "Boss Bai, this way please." Baiyu stepped out of the elevator and followed Manager Wang towards the chairman's office. As he walked, he suddenly stopped and his eyes were attracted by a familiar figure. When Baiyu stopped, the leaders following behind him also stopped abruptly. Following his gaze, I saw a man standing there concentrating on talking to a client on the phone. That man was Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua hung up the phone and noticed the unusual silence. He turned around subconsciously and suddenly widened his eyes. He blurted out in surprise, Bai why are you here? As he said that, he walked over quickly. Bai raised the corners of his mouth and showed a friendly smile. Zhang Hua, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhang Hua scratched his head nervously. Yes, I have been working here since graduation. What about you? Why did you come to our company? I have shares in this investment company. After that, he patted Zhang Hua on the shoulder and said, I have something urgent to do now. I'll find you to catch up when I'm done. Then he followed Manager Wang and quickened his pace to leave. Zhang Hua stood there in a daze, looking at Baiju's departing back. His heart felt like the calm surface of a lake was broken, and it took a long time for him to calm down. His classmates, who used to laugh and chat with him on campus and work hard for their test scores, have now become senior executives of the company. This huge gap made him feel dazed for a moment. At this time, a colleague next to him gently poked his arm and asked curiously, Zhang Hua, who is this? Your friend? Zhang Hua came back to his senses, sighed softly, and whispered. I guess so. An old classmate. When colleagues heard this, they all looked at him with envy, which made Zhang Hua feel a complex emotion, the joy of his friend's success, but also the disappointment of his own ordinary life. Baiju came to the conference room, sat at the large conference table, and listened carefully to Vice President Zhang and others report on the company's future development plan. While listening, I picked up the performance reports and financial accounts they submitted for this month and looked through them carefully. After a moment, Baiju raised his head, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. There is about 50 million in cash left in the investment fund. What do you plan to invest this 50 million in? Vice President Zhang quickly replied respectfully. Boss Bai, we plan to invest in the shares of Poly Group's amusement project on December 15th, and we expect to get 15% of the shares. Baiju frowned slightly, thought for a moment and asked, how many shares does Poly Group plan to give out? Prepare to take out 40%. Vice President Zhang replied quickly. Baiju tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said thoughtfully, I'll also be there on the 15th when the shares are auctioned. Everyone nodded in understanding, and Baiju continued. You guys go down first and call Zhang Hua in. After receiving the notice, Zhang Hua walked towards the office with a nervous mood. The moment I opened the door, I saw Baiju sitting behind the desk. My tense heartstrings relaxed a little and the tension on my face slowly faded away. Zhang Hua, why are you so nervous? We haven't seen each other for a few years. Why are you still so distant? Baiju joked with a smile, his tone as if he had returned to his student days. Zhang Hua's tense nerves completely relaxed after hearing this. He sat down slowly and said with a wry smile. Baiju, to be honest, I lived frugally and saved some money after working for more than half a year. Later, I saw that the e-commerce industry was developing well, so I plunged into it. As a result, alas, I lost a lot of money and owed a lot of debt. Zhang Hua's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and regret. He paused and continued. Later, I had no choice but to start working to pay off my debts. I did a lot of jobs and finally paid off my debts. Then I came to this company and worked there for only 2 months. I still had 1 month left before my internship ended. Baiju listened to Zhang Hua's story quietly, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that things in the world are unpredictable. Zhang Hua once had top grades in high school and could easily rank in the top 10. Who would have thought that his life trajectory would change so drastically just by experiencing an accident? The two added each other on WeChat and agreed to chat again when they had time. Zhang Hua returned to his work and continued to be busy, while Baiju called in his supervisor. Hello, Mr. Bai, are you looking for me? Manager Zhao asked cautiously. Yes, Manager Zhao, come and sit down. Baiju pointed to the chair next to him. After Manager Zhao sat down, he asked, how does Zhang Hua usually perform? Manager Zhao thought for a moment and answered cautiously. Zhang Hua is a hard-working guy who completes all assigned tasks conscientiously and is very motivated. He knew in his heart that he saw Zhang Hua and Mr. Bai on the road today and they seemed to be familiar with each other, so he naturally did not dare to be negligent in his words. Baiju nodded and said, how about this, let Zhang Hua start as your secretary, and you can guide him more. Okay, no problem, Mr. Bai. Manager Zhao responded quickly, then if Mr. Bai has nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Baiju waved his hand and Manager Zhao walked out the door. At this time, the sky outside the window had already darkened. Looking at the time, it was already past 4 o'clock. Chen Zihan's figure suddenly appeared in Baiju's mind, and his longing for her surged in his heart, so he stood up and left Tomato Investment Company. Chapter 21 Party. The city streets are dyed colorful by neon lights. Bayou's car was quietly waiting for the green light at the intersection, and the silence in the car was broken by a rapid ring of a cell phone. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was a call from Fan Wenbin. He pressed the answer button without hesitation. "What's wrong, Xiao Fan? Is there something wrong?" Bayou's voice came through the receiver. On the other end of the phone, Fan Wenbin's familiar voice sounded. "Bayou, do you have anything to do tonight? Let's get together tonight. Our old seats. Come on, brothers." Bayou was about to refuse. After all, he was tired after a busy day and just wanted to go home and have a good rest. But before he could say anything, Zhang Hua's voice interrupted. "Don't worry, I've already called my sister-in-law. She asked you to come out and get together with us, but she also said that you can't get too drunk like last time." Hearing this, Bayou felt relieved, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he responded. "Okay, wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll be there soon." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Soon, Bayou found an empty space, parked the car, and walked towards the old clay pot chicken restaurant he remembered. As soon as I stepped into the store, I was greeted by a noisy sound. I saw Fan Wenbin, Wei Yifang, and Caiyan Yuan sitting together. His eyes were fixed on the screen of his mobile phone, his fingers were dancing rapidly on the screen, and his mouth was shouting from time to time. It was obvious that he was playing the mobile game Huajing Shan with great enthusiasm. Bayou strode over, sat down on the empty seat, and deliberately raised his voice and said, Hey, your voice is so loud, you're disturbing others." The three people who were immersed in the game world were stunned when they heard Bayou's voice, and then they quickly looked up. Seeing that it was Bayou, Fan Wenbin's eyes lit up, his face was full of smiles, and he quickly greeted him. "Oh my god, why are you so slow?" Wei Yifang also joined in the fun. "You're so slow, drink 3 cups as a punishment." As he spoke, Fan Wenbin had already picked up the wine on the table, poured it skillfully into the glass, and handed it to Bayou. Bayou quickly raised his hand to block, begging for mercy with a smile. "Wait a minute, let me rest for a while, don't worry, I will definitely drink it." Seeing this, Fan Wenbin didn't force it and placed the wine in front of Bayou. The three of them also turned off the game tacitly. Bayou sat up straight, glanced at the three people's faces, and asked, "What have you been doing recently?" Wei Yifang scratched his head and spoke first. "What else can I do? I've been selling things at my home store lately. It's not a big deal." Caiyan Yuan looked at Wei Yifang with envy, and then said, "I really envy you. I also want to open a store, but unlike you, I am from Shanghai. I am from Hushi, and it is not easy to work hard here. I have been very busy these past few months. I have been working overtime at the company every day and I am exhausted." When Fan Wenbin heard this, he slammed the table and roared. "Is it as miserable as me? FCK me." As soon as he said this, he noticed the strange looks from all around him. He quickly lowered his voice, with a hint of embarrassment and helplessness on his face, and said, I was cheated on. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Bayou and the other two looked at each other, silently raised their glasses, took a sip, and their eyes revealed a tacit understanding of "you are the most miserable." Caiyan Yuan was the first to break the silence and joked. "Well, it's just cheating, right? Just cheat back next time." When Fan Wenbin heard this, he glared at Caiyan Yuan and said unhappily, "Fuck you, get out of here." Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was already past 6 o'clock. At this time, except for Bayou who still remained somewhat sober, Fan Wenbin, Wei Yifang and Caiyan Yuan were all a little drunk. Bayou looked at them, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Can you three go back? If you can't go back, find a hotel nearby and have a good sleep in the hotel." Fan Wenbin waved his hand, his eyes showing a hint of stubbornness, and said, "No need, it's just a few glasses of wine, it's not that serious yet." Bayou stood up and said with a smile, let's go back to our respective homes and find our respective mothers." "Oh no, you should go find your respective wives." All right, Bayou continued, "forget it. Let's have some fun next time we have a chance. Goodbye." Everyone said goodbye to each other. Bayou came to his BMW, took out his cell phone and called a designated driver. The car started slowly and drove towards home. Along the way, Bayou leaned back in his seat, looking at the flashing lights outside the window, his thoughts a little distracted. Soon, the car stopped at the door of the house. Bayou paid the money, got out of the car, staggered to the door of the house, and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Wife, open the door, your husband is back. The door slowly opened and Chen Zihan was standing at the door. When Baiyu saw his wife, a silly smile appeared on his face and he opened his arms to hug her. Chen Zihan frowned, dodged Baiyu's hug, and said, "Oh my, it stinks. Why does it smell so strongly of alcohol? Didn't I tell that brat Fan Wenbin to drink less?" Baiyu, however, smiled like a child and said, "Wife, I drank very little. I'm not drunk, but I feel a little dizzy." Chen Zihan sighed helplessly, helped Baiyu sit down on the sofa, turned around and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of honey water, handed it to him, and said, "Come on, husband, drink the honey water, take a shower first, and have a good sleep." Baiyu took the honey water, drank it obediently, then got up and went to the bathroom. After washing up, he felt much more clear-headed. When he walked out of the bathroom, he saw Chen Zihan lying on the sofa, watching TV with great interest. "I'm done washing. Come, blow your hair first after washing it, and then come over to eat some fruit," Chen Zihan said. Baiyu, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He walked up to Chen Zihan step by step, and said with a smile, looking a little drunk, "Honey, I miss you so much, let me kiss you." Chen Zihan looked at Baiyu's appearance, curled his lips, stretched out his hand to cover his mouth, and said, "You have to brush my teeth first before you can kiss me." Baiyu frowned when he heard this, and pretended to be wronged and said, "Huh, wife, you licked my lollipop, and I let you kiss me. I drank alcohol, and you didn't even let me kiss you." Chen Zihan rolled her eyes at him, but finally kissed him gently on the lips and said, "Can you go brush your teeth now?" Baiyu's face suddenly broke into a bright smile, as if he had received some precious gift, and he quickly nodded and said, "Yes, okay." Looking at Baiyu's back as he skipped to brush his teeth, Chen Zihan shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart, "Is this what a drunk man looks like?" Chapter 22. Mom said he was coming. The sun shone through the gap in the curtains and onto Baiyu's face. He woke up with a dull pain in his head and the discomfort of a hangover instantly hit him. He raised his hand and rubbed his temple, regretting in his heart, "I really shouldn't have drunk so much yesterday. Fan Wenbin, I'm going to get him drunk until he loses his mind when I sign in as a Dionysus." Baiyu subconsciously reached to the side, but found that there was no one beside him, and there was no sign of his wife. He picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. At this moment, the door of the master bedroom was gently pushed open, and Chen Zihan walked in. Seeing that Baiyu had woken up, he said softly, "Hubby, when you wake up, wash up and have some porridge." Baiyu nodded and went to the bathroom. After washing up, Chen Zihan had already placed the steaming porridge on the dining table. Baiyu sat down, picked up the spoon and prepared to drink the porridge. Chen Zihan sat next to him, supporting his cheek with his little hands, looking at him without blinking. Baiyu just drank a few mouthfuls of porridge, put down the bowl, looked at Chen Zihan's pretty appearance, couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pinch her face, but was slapped away by Chen Zihan. "I'm asking you, did I tell you to drink less last night? Why did you look like a dead pig when you came back?" Chen Zihan said angrily. Baiyu touched his nose awkwardly and was about to explain, but when he met Chen Zihan's fierce gaze, he closed his mouth silently, knowing that he could only take the scolding. Chen Zihan scolded her for a long time, until she was a little tired, then she stopped. Baiyu quickly poured a glass of water, handed it to her, and said flatteringly, "Wife, I know I was wrong, I will listen to you next time, and this will never happen again." Seeing Baiyu's pitiful appearance, Chen Zihan's heart softened, and he sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want you to drink, it's just that I feel bad to see you come back drunk like that, and I feel sorry for you." Baiyu felt warm in his heart after hearing this, and his expression became serious. He hugged Chen Zihan into his arms, smelled her faint body fragrance, patted her little but gently, and said, "My dear wife, I will listen to you from now on." Chen Zihan's face flushed slightly, and after struggling for a while, she said, "Listen to me, just take your hand away from me first." Baiyu patted her buttocks again, scratched them, and said with a smile, "Except for this matter." Chen Zihan's face turned even redder. He struggled to get out of Baiyu's arms, put his hands on his hips, and said angrily, "Humph, I won't care about you anymore." Baiyu looked at Chen Zihan's cute appearance, and the more he looked at her, the more he wanted to tease her. At this moment, the phone rang suddenly, interrupting his thoughts. Chen Zihan got up and walked to the living room, picked up the phone, took a look, and said to Baiyu, "It's my aunt calling." "My mother? Give me the phone and let me see what's going on," Baiyu said. Baiyu picked up the phone and said, "Mom, good morning. What's the matter with you calling so early?" On the other end of the phone, Lin's mother's voice came over, "It's still early? I saw you were out fooling around again last night." I've told you so many times, Zihan is pregnant, you have to take good care of her. Bayu felt guilty when he heard this and said, Mom, don't talk nonsense. I came back early last night. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zihan. Okay, as your mother, don't you know what kind of person you are? Stop talking nonsense here. I called because I have something to tell you. Lin's mother said. Bayu immediately sat up straight and listened carefully. I have a train ticket to Shanghai for the day after tomorrow. I'll come over to take care of it and visit Zihan and you. No way, Mom, you're coming? Didn't we agree to return to the capital in early December? Bayu said in surprise. It's all because of you, you little brat. You made Zihan pregnant before we even got married. Do you think you're doing this to her? Bayu was silent for a moment after hearing Lin's mother's words. After a while, Bayu asked, What about Dad? Don't you take care of him? Your father has his own hands and feet, he can definitely take care of himself. Let him eat at our own hotel and hire a housekeeper to do the dishes. It's such a simple thing, how could he not take care of himself? Said Lin's mother. Bayu was choked again and could not speak, so he had no choice but to say, Okay, Mom. But what time is your ticket for the day after tomorrow? I'll pick you up when I get there. Wait, let me look for it. I found it. The flight ticket is for the day after tomorrow and will arrive at 3 p.m. Lin's mother replied. Okay, Zihan and I will pick you up around 3 p.m. Bayu said. Zihan, don't come. You can come by yourself. Let her take good care of herself at home. Said Lin's mother. At this time, Chen Zihan next to him grabbed the phone and said to Lin's mother. Aunt Lin, Xiaobai and I will go to the airport to wait for you the day after tomorrow. It's settled. Be careful on the road. You girl. Lin's mother wanted to say something, but Chen Zihan had already hung up the phone. Chen Zihan turned to look at Bayu. However, looking at Chen Zihan's serious expression, the latter also smiled helplessly. Chapter 23 Chen Zihan tells her parents that she has a child. After Chen Zihan hung up the phone, he handed the phone to Bayu with a smile still on his face. Bayu took the phone, turned it around in his hands like a child, and asked curiously. Honey, how are you? What did you talk to my mom about? Chen Zihan looked at Bayu, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile. I've already told Aunt Lin that she will definitely beat you up when she comes over and let you bully me every day. When Bayu heard this, he pretended to be exaggerated and shouted, Wife, you dare to betray me. My mother will come the day after tomorrow, so I will punish you well in the next 2 days. As he said that, he took a step forward, grabbed Chen Zihan, hugged her tightly in his arms, and then slapped her but a few times, and deliberately asked fiercely. Do you still dare to tell on me? Chen Zihan's face instantly turned slightly red, and she protested in a low voice. If you hit me again, you won't have a good life the day after tomorrow. Bayu said jokingly, disapprovingly. Hey, you dare to threaten me. Our mother hasn't come yet. Do you know who is the king and who is the younger? I am the older king, and you can only be the younger one now. After that, he slapped Chen Zihan's buttocks a few times. Chen Zihan frowned slightly and said coquettishly. Hubby, it hurts, stop hitting me, I know I'm wrong. This act of coquetry melted Bayu's heart. He hugged Chen Zihan even tighter. Chen Zihan was a little breathless. She gently patted Bayu's chest and said. Honey, be gentler. You're holding me too tightly. I feel uncomfortable. Bayu realized her mistake and apologized quickly. Sorry. Then he slowly let Chen Zihan lie in his arms. Chen Zihan lay quietly in Bayu's arms, looking at his handsome face, couldn't help but reach out and touch it, and said gently. Honey, I'll tell Mom about my pregnancy later. Bayu grabbed Chen Zihan's hand that was touching his face and said. Of course, I'll call later and tell you. Chen Zihan said firmly, I'll do it myself. Just like that, Chen Zihan lay quietly in Bayu's arms for more than half an hour. Then, after gathering up her courage, she slowly sat up from Bayu's body, found her cell phone, took a deep breath, turned on her mother's phone, and called directly. The phone rang a few times, and suddenly Chen Zihan's mother's concerned voice came from the phone. What's wrong, daughter? Did Xiaobai bully you? Tell Mom everything. Chen Zihan hurriedly said. No, Mom, I am the only one who can bully Xiaobai. How dare he bully me? My mother smiled and said on the other end of the phone, that's good. Wait, who told you to bully Xiao Bai? When Baiyu heard this, he quickly snatched the phone and said into the phone. Auntie Wang, you are absolutely right. Chen Zihan bullies me every day. He doesn't let me eat every day, and he scolds me after dinner. Chen Zihan was anxious and angry when he heard it. He quickly snatched the phone and looked at Baiyu fiercely. Baiyu had to sit down obediently. Chen Zihan explained to the phone. Don't listen to Xiao Bai's nonsense. Mom pretended to be angry and said on the other end of the phone. Don't I know whether Xiao Bai is talking nonsense or not? Chen Zihan, you're dead if you come back. Chen Zihan stepped lightly on Baiyu's foot and then gave him a fierce look. Baiyu shrank his neck and dared not speak anymore. Chen Zihan took a deep breath and said coquettishly to the phone. Mom, I want to tell you something, don't be angry. Mom said, you speak first. Chen Zihan continued to act coquettishly, then you have to promise me first. Mom said helplessly, okay, I can't do anything to you. I promise I won't be angry. Just tell me, daughter. Hearing his mother's agreement on the phone, Chen Zihan took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say. Mom, I'm pregnant. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Chen Zihan's heart was in his throat, and he waited nervously for his mother's response. After a while, his mother's voice came over the phone. How could you be so careless? You got pregnant before you even got married. Did Xiao Bai's parents know about it? Chen Zihan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said. Mom, I just told you the day before yesterday that Aunt Lin will come to visit us in the Magic City the day after tomorrow. Mom said, okay, your dad and I will go to Aunt Lin's house tonight to discuss your wedding. Xiao Bai was also raised by your father and I, and we know his character. But what he did was not very appropriate. Baiyu took the phone and said to Aunt Wang sincerely. Aunt Wang, I was wrong to do this, but I promised Zihan that after the Chinese New Year, I would confirm with my mother when to get married. Aunt Wang said on the other end of the phone. I feel relieved after hearing what you said, Xiao Bai, but you must take good care of our girl. Although our girl is a little naive, her feelings for you have always been there. You have been childhood sweethearts for almost 20 years. I hope you can take good care of our girl for the rest of your life. Yes, Aunt Wang. I love Zihan more than anyone else. Baiyu was sure. Okay, Auntie Wang, please discuss this with his father first and then go to your house to discuss it in the evening. Okay, Auntie Wang, you go ahead and do your work. Chapter 24 Angry Father Chen. After Aunt Wang hung up the phone, Baiyu smiled and handed the phone to Chen Zihan, then hugged her tightly and turned around excitedly. Chen Zihan laughed like a silver bell and held Baiyu's shoulders tightly with both hands. Baiyu's eyes were fixed on Chen Zihan's lips, which were as red as rose petals. He could clearly feel his heart beating violently in his chest, as if it was about to burst through his chest. He couldn't control his emotions, so he slowly leaned over, his eyes full of affection and tenderness, and gently kissed her cherry lips. After the kiss, Chen Zihan blushed slightly, gently patted Baiyu's chest, and said coquettishly. You can only kiss me if I allow you to. Why did you kiss me directly again? Baiyu exhaled softly in Chen Zihan's ear and whispered. So do you like my kiss? Chen Zihan's ears turned red because of Baiyu's actions. She gently shook off Baiyu's embrace, jumped back a step, and made a playful face. I don't like it, huh? Well, you actually dared to make faces at your husband. I think it's time for you to be punished again. Baiyu pretended to frown and reached out to grab Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan stuck out his tongue at Baiyu and said with a smile. You can tell me when you catch me. Okay, don't run. Baiyu chased after him with a smile, and the two of them started laughing and playing in the living room, the atmosphere full of sweetness. At the same time, Chen Zihan's parents. Chen Jiangwo was busy handling affairs in the company when he suddenly received a call from his wife. Wang Shuesher spoke in an urgent tone but refused to say the details. She just asked him to go home quickly. Chen Jiangwo hurriedly put down the work at hand and drove home. As soon as he entered the house, he asked eagerly. What happened to my wife? You didn't tell me on the phone, and I was so worried. Wang Shuesher frowned and poured a glass of water for Chen Jiangwo. Humph, it's all your precious daughter's fault. Chen Jiangwo, who had just taken a sip of water, was confused by his wife's words. What happened to my wife? Did something happen to my daughter? Wang Shuesher looked at Chen Jiangwo, who was anxious, and thought to herself, Xiao Bai, your father-in-law is a super daughter slave. You can pass me, but let us see if you can pass your father-in-law. Nothing happened to our daughter. Chen Jiangwo heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. That scared me. I thought something serious had happened. Is she short of money? I'll call her directly later. If it's not enough, I'll give her tens of thousands of pocket money. Wang Shuesher rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "It's not about money, it's that our daughter is pregnant." What? What did you say? Chen Jiangwo thought he had misheard and stared at Wang Shuesher with wide eyes. Wang Shuesher had no choice but to repeat again, "Our daughter is pregnant, so you are going to be a grandfather. How come my daughter is pregnant before she gets married?" Before Chen Jiangwo finished his words, he suddenly shut his mouth and the expression on his face changed from surprise to anger. He slammed the table and shouted, "This by you, tell him to take good care of my daughter, there is no order of priority." Wang Shuesher hurriedly came behind Chen Jiangwo and gently calmed him down. Okay, don't be angry. We both agreed to our daughter being with Bai Yu at the beginning. They have been childhood sweethearts, and we know what kind of person Bai Yu is. He will definitely treat our daughter well. No, we must find that guy, Old White, to explain this matter. Chen Jiangwo was still angry and said, "Let's go to Lao Bai's house now." After saying that, he hurried towards the door. Wang Shuesher shook her head helplessly and quickly followed him. Bai Yu was cooking for Chen Zihan in the kitchen, and the kitchen was filled with the faint aroma of food. Chen Zihan stood beside Bai Yu, watching the chicken wings being frying in the pan. The chicken wings were sizzling in the pan, and the surface gradually turned golden, giving off an enticing aroma. Chen Zihan couldn't help licking his lips and asked expectantly, "Honey, how long will it take before we can eat?" Looking at Chen Zihan's greedy look, Bai Yu couldn't help laughing. He gently scratched Chen Zihan's nose and said with a smile, "Okay, we can eat soon. Go get the bowls and chopsticks first." "Yeah." Chen Zihan responded and ran to get the dishes and chopsticks. After a while, the two sat down at the dining table, which was filled with fragrant dishes, including bright red braised pork, green and refreshing stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and fragrant chicken wings. Chen Zihan couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction and said vaguely, "Bai Yu, the food you cook is so delicious." Bai Yu looked at her wolfing down the food, his eyes full of pampering, and said with a smile, "Eat slowly and don't choke." After dinner, Chen Zihan took the initiative to get up and clean up the dishes. She hummed a cheerful tune, took the plates one by one to the kitchen, and turned on the faucet. Bai Yu was helping to wipe the dishes. He took a clean towel and carefully wiped the water droplets on the dishes. Occasionally, he would secretly glance at Chen Zihan's profile with a happy smile on his face. Chapter 25: Preparing Gifts for Family Members. After cleaning up the kitchen, they walked into the living room hand in hand and lay lazily on the soft sofa. A heartwarming movie was playing on TV, and there were freshly cut fruits on the coffee table. "Hubby, Auntie Lin will be here tomorrow." Chen Zihan seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to look at Bai Yu, with a hint of anticipation flashing in his bright eyes. "So fast." Bai Yu sat up. "I'll go prepare the guest room first so that Mom can sleep more comfortably tomorrow." Then he walked towards the guest room. "Wait for me, husband, let's clean up together." Chen Zihan also hurriedly stood up and followed Bai Yu. In the guest room, two people were busy and orderly. They carefully made the bed and folded the quilt. Then he carefully cleaned every corner of the room, wiped the furniture, and made the room look brand new. After everything was packed up, Chen Zihan looked at the wall clock and it was already past 3 o'clock. Chen Zihan walked to Bai Yu with a smile and gently pinched his face. "Honey, the sun is shining this afternoon. Let's go buy some gifts for Aunt Wang so we can give them to her tomorrow." Bai Yu readily agreed, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. It was indeed a long time since he had given his mother a gift. The afternoon sun shone warmly on the earth. The two of them walked hand in hand on the way to the mall. The breeze blew gently, ruffling their hair. The mall was bustling with people coming and going, and all kinds of noisy sounds were intertwined, but it did not affect their interest at all. They walked into an elegantly decorated bracelet shop. The lighting inside the shop was soft and warm. Various exquisite bracelets were displayed in the glass display cabinets, sparkling with charming light under the light. "Dear guests, do you have any bracelets that you like? Do you want to wear them yourself or buy them for the elders in your family?" The clerk came up and asked enthusiastically. "Let us take a look at it ourselves first. We bought it for our parents." Chen Zihan replied with a smile. "Okay, sir, you can call me anytime if you need anything." The clerk politely stepped aside. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan's eyes were attracted by a jade bracelet. The bracelet was emerald green and transparent, with a warm color and no flaws. Bai Yu quickly called the clerk over. The boss took a look and hurriedly introduced. Mr. and Madam, you have good taste. This is one of the main bracelets in our store. It is a pure gold bracelet with high quality. Is there anything else? Chen Zihan asked curiously. Bai Yu also nodded and signaled the clerk to take out similar bracelets for a look. They carefully selected and compared the color, texture, and style of each bracelet, and finally chose two with a total price of more than 300,000 yuan. Bai Yu took out the card without hesitation and swiped it to pay, his eyes full of respect and love for his mother and mother-in-law. After leaving the bracelet shop, Chen Zihan looked at the two bracelet boxes in his hands and asked, "Honey, do you want to buy anything else?" Bai Yu pondered for a moment. His family was well off, his parents were successful businessmen, and Chen Zihan's parents were also big bosses. They didn't seem to lack anything materially, so what mattered when giving a gift was the thought behind it. No need to buy anything else. Now it's time to buy something for my wife. Bai Yu raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a doting smile. Hey, follow me. Bai Yu smiled and took Chen Zihan's hand and brought her to a VME women's shoe store. The lights in the store are dazzling, and the shelves are filled with all kinds of exquisite high heels. Each pair is like a work of art, exuding unique charm. As soon as the two entered the store, the clerk greeted them warmly. "Sir or madam, are there any shoes you want? Let's take a look ourselves first." Bai Yu responded politely. Bai Yu took Chen Zihan to look around at the styles. Finally, his eyes fell on a pair of stiletto sandals. The sandals were exquisitely designed with smooth lines. The uppers were inlaid with several crystal rhinestones, sparkling with charming light. "This is the pair." Bai Yu asked the waiter to take off the high heels. Chen Zihan took the shoes, his lips slightly raised, his eyes full of anticipation. She sat down gently and slowly put her white feet into the shoes. Her slender ankles were elegantly wrapped by the laces, which made her look even more charming. When she stood up, her already slender legs looked even straighter and more charming with the help of high heels. Her posture became more upright, and her whole body exuded an elegant temperament that made people unable to take their eyes off her. Bai Yu stood aside and couldn't help but stare at them in amazement. He praised sincerely, "Zihan, you look so beautiful in these shoes." Chen Zihan's cheeks flushed slightly and she smiled shyly. Seeing that Chen Zihan liked them so much, Bai Yu said to the service staff without hesitation, "This is the pair, swipe the card." When the two came out of the mall, their hands were already full of shopping bags. Chapter 26 Mom and mother-in-law are coming. In the early morning, the sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan were still immersed in sweet dreams when the crisp ringing of the phone broke the tranquility. "Who is it? Calling so early in the morning?" Chen Zihan muttered, her voice full of sleepiness. She patted Bai Yu's face and said, "Honey, your phone is ringing." Bai Yu reluctantly crawled out of the warm bed and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his mother calling. He quickly adjusted his state and said with a smile, "Mom, what's wrong?" Lin's mother's voice came from the phone, "Son, are you up?" "Not yet." Bai Yu yawned loudly and wiped his mouth with his hand. Young people should not always lie in bed. They should get up early and develop good living habits. Lin's mother's tone was slightly reproachful. Bai Yu quickly responded, "Okay, Mom, I'll get up in a minute. Is there anything I can do for you?" "Oh, it's okay. Your Aunt Wang and I will go there this afternoon. I told you in advance," said Lin's mother. Bai Yu was still a little confused and didn't react for a while. "By the way, I want to tell you that you don't need to come pick us up. We have already booked a hotel, Zhang's restaurant, and we can just meet there." "Okay, that's it. Mom will hang up now. She won't disturb you in Zihan's sweet dreams." Before Bai Yu could finish his words, his mother hung up the phone with a click. Chen Zihan lay in Bai Yu's arms and patted his face lightly with sleepy eyes. "Hubby, what are you staring at? What did Auntie Lin call about just now?" Bai Yu rubbed Chen Zihan, who was lying in his arms as lazy as a kitten, and said, "My mother said that she and Aunt Wang will arrive at around 3 o'clock this afternoon. We don't need to go pick them up. They have already booked a private room at Zhang's restaurant. We can just wait for them there." When Chen Zihan heard this, he raised his head from Bai Yu's arms, and his sleepiness instantly dissipated a little. In that case, my mom is coming over this afternoon as well. Yes. Bayu looked at Chen Zihan's cute little face and couldn't help but move closer and kiss her little face. Chen Zihan pushed away Bayu's kiss with a frown. Don't kiss me. I told you to kiss me only if I let you. You have to kiss me every day. Bayu looked helpless after being pushed away, but he felt that Chen Zihan was even cuter like this. He gently held Chen Zihan's face and kissed her cherry lips directly. After their lips parted, Chen Zihan's face had already flushed slightly. She noticed that Bayu's little hand was naughty and had reached into her clothes. She hurriedly stopped his hand, then went to the bathroom to wash up with a red face. Bayu looked at her leaving back, listened to the thumping footsteps, and couldn't help but smile. He pulled the quilt and lay down in the bed again, mumbling. Last night my wife was really torturous when she was sleeping. She either pulled the quilt or kicked me. I didn't sleep well the whole night. After Chen Zihan finished washing up, she saw Bayu still sleeping in the quilt. She walked to the bed, pulled the quilt away, and patted Bayu's face. Hubby, get up, don't sleep anymore. Bayu lay on the bed, covering his face with his hands. Kiss me and I'll get up. Chen Zihan looked at her husband who was playing tricks on her, feeling both angry and amused. She slowly put her hair up behind her, then kissed Bayu on the face. Okay, husband, get up. We have to pack up early today. We have to go to the private room that Mom reserved in the afternoon. We can't let Mom wait for us there, right? Bayu then slowly stretched his body, sat up, and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. After everything was ready, they sat at the dining table and had breakfast. After they finished breakfast and cleaned up the scullery and master bedroom, they looked at the time and it was just past 10 o'clock. Chen Zihan lay directly on the sofa, looked at Bayu and said, Honey, what time are we going over? Let's wait for Mom to call and find out what time they get off the plane. Bayu replied. Okay, then, husband, if you have time now, let's play King of Glory. Chen Zihan's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Bayu expectantly. Looking at Chen Zihan's expectant eyes, Bayu shook his hand helplessly. Okay, no problem, I'll listen to my wife. So, the two of them sat on the sofa and started playing King of Glory. After playing King of Glory for the entire morning, at the end of the last round, Bayu received a text message from his mother on his phone. Your Aunt Wang and I are about to get off the plane. We will wait for you at Zhang's restaurant. You can just come directly to Zhang's restaurant later. Bayu took a look and replied okay, then said to Chen Zihan next to him, Let's go, Zihan. Okay. Chen Zihan responded, and the two of them quit the game and got up to go to Zhang's restaurant. Chapter 27 Chen's Restaurant. The car that Chen Zihan and Bayu were riding in slowly drove towards Chen's restaurant. As soon as the car stopped in front of the hotel, the manager at the door came quickly with several waiters. The manager said respectfully with a smile on his face. Welcome to Zhang's restaurant. Master Bai, Miss Chen. Bayu and Chen Zihan got out of the car, and Bayu nodded slightly in response. Hello. He looked up and saw that the Chen family restaurant covered a very large area. The layout of the entrance alone was no less luxurious than other five-star hotels. Master Bai, Miss Chen, Madam is already waiting for you in the box. Please follow me. As the manager spoke, he made an elegant gesture of invitation and then led the way. Chen's restaurant is one of the assets of Chen Zihan's parents. After coming to Shanghai, Chen Zihan asked his family for less money and usually lived with Bayu. They first came to the elevator, where there were already various private rooms. But the manager took the two to the 9th floor. There were only 3 private rooms on the huge 9th floor, all of which were top-level commercial rooms and were usually not open. Master Bai, please come in, Miss Chen. There were 2 service staff standing at the door of each business room. When they saw the manager arriving with 2 distinguished guests, they immediately pushed open the door respectfully. The door of the private room was opened, and the space inside was very spacious. Because it was located at a high point in the restaurant, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows allowed for a panoramic view of the scenery outside, and the prosperity of the city was in full view. The interior is decorated in an antique style, with wooden tables and chairs carved with exquisite patterns. There are several ink paintings with profound artistic conception hanging on the wall, and the air is filled with a faint scent of sandalwood, which gives it a poetic and picturesque feeling. Seeing the door of the guest room suddenly open, Lin Yueru and Wang Shuisher, who were drinking tea inside, hurriedly sat up. Lin Yueru's face was full of smiles as she shouted, Son, come here, let Mom see if you have lost weight. Bayu smiled and was about to give his mother a hug, but was pushed away by his mother. Lin Yueru hugged Chen Zihan instead, looked him up and down, and said, "Hey, my daughter Zihan, I just hope that brat didn't let you suffer any injustice." Bai Yu, who was pushed away, touched his nose awkwardly. At this time, Wang Shuesher smiled and said, "Xiao Bai has become handsome again." Bai Yu quickly responded, "Auntie Wang, you are becoming more and more beautiful." Wang Shuesher smiled and pinched Bai Yu's face, saying, "Your little white guy is still the sweetest one." Zihan was carefully looked at by Bai Yu's mother Lin Yueru, who asked, "Our Bai Yu didn't bully you, did he? If he did, tell me and I will definitely help you beat him up." "No, Aunt Lin, Bai Yu is very good to me. I am the only one who can bully him, not him." Lin Yueru was relieved and said, "That's good. If he bullies you, just tell me and I'll show you how to deal with him." Chun Zihan winked at Bai Yu, and Bai Yu quickly took out the item. "Aunt Lin, this is the gift Xiao Bai and I bought together. You can take a look." Lin Yueru said a little embarrassedly, "I'm so sorry to have cost you so much money." Then he gently took the gift and placed it aside. Chen Zihan called out to Wang Shuesher again, "Mom, this is what Xiao Bai bought for you." Wang Shuesher smiled and said, "Thank you both." Then he gently accepted the gift. Chen Zihan coquettishly pulled Lin Yueru's arm and shook it, saying, "By the way, Mom, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming?" Lin Yueru smiled and said, "What's there to say? Sit down, both of you." Bai Yu and Chen Zihan found a seat and sat down. Wang Shuesher waved her hand, and the manager next to her came over quickly. Wang Shuesher said, "Okay, you can serve the food." "Okay." Soon, the manager and several waiters started serving the dishes. The exquisite dishes were served one by one, and the colors were mouth-watering. A few minutes later, the huge table was already filled with delicious food. Lin Yueru picked up the serving chopsticks and put some food into Chen Zihan's bowl while saying, "Zihan, Bai Yu, you must be hungry, let's eat." Soon, the food in Chen Zihan's bowl piled up into a small mountain. Chen Zihan hurriedly said, "Auntie Lin, I can do it myself. I can't finish all this." Bai Yu also said, "Mom, yes, you gave her so much that Zihan couldn't finish it, so you give me some." Lin Yueru smiled and pushed her son's chopsticks aside, saying, "If you can't finish it, give it to Bai Yu." Chen Zihan quickly said, "Okay, thank you Aunt Lin." Wang Shuesher also smiled and said, "Come on, don't be sad, Xiao Bai, Auntie Wang will give you a big chicken drumstick." Bai Yu hurriedly thanked him, "Thank you, Aunt Wang." Chapter 28, Discussing Marriage. After eating and drinking, the four of them moved to the sofa in the private room. The atmosphere was cozy under the warm yellow light. Lin Yueru gently held Chen Zihan's hand and patted it lovingly, her eyes full of pity. "Zihan, it is true that our Xiao Bai did something wrong in regards to the pregnancy, but don't worry, our Bai family will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Bai Yu, come here. Zihan and her mother are here, you have to tell me how you plan to be responsible for Zihan." Chen Zihan sat next to Lin Yueru, winked at Bai Yu playfully, and showed a quirky smile. Bai Yu saw this and thought to himself, "This girl, I will give her a good deal when I get home." "Aunt Wang, Mom, I want to get the marriage certificate with Zihan next year. As for the wedding, it depends on Zihan's opinion. Do we want to hold it after the baby is born or after the baby is born?" Bai Yu straightened up slightly. Wang Shuesher picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, "Xiao Bai, Lao Chen, and I have known your character since you were young. We have always been in favor of you and Zihan being together. Although this matter is a bit reckless, since you have decided to marry Zihan, we will not pursue it too much. However, I have something to tell you." Wang Shuesher put down the teacup and looked straight at Bai Yu. Bai Yu immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Auntie Wang, please go ahead." Lin Yueru, who was standing by, tugged at the corner of Bai Yu's clothes and whispered, "I've changed my name and still call her Aunt Wang." Bai Yu reacted and quickly changed his words. "Mom, just tell me straight." Wang Shuesher looked at Bai Yu with a gratified smile on her face. "Our Zihan has been spoiled since she was young. She is a little delicate and naughty. In the future, I hope you can be more tolerant of her and never hurt her true love for you." Bai Yu nodded seriously and looked at Chen Zihan firmly. "Mom, don't worry. Zihan is the woman I will protect for the rest of my life. I will never let her suffer any injustice." Chen Zihan, who was sitting next to Lin Yueru, blushed slightly when he heard Bai Yu's affectionate confession. He lowered his head shyly, and his hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of his clothes. Her heart was beating like a little rabbit in her chest. Okay, I feel relieved when you say that. Wang Shuesher smiled with relief. Lin Yueru also took over the conversation. Shuesher, our two families have known each other for nearly 20 years. We grew up together and are as close as sisters. I have always treated your Zihan as my own daughter. Once she marries into our family, I will never let her suffer. The sky outside the window was gradually getting dark, and the clock on the wall pointed to 6 o'clock. Baiyu raised his wrist to check the time and said softly, "My dear mothers, you must have had a hard time on the plane today. Why don't you take a rest first? Zihan and I will go back first." "Yes, moms, you should go to bed early. Tomorrow Baiyu and I will take you for a good stroll in the Magic City." Chen Zihan also echoed. "Go back? Just stay here and sleep here at night, so you don't have to go back and forth." Wang Shuesher tried to persuade him. "That's right, Zihan, Baiyu, there are plenty of rooms in this restaurant, you two can stay here." Lin Yueru also advised. Baiyu only felt a slight pain in his belly. It turned out that Chen Zihan was pinching him secretly. He immediately understood what she meant and said quickly, "Mom, Zihan and I will go back to enjoy some time alone. I will definitely accompany you shopping tomorrow." After saying that, he hurriedly pulled Chen Zihan out of the private room. Watching the two children running away, the two mothers could only smile at each other and shook their heads helplessly. After leaving Chen's restaurant and coming to the car, Baiyu hugged Chen Zihan in his arms, raised his hand and patted her but a few times, pretending to be angry and said, "You naughty girl, you always do bad things." Chen Zihan blinked her big watery eyes, looked at Baiyu pitifully, and said coquettishly, "Husband, why did you hit me?" Hearing this soft and sticky voice, Baiu's heart melted, and he couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch Chen Zihan's pink cheek. "You still don't know why I promised you?" Chen Zihan shook his head, his eyes full of innocence. Baiyu took a deep breath and hugged Chen Zihan tightly in his arms. "Honey, don't look at me with such cute eyes. I'm afraid I can't help myself." Chen Zihan nestled in Baiyu's arms, a sly smile on his face. "I just want you to be unable to eat me, humph." "Okay, wife, let's go home." Baiyu took Chen Zihan's hand and walked towards the car. Along the way, perhaps because he was tired, Chen Zihan gradually fell asleep in the car. The car slowly drove home. Baiyu carefully carried Chen Zihan out of the car, gently carried her into the master bedroom, put her on the bed, then gently pulled the quilt over her and carefully covered her. Then, Baiyu turned and walked towards the bathroom, washed up quickly, and returned to the bedroom. He gently lifted the quilt, lay down on his side beside Chen Zihan, and gently embraced her in his arms again. I reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, and the room was instantly shrouded in darkness, with only a few faint moonlight coming in from the window. On a quiet night, the two of them slept in each other's arms. Chapter 29: A Gift from Mom. Baiyu woke up slowly, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he met a pair of watery eyes full of smiles. "Wife, you got up very early today." Baiyu stretched lazily, then took Chen Zihan into his arms, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head, his voice hoarse and doting as if he had just woken up. Chen Zihan nestled in Baiyu's arms, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a sweet smile. "Honey, it's not early anymore, it's already past 8. We have to get up quickly, Mom just called and said she'll come to visit us soon." "Well, let's get up." Baiyu patted Chen Zihan's back gently, then sat up. The two walked to the bathroom together and started their morning wash. After washing up, Baiyu and Chen Zihan sat at the dining table and enjoyed a warm breakfast time. The doorbell rang ding-dong. Baiyu put down his bowl and chopsticks, walked quickly to the door, opened it, and saw two mothers standing at the door with smiles on their faces, followed by 4 or 5 people, each carrying a heavy box in their hands. "Moms, it's so early. This is?" Baiyu stepped aside to let the two mothers enter the house and looked at the boxes. Lin Yueru and Wang Shuesher walked into the room, waved their hands, signaled the people behind them to put their things aside, and said, "This is the gift we bought for Zihan." Chen Zihan stood aside and opened his eyes wide when he heard this. "So many." Lin Yueru walked over with a smile and gently pinched Chen Zihan's little face. "Silly boy, this is not a lot. Open them all and see if you like them." Baiyu closed the door, turned around and saw the two mothers sitting on the sofa, so he walked over and asked, "Moms, have you had breakfast yet? If not, come and have some with us." "Xiao Bai, we've already eaten, please leave us alone." We heard that you bought this house, so we wanted to take a look around. Wang Shuesher looked at the surrounding decoration and layout. Baiyu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and touched his nose. No, Mom, I'm just lucky. Luck is also a part of strength. Okay, you and Zihan continue eating, and we can just watch it ourselves. Lin Yueru said with a smile. After Baiyu and Chen Zihan finished their breakfast, they saw the two mothers sitting on the sofa, eating fruit, talking and laughing. Seeing that Chen Zihan had finished his meal, Lin Yueru waved and said, Zihan, come and sit here and take a rest. Let Baiyu wash the dishes. After that, come and see the gift I bought for you to see if you like it. After washing the dishes, Baiyu came to the living room and saw the three people chatting happily. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised and he revealed a smile. Xiao Bai, wash the dishes. Come and sit here. Wang Shuesher greeted him warmly and handed him a piece of fruit. Thank you, Mom. Baiyu took the fruit and sat down aside. We looked at this house and it's really nice. You're so young and you can buy such a nice house without any money from your family. It's not just luck. Wang Shuesher looked at Baiyu, feeling very relieved. No, Mom, please stop praising me. It makes me feel embarrassed. Baiyu pretended to be calm. At this time, Lin Yueru pulled Chen Zihan to the pile of gift boxes and began to take out the gifts one by one. Every time a box is opened, there is a precious and exquisite item inside, including dazzling jewelry, exquisite bags, and various high-end skincare products. Zihan, this is a dress. Try it on and let us see. Lin Yueru picked up a red dress and handed it to Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan took the skirt, nodded, turned and walked towards the room. Baiyu and the two mothers in the living room were expectantly waiting for Chen Zihan to come out, curious about how stunning the dress would look on her. After a while, Chen Zihan walked out wearing the red dress. The slim cut perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and the hem of the dress spread out slightly, like blooming rose petals, swaying gently with her steps. There was a shy blush on her face and her eyes were sparkling like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Her hair, which was originally simply tied up, was now loosely draped over her shoulders, adding a bit of charm to her. Baiyu, who was sitting on the sofa, stared at her in an instant, his eyes full of amazement and admiration. After a long time, he came back to his senses, stood up, slowly walked to Chen Zihan, took her hand, stared into her eyes affectionately, and said softly, Wife, you are so beautiful. I can't take my eyes off you. Chen Zihan's cheeks became redder and he glared at Baiyu in reproach. Wang Shuesher also stood up and walked to Chen Zihan's side. She circled around her, looked at her carefully, and kept praising her. My daughter is so beautiful. When she wears this skirt, she looks like a fairy descending from heaven. Chen Zihan felt a little embarrassed by the praise from the three of them. She lowered her head, her little hands tugging at the hem of her skirt nervously, and her little face was as red as a ripe apple. By the time Chen Zihan had unpacked all the gifts, time had passed quietly, and before he knew it, it was already past 11 o'clock. Baiyu said, My dear mothers, shall we take you to visit the Magic City today? There is nothing in particular I want to go to, so let us go and see the Huangpu River at night. At noon, your mother and I will take you to a century-old restaurant. The food there is delicious. Wang Shuesher said with a smile. Okay, then I'll listen to Mom. Baiyu nodded. Chapter 30, Tongrentang, a century-old store. Baiyu and his party set off from Jinling Palace. Half an hour later, the car stopped steadily in front of Tongrentang. You two, don't just stand there. Lin Yueru smiled, took one of them by each hand, and followed Wang Shuesher into Tongrentang quickly. Step over the threshold and enter the corridor. The wooden carved doors and windows are exquisite. Inside the store, the high-hanging red lanterns cast a halo of light, and tables and chairs were neatly arranged on all sides. The blue and white porcelain tableware on the table shone with a warm luster under the light and shadow. There are landscape paintings in ink on the walls, and a few dried flowers are arranged in an orderly manner in a blue and white porcelain vase in the corner. The air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Welcome to the century-old Tongrentang. The clerk greeted warmly. Lin Yueru calmly took out the platinum card representing her noble status from her bag. The shop assistant's eyes lit up instantly. Dear guest, please come this way. Isn't this place nice? Baiyu turned his head to look at Chen Zihan, his eyes full of tenderness. If you like, I will bring you here every day in the future. Chen Zihan shook his head gently with a faint smile. Forget it. If you come here every day, you'll get bored even if it's a nice place. The waiter pushed open the door of the private room, and an even stronger smell of ancient charm hit us. The carved screens cleverly separate the space, and the calligraphy works hanging on the wall are graceful and vigorous. The wooden tables and chairs are arranged neatly, and the air is filled with a faint scent of tea. Zihan, how do you feel? Lin Yueru asked softly, holding Chen Zihan's hand. Mom, this place is so beautiful. Chen Zihan's eyes slowly pass through the private room. Also, there is a fresh fragrance that makes people feel particularly comfortable. Lin Yueru raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a gratified smile. As long as you like it. After saying that, she waved her hand gently, signaling the waiter behind her to bring the menu. Bai Yu and the others sat down at the table one by one. The waiter held the menu in both hands, stood respectfully beside Lin Yueru, and introduced. Ma'am, this is the menu of our restaurant. Please take a look first. Lin Yueru took the menu, turned around and asked Chen Zihan. Zihan, what do you want to eat? Chen Zihan shook his head slightly and said softly. Mom, I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky about food. Just order whatever you want. Lin Yueru smiled and handed the menu to Wang Shuesher. Come and take a look. Wang Shuesher waved her hand and returned the menu. You're treating me today, so I won't fight with you for it. Lin Yueru nodded and said to the waiter. Hello, could you please tell me which dishes here are good for pregnant women? The waiter smiled and quickly introduced. Madam, this emerald white jade soup is delicious. It is stewed with fresh tender spinach and tofu. Spinach is very beneficial to the fetus brain development. There is also the steamed sea bass. The sea bass has tender meat and is rich in protein. It can nourish the body without being too greasy. It is an excellent choice for pregnant women. In addition, this yam and wolfberry porridge is good for the spleen and stomach, warms the heart and nourishes the body. Lin Yueru nodded as she listened, showing a satisfied look from time to time. Well, not bad. Give me a few more of your signature dishes. An hour later, the tables in the private room were gradually filled with delicious dishes. Lin Yueru first served Chen Zihan a bowl of yam and wolfberry porridge and said gently. My dear daughter, try it and see if it suits your taste. If you don't like it, we can change it. Thank you, Mom. Chen Zihan said softly. My dear son, you should eat more too. Bai Yu smiled and said, you guys should eat quickly too, don't just focus on me. For a moment, the private room was filled with laughter. The four people ate and chatted, and a warm atmosphere filled every corner. Before they knew it, time had passed quietly, and by the time they finished their meal, it was almost 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After dinner, Lin Yueru took the three of them to the tea house, which was decorated simply yet elegantly, with neatly arranged bamboo tables and chairs, a complete range of tea sets, and a fresh tea fragrance in the air. The four of them sat together, leisurely drinking tea, chatting, and enjoying this rare leisure time. Mom, how much does your platinum card cost? I'm going to apply for one later. Bai Yu suddenly remembered and asked. It's not expensive, just 1 million. Lin Yueru said lightly. Bai Yu calculated in his mind that his current wealth was only more than 800,000, and he was suddenly embarrassed. Oh, the system has not signed in yet, and he shouted to the system in his mind, System, sign in. Then the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million in cash. Bai Yu was immediately overjoyed, muttering to himself. System, you are really my savior. You appear when I need you. Of course not, the system is very powerful. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the super invincible daddy system. Now only half of the functions are enabled. When your child is born, you will see what a real super daddy system is. Bai Yu's heart was full of anticipation, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Son, if you want this card, I'll give it to you. I don't come to the Magic City very often anyway. Lin Yueru looked at Bai Yu and said. Bai Yu smiled and waved his hand. No, Mom, I have enough money. Lin Yueru looked at her son's confident eyes and smiled. Okay, that's good. Chapter 31. Arriving at the company. A new day quietly began. Bai Yu had already finished washing up and stood in front of the mirror, grooming herself carefully. At this time, Chen Zihan poked his head out from the bed and said sleepily. Husband, come here and let me help you tie your tie. Bai Yu turned around and looked at his wife, who had a gentle face and a somewhat lazy look in her eyes. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a happy smile. Chen Zihan stood up, walked to Baiyu, picked up the tie with both hands skillfully, and gently wrapped it around Baiyu's neck. His slender fingers flexibly moved back and forth between them. After a while, an exquisite tie knot appeared in front of him. She carefully adjusted Baiyu's clothes, her eyes full of appreciation and love. "Honey, okay, so handsome." Baiyu raised his wrist to check the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. He quickly said, "Wife, breakfast is ready and outside. Remember to eat it later. I'll be leaving first." After saying that, he gently kissed Chen Zihan on the forehead. "Well, husband, go slowly on the road." Chen Zihan wrapped himself in the quilt, waved his hand, and lay back in bed. Baiyu walked to the door, but turned back and suddenly pulled away Chen Zihan's quilt. Chen Zihan looked at him with her watery eyes full of reproach. Baiyu leaned over and kissed her without saying anything. When their lips parted, Baiyu gently pinched her cheeks. "Wife, I'm leaving." Chen Zihan wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, and his voice came out from inside the quilt. "Bad guy." At around 11 o'clock, Baiyu arrived downstairs of the company. It was lunchtime, so he did not disturb manager Wang and the others. He walked through the first floor lobby alone and went straight to the elevator. As the elevator slowly rose, his thoughts gradually returned to his work. Arriving at the door of the chairman's office, Baiyu pushed the door open and walked in. The glass windows and desks in the office are spotless, obviously someone cleans them carefully every day. He slowly walked to his desk, sat down, and fell into deep thought. The current financial situation of Tomato Investment Company is not optimistic. It is already very difficult to come up with 30 to 50 million. Although Poly Group in Shanghai is not among the top 10 groups in Shanghai, it is also quite influential in the top 20. Although the project launched by Poly Group this time seems to be relatively small among many large-scale investment projects and has not attracted the interest of some large investment companies, it is still coveted by many people in the market. Therefore, if the company wants to obtain cooperation with Poly Group, the current funds of the company alone are far from enough. Baiyu knows that he may have to lend a helping hand this time. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is already 12 o'clock. After thinking for a moment, Baiyu called Vice President Zhang. At this time, Zhang Wenjie, who was still busy in the office, immediately put down his work, walked out of the office quickly, and walked towards the chairman's office. Arriving at the door, Zhang Wenjie knocked gently. "Come in." Baiyu's voice came from inside the house. Zhang Wenjie pushed open the door, strode in, and said hurriedly, "Boss Bai, when did you come? You didn't even tell us you were coming." Baiyu waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, I know the way." His eyes fell on the document in Zhang Wenjie's hand and asked, "What's this?" Zhang Wenjie looked at the document in his hand and said quickly, "This is the project evaluation report for Poly Group. Mr. Bai, the project that Poly Group has come up with this time is indeed good, but our company currently only has about 40 million in its account. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get this project." As he said this, he placed the report on Baiyu's desk, then stood aside, ready to answer questions at any time. Baiyu opened the plan and read it while Zhang Wenjie explained it to him. After reading it, Baiyu thought for a moment and said, "First notify the executives to hold a meeting." "Okay, Mr. Bai." Zhang Wenjie responded and hurried to arrange the meeting. 5 minutes later, in the conference room, Baiyu sat in the main seat, with Zhang Wenhuo and Wang Feiyu on his left and right, and 5 or 6 project leaders sitting next to them. Baiyu picked up the report on the table and asked calmly, "Who wrote this report?" Although his voice was calm, everyone became nervous and the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became solemn. "Boss Bai, I did it, is there any problem?" Investment Director Wang Zichuan stood up and looked at Baiyu. This report was the result of his hard work after he worked overtime for 3 consecutive days in the company and carefully verified the data of each project. He thought there was no problem with it. "May I have your name?" Baiyu found that he was not familiar with the names of many of the company's senior executives. "Prince Chun." "Wang Zichuan, right?" "Very good, you sit down first." Baiyu's eyes revealed a hint of appreciation. "I think your report is very well done. Tell me about your thoughts on this project." Wang Zichuan breathed a sigh of relief and analyzed the project clearly. His words were full of confidence. Other people in the conference room were also listening attentively, and from time to time someone nodded in agreement. Chapter 32, 80 million. Everyone's eyes were focused on Baiyu. Wang Zichuan frowned slightly and said seriously. Boss Bai, although this is undoubtedly a very promising investment project, Polygroup plays an important role in the Shanghai business district and has a complex network of influence. With the 40 million yuan in funds on the company's books, it is really a bit stretched and unable to stand out in this competition and successfully win the project. After saying that, he sighed softly, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Bai Yu nodded slightly and said in a steady and powerful voice. Regarding the funding issue you mentioned, I have already made a plan in mind. I have decided to invest 70 million yuan in the company in my personal name to help the company win this project. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a slight gasp in the conference room, and everyone looked shocked. 70 million is by no means a small amount. In their eyes, it is an astronomical figure. However, Bai Yu was able to make the decision so casually. For a moment, the conference room was filled with an indescribable shock. CFO, please keep this in mind. Bai Yu gave the order calmly, as if the 70 million investment was just an ordinary matter. The CFO quickly picked up a pen, his hands trembling slightly, as he wrote down this important matter in his notebook. The record was particularly clear in the silent meeting room. Half an hour later, Bai Yu patted the conference table lightly and announced. Today's meeting ends here. Director Wang, Vice President Zhang and I will go to Polygroup to prepare to participate in the project bidding. After saying that, he stood up from his seat neatly, straightened his suit jacket, and strode out the door with his head held high. Zhang Wenjie and Wang Zichuan looked at each other and hurriedly followed Bai Yu. A group of people came out of Tomato Investment Company and got into the business car that had been waiting at the door. Inside the car, the atmosphere was a little dull, and everyone was silently thinking about the upcoming negotiations. Outside the car window, the bustling scene of the city flashed by quickly like a slideshow, but no one had the heart to appreciate it. 20 minutes later, the car stopped steadily outside the Polygroup building. The bidding was scheduled to start at 3 p.m. There was still some time before the start. Bai Yu and others, led by Polygroup staff, came to a super-large conference room. As soon as I stepped into the meeting room, a serious and tense business atmosphere hit me. Quite a few people had gathered in the conference room. Some were talking in low voices, some were thinking alone. Each of them exuded the aura of someone who had been in the business world for a long time. Bai Yu and others found a seat and sat down, waiting quietly for the meeting to begin. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a neat suit and a pair of exquisite gold-framed glasses walked in with steady steps. He smiled apologetically and spoke in a loud and magnetic voice. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. As he spoke, his eyes slowly swept over the people in the conference room, raised his hand and waved gently, motioning for everyone to take a seat. Everyone, I am Ding Guanyong, the Vice President of Polygroup. Ding Guanyong slightly adjusted his glasses, his eyes revealing a kind of majesty that comes from not being angry. I know that everyone here has great interest in and determination to succeed in Polygroup South Water Park project. I just don't know what percentage of shares Polygroup intends to take out to cooperate with us? As soon as Ding Guanyong finished speaking, Mr. Liu, a burly and anxious man, couldn't wait to ask. Anyone who can appear here is an elite who has been working in the business world for many years. There are many executives, presidents, and even chairmen of various companies. They know that the business world is like a battlefield and information is the key to success. They must have thoroughly investigated the relevant circumstances of the project before coming here, and now they do not hide their purpose at all. Ding Guanyong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Normally speaking, the total investment for an amusement park project like this in Shanghai is only a few hundred million yuan. It is not difficult for Polygroup to acquire it in full. But you all know that since its establishment, Polygroup has always adhered to a cautious and steady development strategy. No matter how sure the project is, we will choose to find partners to participate together. In this way, although the benefits will be divided, the corresponding risks can also be effectively reduced. As for this time, Ding Guanyong slowly stood up, put his hands on the conference table, leaned forward slightly, and scanned the whole audience with a firm gaze. We plan to find a partner whose investment will account for at least 20% of the project. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence. Everyone was secretly calculating in their hearts. No one wanted to be the first to bid and become the target of public criticism. They all wanted to see other people's cards first and understand the situation before making plans. Ding Guanyong looked at the unusually quiet meeting room, raised his hand to check the time, and said with a smile, I'll give you half an hour to think about it. Is that enough? Bai Yu was sitting in his seat, yawning out of boredom. Hearing this, he couldn't help but groan inwardly. After all, his wife was at home and he had to go home early. The half-hour wait really made him a little restless. Thinking of this, Bayu took a deep breath, raised his hand suddenly, and said in a firm and clear voice, "Boss Ding, I'll pay 80 million for 30% of the shares. Do you think this will satisfy you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at him in surprise and curiosity and began to whisper to each other. "Which company is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? It seems to be Tomato Investment Company, Limited. I heard it was just established this year, but it is said that its strength should not be underestimated." Ding Guanyang was also slightly startled, and then a surprised smile appeared on his face. He stared at Bayu closely and asked, "My friend, what is your name?" "Bayu." Bayu replied calmly. Ding Guanyang gently touched his gold-rimmed glasses, with a hint of doubt and expectation in his eyes. "Boss Bai, are you serious about what you just said?" "Really?" Bayu answered without hesitation. "Okay, Mr. Bai, please follow me to the office to discuss in detail and sign the contract." After Ding Guanyang finished speaking, he took Bayu and quickly walked into the office next door. In the office, Wang Zichuan carefully reviewed every clause of the contract. After confirming that everything was correct, Bayu picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. The two sides shook hands and talked happily, with satisfied smiles on their faces. "I wish us a pleasant cooperation." After leaving Polygroup, Bayu rushed back to the company without stopping, and then drove his Mercedes-Benz towards home. He looked at the clock in the car. It was almost 5:30. He thought to himself, "My wife must be waiting anxiously. We have to go back quickly." Chapter 33. I miss my wife. "Boss Bai, are you free tonight?" "I'm afraid it won't work today." "Then let's do it another day." "Mr. Bai, does this lady have an appointment?" Ding Guanyang asked jokingly. Bayu raised his lips, unable to hide the joy in his heart. "Go home and be with my wife." Ding Guanyang was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. "Boss Bai is such a good man. Okay, let's meet again next time." "Okay, Mr. Ding, happy cooperation." The two smiled at each other, and Bayu took Zhang Wenjie and Wang Zichuan and left. After returning to the company and holding a brief meeting, Bayu couldn't wait to rush home and called Chen Zihan on the way. "Honey, when will you come back? I miss you so much." On the other end of the phone, Chen Zihan's voice sounded lazy and coquettish. "If you want me, come downstairs and wait for me. I'll take you out for dinner tonight." "Really? Then I'll get dressed quickly." A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "Don't be anxious, take your time, I'm almost there too," Bayu advised with a smile. "Okay, husband, I'm hanging up first. Love you." After hanging up the phone, Bayu sped up the car, and soon he parked the car steadily in front of the Jinling Palace. Chen Zihan was seen standing there in a pretty manner, with a small bag on her hand. She looked around from time to time, her anxiety unable to hide her anticipation. "Wife, here." Bayu got out of the car and waved. Chen Zihan walked lightly to Bayu, turned around, and smiled. "Look, isn't it beautiful? This is what Lin's mother bought for me." Bayu looked at her carefully and saw that she was wearing a white woolen coat with a plush collar that made her neck look slender, black boots that showed off her straight legs, and a red scarf fluttering in the wind. She looked like an elf in winter. He praised her sincerely. "She looks great." As he said that, he took Chen Zihan's bag, helped her sit in the passenger seat, and then drove away. "Honey, which mall are we going to?" Chen Zihan asked, tilting her head. Bayu thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Lanhai Square." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Chen Zihan responded obediently. On the way, Bayu turned around and asked, "Wife, is there anything you want to buy?" Chen Zihan shook his head gently. "I don't want anything in particular, just take a look." 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the office building parking lot, not far from the pedestrian street. Since there was no parking on the pedestrian street, the two walked there. The pedestrian street was crowded with people, and there were many shops and a wide variety of goods. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Bayu asked while looking at the snack bars around him. Chen Zihan pointed ahead with great interest. "I'm not hungry. There's a shopping mall ahead. Let's go there and take a look." The two walked into the mall and saw many women's clothing stores in the lobby on the first floor. "Would you like to try these clothes?" Bayu asked gently, his eyes always on Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan smiled and said, "Just take a look. I can't wear all the clothes that Lin Ma bought for me." So, the two of them strolled leisurely in the mall, admiring all kinds of goods. Walking into a boutique, the interior decoration was full of high-end feeling. The shopping guide immediately came forward to greet us warmly, his eyes full of admiration for Chen Zihan's appearance and temperament, and diligently recommended clothes. "Ma'am, you can try on any items you like," the shopping guide said softly. "Okay, let's take a look first." Chen Zihan responded, while Baiyu looked at her lovingly from the side. "Honey, let's go buy another pair of shoes," Baiyu suggested. Chen Zihan was about to say that there were enough shoes, but Baiyu still pulled him into the shoe store. After choosing the shoes, Baiyu helped Chen Zihan sit down. Just as he was about to help take off his shoes, Chen Zihan's cheeks flushed and he whispered, "I can do it myself." "It's okay, wife, don't be shy," Baiyu said with a smile, his eyes full of love. Chapter 34, Money Means Confidence. Baiyu gently held Chen Zihan's slender ankle, put on new shoes for her, and asked in a low voice, "How do they feel on you? Do the shoes fit?" He half knelt down so that his eyes were level with hers, and at the same time raised his hand to gently brush the hair that fell on the side of her face behind her ear. Chen Zihan nodded slightly, took a breath and said, "Yeah, it's good. Very comfortable." Hearing this, Baiyu's mouth corners slightly raised. "Since they fit comfortably, I'll ask the waiter to pack a new pair." As he said that, he asked Chen Zihan to sit there, slowly helped her take off her shoes, picked up the shoes and walked to the shopping guide who quickly repacked the same shoes for him. Baiyu brought Chen Zihan to the front desk to pay. When leaving the store, Chen Zihan couldn't help but ask, "Does this pair of shoes cost more than 1,000? Don't buy such expensive ones next time." Baiyu replied lovingly, "The price is not important, as long as you are comfortable in it. My mom bought you a lot of clothes, so I will buy you shoes to match them." Then, they visited many shops. The waiters were very hospitable, but most of them just walked around and left. Chen Zihan looked at Baiyu with worry in his eyes. There were already a lot of clothes at home, some of which had not been worn yet. It would be a waste to buy more. After trying them on a few times, Chen Zihan looked at Baiyu hesitantly. "Let's go home. There are so many clothes at home that we haven't worn yet. There's a jewelry store on the second floor. Let's go up and take a look. Girls all like jewelry. Maybe there's something you like," Baiyu suggested gently, taking Chen Zihan's hand and walking to the second floor. The second floor is like a world of jewelry, with stores of major brands lined up. Baiyu and Chen Zihan walked slowly hand in hand, admiring all kinds of jewelry. As they walked, a large jewelry store called Mata Jewelry appeared in front of them, and the two walked in together. The store is spacious and luxurious, with a wide variety of jewelry including gold and silver products, jade and diamonds, etc. It is very lively with customers coming and going. A salesgirl in a suit came up quickly, bowed and said, "Sir, madam, welcome to Magic City Jewelry. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Chen Zihan responded softly, "Okay, we got it." Baiyu brought Chen Zihan to the earrings section and pointed at a pair of pearl earrings and said, "Wife, what do you think of these earrings?" The earrings were crystal clear, and the sparkling light hanging underneath was eye-catching. "Very beautiful," Chen Zihan exclaimed. "What's that sparkling thing?" The salesgirl immediately explained, "Ma'am, these are our new earrings. The sparkling thing on them is diamond-cut powder. It's not on the pearls, but on the two pendants below." After hearing this, Baiyu said to the shopping guide, "These earrings are nice, please pack them up." The staff and Chen Zihan were a little surprised. Baiyu was a little confused when he saw this. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The saleslady quickly apologized. "I'm very sorry, sir, we will process the purchase for you right away." After that, she took the induction card to open the counter and took out the earrings. "Madam, you are so elegant and beautiful, and these earrings are a perfect match for you. Would you like to try them on?" Chen Zihan was also a little surprised by Baiyu's decisiveness. He quietly agreed, took the earrings and put them on, then smiled playfully at Baiyu. "Does it look good?" "It looks good." Baiyu nodded with satisfaction and then checked out. The saleslady brought the POS machine and quickly issued a receipt after swiping the card. At this time, the shopping guide recommended another exquisite bracelet. "Excuse me, does your wife like this bracelet?" Chen Zihan liked it in her heart, but still shook her head. She already had a lot of jewelry at home and couldn't buy any more. She said. It's just so-so. The fish-shaped one is pretty good, and the cloud pattern on the side is pretty too. Baiyu saw her hesitation and took out his bank card without hesitation. Pack these 2 bracelets for me and swiped the card. He just wanted to make his wife happy, and since she didn't explicitly refuse, he would buy them all. Chapter 35. The gift from my aunt is so expensive. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, the salesgirl covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes full of astonishment. She looked at Baiyu in disbelief, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She confirmed. Sir, are you saying that you want to buy these 2 bracelets? Wait a minute. Chen Zihan hurriedly said, knowing that if she didn't stop him, Baiyu would pay without hesitation. She shook her head slightly, and said with a hint of coquettishness and expectation. Honey, choose one. Hearing this, Baiyu looked at her helplessly and said. Mom has given you a lot of jewelry. The salesgirl looked at Chen Zihan, her heart full of confusion, and wondered to herself that usually girls expect their boyfriends or husbands to give them gifts, so why is it that when it comes to Chen Zihan, she keeps refusing? I haven't bought you many things before. Chen Zihan said softly, this time, just think of it as a gift from me to you. She continued to persuade Baiyu, wife, you can't always reject my feelings. After Chen Zihan pondered for a moment, he finally nodded and pointed to the bracelet with clouds carved on it on the counter and said, that cloud bracelet. The salesgirl quickly opened the counter and took out the bracelet. Baiyu took the bracelet, opened it gently, and carefully put it on Chen Zihan's fair wrist. The bracelet complemented her wrist and looked particularly beautiful. Very beautiful. Baiyu praised, wife, you have a good taste. This bracelet looks insignificant on the counter, but it is stunning on your hand. The salesgirl took the bank card handed over by Baiyu, swiped the card to complete the transaction, and then asked tentatively, Sir, there are new necklaces over there, would you and your lady like to take a look? After the previous shopping, she had realized that Baiyu was extraordinary. The bank card transaction did not require a password, so he must be wealthy. Chen Zihan wore a dazzling necklace given by Baiyu's mother, with a white round buckle in the middle that was dazzling. Baiyu also felt that it was enough, but Chen Zihan said softly, now that you're here, let's take a look. So, Baiyu held Chen Zihan's hand and walked with the salesgirl to the necklace area. It was very lively here, mostly couples choosing jewelry. Next to Baiyu and Chen Zihan, a young couple took a fancy to a necklace placed in a separate glass cover. The clerk introduced. Hello, this necklace is a limited edition in Yundu, and the order price is 880,000. The woman was surprised when she heard the price. Baiyu looked at the necklace, turned to Chen Zihan and said, 88,000? I think this one isn't as good looking as the one you're wearing. Judging from the style, the one you're wearing really suits you better. Chen Zihan also echoed, I don't think it's suitable for me either. They continued to walk inside and saw several nice necklaces, but they were still inferior to the one on Chen Zihan's neck. Baiyu pointed to a gemstone necklace that was also covered in a glass cover and said, this one looks good, let us try it. After hearing this, the salesgirl hesitated slightly and said, Sir, this necklace is quite valuable, so we need to ask the store manager to come over. Please wait a moment, I will call him. After a while, the store manager came. She was an elegant woman in a suit, with a red scarf tied around her right arm and glasses, and she looked very capable. Hello, do you want to try on this necklace? The store manager looked at Baiyu and Chen Zihan with a smile. Chen Zihan nodded. The store manager turned to Baiyu and said politely, Okay, sir, please wait a moment. After receiving Chen Zihan's affirmative answer, the store manager used the induction card to open the glass cover and introduced. Sir, this necklace is called Ocean Star. It is one of the limited editions in Magic City and costs 910,000. The necklace is inlaid with small gems, and the one in the middle is a top-grade ruby. The store manager, wearing white gloves, gently placed the necklace on the wooden tray. When the people around saw Chen Zihan and Baiyu trying on such an expensive necklace, they gathered around and talked about it. What a beautiful necklace! It's just too expensive. I'll try it later. With more than 900,000 yuan, you can buy a house. The store manager placed the tray in front of Baiyu and Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan had no choice but to raise his hand and take off the necklace around his neck. The moment she took off the necklace, the onlookers saw that the necklace she was wearing was also very beautiful. Wow! This one looks better. Look! People around began to speculate about its price, and some even suspected it was a fake. When the store manager saw Chen Zihan take off the necklace, he couldn't help but open his mouth slightly, his eyes full of shock. "Ma'am, your necklace." The store manager picked up another plate from the tray next to him and carefully took Chen Zihan's necklace. After taking a closer look, she was stunned. As an experienced store manager, she had a unique vision and quickly realized the extraordinariness of this necklace. She respectfully asked Chen Zihan, "Madam, is this necklace you are wearing from the fantasy series? It is so beautiful. So beautiful." Chapter 36 Watch. The store manager held the sparkling necklace steadily on the wooden tray with both hands, his eyes fixed on it, a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Last time at the exhibition in the imperial capital, she only glanced at similar treasures from a distance, but now she can appreciate them closely from such a close distance. It is truly a rare opportunity. At the same time, she became more and more curious about Chen Zihan's identity. Anyone who could wear such a high-level necklace so casually must be of extraordinary status. "Do you recognize this necklace?" Chen Zihan asked softly. The store manager replied without denying, "Of course, this is a kaleidoscope from the Illusion series, a one-of-a-kind masterpiece." Chen Zihan raised her eyebrows slightly, her face full of surprise. It turned out that this necklace was not an ordinary piece of jewelry as she thought, but a valuable piece of jewelry. In fact, this necklace comes from a jewelry design company in the imperial capital. It is a rare treasure. The store manager said slowly, "It was exhibited at the exhibition. I was lucky enough to see it. Its price is probably around 6 million. Chen Zihan stood there in disbelief, staring at the necklace that she had always regarded as ordinary jewelry. She had never expected it to be worth more than 6 million. She even wore it while strolling on the street. If this necklace was worth this much, then what would the other high-end jewelry in the box be worth? Chen Zihan stuttered and turned to look at Baiyu. What should I do?" Baiyu was also shocked by this series of events. Although he had lived a wealthy life since childhood, he had not been exposed to such huge consumption. However, he also knew that his family had always been generous to Chen Zihan, their daughter-in-law. A necklace worth several million is just a drop in the bucket, not to mention the 8 boxes of gifts, which may be worth over 100 million in total. Baiyu took a deep breath and whispered, "Sure enough, my daughter-in-law is different." Then he looked up at Chen Zihan, spread his hands, his eyes full of speechless shock. The store manager saw this and said, "Please consider this necklace again. Is it suitable for you? We were worried about the high price of the Ocean Star necklace before. Now it seems that compared with your kaleidoscope necklace worth millions, this necklace worth hundreds of thousands is indeed incomparable. The difference is obvious. Otherwise, we should let you try it on." Baiyu respectfully picked up the necklace from the wooden tray and carefully put it on Chen Zihan. The store manager also handed over a mirror. Chen Zihan looked in the mirror and said frankly, "Well, this necklace is indeed average." Baiyu understood what she meant and replied softly, "I understand, wife." After that, he gently helped Chen Zihan untie the necklace, put it back on, and then said to the store manager, "Sorry, please put it back." "Shall we go?" Chen Zihan seemed a little hungry and said to Baiyu, "Then let's go home and I'll cook for you." Baiyu readily agreed, "Okay, wife." The two walked out of the mall hand in hand and came to the Rolls-Royce at the door. Baiyu asked softly, "Wife, do you need to let go of my hand? I have to drive." Chen Zihan finally reacted, let go of her hand, and said with a slightly red cheek, "Let's get in the car." After that, she took the initiative to open the passenger door and sat in. Baiyu walked around to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards Building 9 facing the street. Chen Zihan sat next to him, holding his stomach with one hand, and suddenly, a slight gurgling sound was heard in the car. Chapter 37 Fitness Card. Baiyu and Chen Zihan walked out of the mall hand in hand. Chen Zihan gently touched her bulging belly and said with satisfaction, "Honey, I'm so full. I feel like my stomach is going to burst." Baiyu scratched her nose lovingly and said teasingly with a smile, You said you were hungry just now, but you ate only a little and you said you were full." "I ate almost all of it." Chen Zihan pretended to be angry, punched Baiyu lightly a few times, and said coquettishly, "Girls have small appetites anyway. You're still teasing me here. Are you asking for a fight?" Baiyu pretended to be in pain and grimaced, begging for mercy. "Oh, my wife, please stop hitting me. If you continue, it will really break down." Seeing Baiyu's funny appearance, Chen Zihan couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and touched the place where he had just been hit, and asked with concern, "Does it still hurt?" Bai held her hand and said gently, "How can it hurt? With your care, it won't hurt anymore." Then he took Chen Zihan's hand, walked to the parking lot, and drove home. At about 9 o'clock the next morning, sunlight shone through the window onto the living room floor. Bai Yu, who was making dumplings in the kitchen, heard knocks on the door. He quickly put down the dumpling wrappers in his hand and went to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Yueru and Wang Shuesher standing at the door. Bai Yu immediately showed a bright smile on his face and said enthusiastically, "Mom, good morning. Have you had breakfast?" Having said that, he hurriedly led the two people into the door. Lin Yueru and Wang Shuesher walked into the living room and saw the table full of dumplings. Lin Yueru smiled and joked. "Son, I've never seen you make dumplings before. This is your first time, and you made them pretty well. You look pretty good." Bai Yu felt a little embarrassed by the praise, scratched his head, went to the table and continued rapping, saying, "Although they are not as pretty as my mom's, they are definitely better than my dad's. His dumplings always look like fat men." Everyone laughed. Lin Yueru and Wang Shuesher washed their hands and joined in making dumplings. As they were hugging each other, Lin Yueru suddenly asked, "By the way, where's Zihan?" Bai Yu smiled and said, "Still in bed." Wang Shuesher frowned, "It's past 9 o'clock and she's still in bed." "No, we have to get her out of bed." After saying that, he walked to the door of the master bedroom, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Girl, get up." The room was silent, with no response. Wang Shuesher opened the door directly and entered the room, only to find it was pitch black inside, with thick curtains drawn tightly. She walked over and pulled open the curtains, and the sunlight instantly filled the room. Chen Zihan was wrapped in a quilt like a dumpling, with only a small head exposed. Chen Zihan squinted his eyes because of the sunlight and muttered, "Mom, why are you here? What time is it? You come to call me so early in the morning." Wang Shuesher said helplessly, "Look at the time it is. It's already past 9 o'clock. Get up quickly and have breakfast." After that, she walked towards the door. When Chen Zihan got up, washed up, and came to the living room, Bai Yu and the two mothers had already finished making dumplings and were cooking them in the kitchen, and had also fried a few dishes. Lin Yueru saw Chen Zihan coming over and said with a smile, "Zihan, get up, come and sit down. Xiaobai is cooking dumplings. Ask Xiaobai to make you something you want to eat." Wang Shuesher said from the side, "Yueru, don't spoil this girl, let her help Xiaobai." Lin Yueru took Chen Zihan's hand, pressed her down on the sofa, patted her little hand and said, "In our family, Xiaobai will do the work from now on, and Zihan just needs to enjoy himself." Chen Zihan smiled embarrassedly. At this time, Bai Yu was cooking dumplings in the kitchen while communicating with the system in his mind. "System, how do I use the quick fitness card you gave me as a reward today?" The system responded, "As long as you use the fitness card and punch in at the gym for half a month, you can get a perfect body." Bai Yu thought, half a month is not too long, I will just keep watching. After a while, Bai Yu brought all the cooked dumplings and fried dishes to the table, clapped his hands, and shouted, "Okay, it's time to eat." Lin Yueru and Wang Shuesher looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sure, son. I didn't expect you to be able to cook something." "Yes, Xiaobai, I think it smells very good." Bai Yu touched his nose awkwardly, shook his hand and said, "Okay, stop praising me and sit down and try it to see if it suits your taste." Everyone sat down and started to enjoy breakfast. Wang Shuesher took a bite of the food, gave a thumbs up and said, "Daughter, you are blessed. Xiaobai's food is really delicious." Bai Yu said embarrassedly, "Don't praise me anymore. I feel embarrassed if you praise me again. Everyone, eat more." After breakfast, Bai Yu was washing dishes in the kitchen. In the living room, Lin Yueru was chatting with Wang Shuesher, reminiscing about the past. Their words were filled with emotion, from the fun times they had shopping and playing together when they were young, to their later marriages, having children, and the hardships of raising them. Chen Zihan listened quietly at the side, occasionally interjecting a few words and sharing some of his own memories, which made the two elders laugh continuously. The warm sunshine shone on them, and the whole room was filled with the scent of happiness. Chapter 38 Perfect Body. In the gym, shiny skin is dripping with sweat. The broad latissimus dorsi muscles, every line of which is smooth and natural, seem to contain endless power, and appear stylish under the reflection of the light, with neatly arranged abdominal muscles. Sweat is transparent under the refraction of light. Every time he exerted force, the contraction and relaxation of his muscles were full of energy. At this moment, Bayu stood there, exuding an irresistible charm. This attracted the attention of the women who came to the gym to work out, and their eyes were fixed on him without blinking. A young woman with a high ponytail and tight pants, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. She nudged her plump companion with her elbow and whispered excitedly, "Sisters, look over there, there's a super handsome guy. Look at those muscles, they're so attractive." The companion swallowed and responded with a hint of regret. "Sister, stop drooling, this handsome guy probably already has a girlfriend." The high ponytailed woman didn't take it seriously. She raised an unruly arc at the corner of her mouth, raised her eyebrows and said, "So what if you have a girlfriend? Can't you poach her? Even if we can't be together, having a one-night stand is not bad, really." After that, she walked towards Bayu with light steps, with a sweet smile on her face, and said softly, "Hello, little brother, can you add me on WeChat?" Bayu raised his eyes and saw the girl in front of him with a high ponytail, bright eyes, a slim figure, and a faint fragrance emanating from her body. He frowned slightly and answered politely, "Excuse me, I have a girlfriend." The girl did not give up, still with a smile on her face, she blinked her eyes and said, "It's okay, little brother. More girlfriends mean more options, right?" Bayu was stunned for a moment, secretly wondering in his heart, are girls nowadays so bold and unrestrained? At this moment, a clear and slightly majestic voice came from behind the ponytail girl. "Hey, pretty girl, what do you want with my boyfriend?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chen Zihan wearing a slim-fitting training suit, which perfectly outlined her slender waist and exquisite figure. The shoulder lines are smooth and natural, showing a noble and elegant temperament. Seeing this, the ponytail girl's face flashed with panic, and she said hurriedly, "Sorry, sister." Then he hurriedly fled the scene. Chen Zihan slowly walked to Bayu's side, looked at Bayu's eyes which still contained some surprise, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. She stretched out her hand, gently patted Bayu's solid muscles, and teased, "Shabai, you are already very beautiful, and after working out for the past half-month, your figure is even better. I don't dare to let you go out. What if someone else snatches you away?" Bayu listened to Chen Zihan's slightly jealous words, his heart filled with sweetness and doting. He suddenly stretched out his hand, hugged Chen Zihan tightly in his arms, lowered his head, and kissed Chen Zihan's lips affectionately. Chen Zihan's eyes widened slightly, a blush instantly appeared on her cheeks, and her ears also turned red. After a moment, she gently pushed Bayu's body and said coquettishly, "Go take a shower first, then kiss me after you're done. You're all sweaty." Bayu smiled and let go of his hand, his eyes full of love, and said, "Okay, honey, wait for me, we'll be home soon." Bayu, knowing that his wife was a little bit of a germaphobe, turned and walked towards the bathroom in the gym. In the steaming hot shower room, Bayu let the warm water wash over his body while talking to the system in his mind. "System, has the effect of the fitness card been used up?" The system's mechanical and cold voice sounded in his mind. "Yes, host, the validity period of the fitness card is half a month. Your mission of getting a perfect body has been completed." Bayu nodded slightly, feeling deeply moved. "I understand." After a quick shower, Bayu changed into a set of clean clothes and came to Chen Zihan. He reached out and gently took Chen Zihan's soft little hand. Sitting in the car, Bayu turned his head, looked at Chen Zihan beside him tenderly, and asked softly, "Honey, what do you want to eat for lunch?" Chen Zihan raised his head slightly, thought for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and said, "I haven't eaten fish for a long time, let's make a fish." Bayu smiled and nodded. "Okay, the main course will be fish, and I'll match the rest. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Time passed like a white horse, and in a blink of an eye, Bayu prepared a sumptuous meal and placed it on the table. At this time, Chen Zihan was sitting on the sofa, playing Honor of Kings with full concentration, his fingers sliding quickly across the screen, his eyes revealing tension and concentration. Bayu walked up to her and said softly, "Honey, stop playing games and come over to eat first." Chen Zihan didn't even raise his head and responded casually, "Hey, husband, wait a minute, we'll be done with this one soon." Bayu smiled helplessly, sat down aside, and watched Chen Zihan play games quietly. 10 minutes later, the word failure appeared on the screen. Chen Zihan was so angry that his mouth bulged like a cute pufferfish. Seeing this, Bayu hurriedly comforted him. Okay, don't be angry, finish your meal quickly, take a rest at noon, and I'll take you for a checkup in the afternoon to see the baby." Chen Zihan calmed down a little after hearing this, and looked at Bayu and said, I'll listen to you first, husband, but please help me to play the peak game during the break. I'm stuck at 1600 and can't go any higher. Bayu smiled and nodded. Okay, eat first, you internet-addicted girl. After hearing this, Chen Zihan smiled brightly, kissed Bayu lightly on the cheek, and said, Hubby, you're the best. Chapter 39, Come to the hospital for examination. Bayu looked at Zihan, who was concentrating on the game, smiled helplessly, and had to sit aside and wait patiently. After a long while, Zihan finally put down his phone with a reluctant look, raised his head, and smiled sweetly at Bayu. Okay, husband, let's go. The two of them arrived at the underground parking lot, and Bayu carefully helped Zihan sit in the passenger seat, making sure she was comfortable. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot and headed towards Xinyue Gynecology. Along the way, Bayu looked at Zihan through the rearview mirror from time to time, his eyes full of concern. Honey, do you feel uncomfortable? If you are tired, take a nap. I will call you when we get there. Zihan shook his head, a happy smile on his face. I'm not tired, honey. I'm just a little excited. I wonder how the babies are doing in my belly. Soon, the car arrived at Xinyue Gynecological Hospital. After Bayu parked the car, he hurried to the other side and helped Zihan walk into the hospital lobby. There were people coming and going in the hospital, but Bayu still quickly found the registration office. After registering, he accompanied Zihan to the waiting area of the obstetrics and gynecology department. There were already quite a few pregnant women sitting in the waiting area, some looked nervous, while others were chatting and laughing with their family members. Zihan leaned on Bayu's shoulder, looking at the expectant mothers around her, and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Bayu held Zihan's hand tightly, giving her strength and comfort. Not long after, the nurse called Zihan's name. Bayu helped Zihan into the examination room. The doctor inside was a kind middle-aged woman. She smiled and asked Zihan to lie on the examination bed, and said softly, Don't be nervous, let's do a routine check first. The doctor picked up the instrument skillfully and moved it gently on Zihan's belly, his eyes fixed on the screen intently. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on the doctor's face. Congratulations, from the current examination results, the babies are very healthy and look like twins. Really? Doctor? Chen Zihan asked excitedly, tears glistening in his eyes. Bayu has been told about this matter by the system. The doctor smiled and nodded. Yes, but further detailed examinations are needed to confirm it. Next, Chen Zihan was taken to do a series of tests including blood tests and the ultrasound. Bayu was busy running around, sometimes going to get the examination report, and sometimes coming back to accompany Zihan, fearing that she might feel unwell. While waiting for the ultrasound results, Chen Zihan said with some concern, Honey, do you think there will be any problems with the babies? Bayu held her hand tightly and comforted her. Don't worry, honey. Our baby will be healthy. Didn't the doctor say that he looks fine right now? Finally, all the test results came out. The doctor looked at the report carefully and confirmed. It is indeed twins, and they are developing well, and all indicators are normal. In the days to come, pregnant women should pay attention to getting more rest, keeping a happy mood, and eating a balanced diet. By the way, the baby is almost 2 months old, I can't hold it in any longer, be careful when you have sex, don't be too forceful, it's better not to do it. Zihan was a little happy when she suddenly found out that she was pregnant with twins, but what the doctor said made her shy and she just nodded. Looking at Zihan's shy look, Okay doctor, thank you for your help. Then he took the shy Zihan's hand and said, Wife, we have to go home quickly and tell our parents the good news. Zihan smiled and nodded. Well, they will be very happy. Along the way, Bayu was driving and watching Chen Zihan chattering beside him. Bayu carefully wrote down everything his wife said. He looked at his wife with doting eyes and said, Thank you, my wife. Chen Zihan, who was still chattering, looked at her husband's gentle eyes, and her eyes also turned slightly red. Thank you for what you said. Bayu hurriedly wiped away Chen Zihan's little tears. Don't cry, your wife is pregnant now, you should be happy. Then let's go home now and tell mom later. Good. Chapter 40, Surprised by Xiangwei. Bayu returned home holding Chen Zihan's hand. As soon as they opened the door, a rich smell of food hit their noses. Lin Yueru and Wang Xuesher came out of the kitchen wearing aprons. Lin Yueru said with a gentle smile on her face. You guys are back. Wash your hands first. The meal will be ready soon. Get ready to eat. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan were changing shoes at the door. Chen Zihan couldn't wait to put down her bag and ran to the kitchen like a happy little rabbit. She stretched her neck to look into the pot and asked coquettishly, "Mom, what delicious food are you going to make tonight? I'm almost dying of cravings." Lin Yueru patted her daughter's hand gently and said with a smile, "There's your favorite braised pork, and there are several other dishes you like." As he spoke, he looked at his daughter's head and was afraid that she would be burned by the hot air, so he hurriedly pushed her out. "It will be ready soon. Go wash up first and don't make trouble here." "Okay, Mom." Chen Zihan smiled and kissed his mother on the face, then took Bai Yu to the bathroom to wash their hands. When they arrived at the dining table, they saw that Lin Yueru and Wang Shuesher had already brought all the food to the table. The table was full of delicious food with good color, aroma, and taste. Bai Yu couldn't help rubbing his hungry stomach and said with a smile, "Wow, it makes me hungry just by looking at it." "Thank you for your hard work, Mom." Chen Zihan also nodded in agreement, and the four of them started chatting while eating. Lin Yueru picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in Chen Zihan's bowl, and asked with concern, "Son, how about taking Zihan to the hospital for a checkup? Is the baby healthy?" Bai Yu, who was eating, heard his mother's words, and quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said seriously, "Zihan and the baby are both healthy, but the doctor said that Zihan might be pregnant with twins." Lin Yueru and Wang Shuesher, who were eating, opened their eyes wide in surprise. Lin Yueru looked at Bai Yu and said doubtfully, "You're serious, son? This is a big deal. Make no mistake." Zihan quickly put down his chopsticks, took the hands of the two mothers, and explained seriously, "Moms, it's true. The doctor said it's not certain yet whether it's twins, a boy and a girl, or twins, but it's definitely two babies." Lin Yueru heard this with a look of surprise on her face, but she also said with some worry, "Oh, Zihan is already pregnant, and now she's pregnant with twins. You have to be more careful about safety in the future and don't fight or make trouble anymore, okay?" Zihan nodded obediently and said, "I know, Mom." At this time Bai Yu also hurriedly said, "Mom, don't worry, Zihan will be well taken care of by me. I will always be careful and won't let her fall or bump into anything." Lin Yueru looked at her son and said seriously, "You must keep your word. If anything happens to Zihan, I will not forgive you." Then, he gave Chen Zihan a piece of her favorite braised pork. "Zihan, eat more." "Mom, you can't talk about your son like that." Bai Yu looked at his mother pretending to be aggrieved and smiled helplessly. At this moment, Lin Yueru's cell phone in the living room suddenly rang. Bai Yu got up and walked over to pick it up and answered the call. It turned out to be a video call from his father. Bai Yu picked up the video call and saw that it was pitch black on his father's side of the screen. He could only vaguely see his father's outline. He asked curiously, "Dad, what are you doing? Why are you so dark?" "Hey, son, why are you here? Where's your mom?" "I'm outside now." "Dad," Bai Shengwei's voice came from the phone. "Mom, I'm eating." "Dad, what are you doing outside? It's so dark, you have to be careful." Bai Yu said with some concern. "Don't worry, little boy, you still remember to care about your father." Bai Shengwei said with a smile. When Lin Yueru heard that it was her husband calling, she waved to Bai Yu, and Bai Yu handed the phone to her mother. Lin Yueru picked up the phone and said directly, "What are you doing outside? It's so late and you haven't come back yet." The voice on the other side suddenly weakened, and Bai Shengwei said flatteringly, "Wife, I have something to do outside. Look, I'm with Brother Chen." Lin Yueru said with a smile on her face, "I'm happy today, so I won't bother with you. I have good news for you. Zihan might be pregnant with 2 children." "What?" Another person's voice suddenly came from the phone. It turned out to be the voice of Uncle Chen Jangwo. "Are you pregnant with twins?" His anxious voice came from the phone. "Yes, they are twins." Lin Yueru said with a smile, "I'll give the phone to Zihan, you two can chat for a while." Chen Zihan, who answered the phone, hurriedly greeted him, "Uncle Bai, long time no see. You look younger and younger." "Ha, Zihan is really good at talking, unlike our brat." Bai Xiangwei smiled brightly and did not forget to tease Bai Yu. Bai Yu, who was drinking soup, couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard this and muttered softly, "He only knows how to praise her." Chen Zihan smiled and asked curiously, "Uncle Bai, what are you doing outside now? I just heard my dad's voice. I'm out fishing with your dad. The fish are biting pretty well this late at night. Bai Xiangwei said, do you want to talk to your dad? Before Bai Xiangwei finished speaking, Chen Jiangwo picked up the phone and asked with concern. Daughter, are you feeling well lately? Are you feeling unwell? Dad, I'm in a good mood recently, and Mom is taking good care of me. You don't have to worry. Chen Zihan said with a smile. That's good. When you come back, Dad will prepare some good food for you. Come back and have a good rest. Chen Jiangwo said lovingly. Okay, thanks, Dad. But it's so late, why are you still out fishing with Uncle Bai? Chen Zihan asked curiously. Chen Jiangwo looked away awkwardly and explained hastily. Your Uncle Bai invited me out here. He said fishing at night is a lot of fun. Before Chen Jiangwo finished explaining, the phone had already reached Wang Shuesher's hand. Seeing his wife's face, Chen Jiangwo suddenly fell silent. Wang Shuesher said unhappily, come on, why don't you continue? Have you been sleeping outside every day these days? The company doesn't care about you, and you just go fishing every day. Chen Jiangwo's voice came from the phone. Wife, I was wrong. I am here to accompany Brother Bai. Just when Chen Jiangwo was embarrassed, Bai Xiangwei hurriedly took the phone back and said. Okay, sister-in-law, I invited him out this time. We can talk after we get back. Give the phone to my son. I'll say a few words to him and then hang up. Baiyu picked up the phone, and his father's voice came from the phone. Son, remember, you must take good care of Zihan. You will be back in the next few days, and Dad will be waiting for you at the hotel. You really made Dad proud. Okay, Dad, don't worry, I will. Baiyu said seriously. Chapter 41 Return Home. Baiyu rubbed his eyes subconsciously to dispel the remaining sleepiness. Today is another new day, and his eyes immediately fell on Chen Zihan, who was still sleeping beside him. That peaceful sleeping face made Baiyu want to play a teasing on her. Baiyu gently reached out his hand and pinched Chen Zihan's small nose. Chen Zihan frowned in dissatisfaction, slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Baiyu's smiling face with a hint of success in a prank. Without saying a word, Chen Zihan kicked in the quilt with her little feet, right on Baiyu's stomach. There was a dull thud and Baiyu rolled off the bed uncontrollably. Hey, wife, what are you doing? Baiyu rubbed his sore butt, climbed up from the ground with a grin, and pretended to glare fiercely at Chen Zihan on the bed. Chen Zihan was not to be outdone, and wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, staring back at Baiyu. Stinky Baiyu, you actually dare to tease me. You know I've always been grumpy since I was a kid. Humph. Baiyu was a little embarrassed by what he said, and quickly climbed back onto the bed, hugged Chen Zihan, and said flatteringly, Honey, I was wrong. I just saw that you were so cute and couldn't help but want to play a little trick on you. Then you can't tease me in the morning. Chen Zihan stretched out his little fist and gently hit Baiyu's chest. Ouch. Baiyu deliberately pretended to be in pain, bending his waist with an exaggerated expression on his face. Chen Zihan suddenly became anxious, and immediately stopped what he was doing, and asked with concern. What's wrong, husband? As she said that, she wanted to rub Baiyu's wound with her hand. Stop rubbing it, you kicked me there. Baiyu pointed at his belly, with a barely perceptible cunning look on his face. When Chen Zihan heard this, a blush appeared on his face and he smiled embarrassedly. Then honey, you should have a good rest. I'll get up and make breakfast for you. After saying that, she hurriedly got out of bed and escaped from this somewhat embarrassing scene. Watching Chen Zihan walk out of the bedroom, Baiyu slowly sat up and said to himself. This girl, this kick is really cruel. However, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile, and he was already thinking about how to punish Chen Zihan. Baiyu lay in bed for another half an hour. When he felt that his stomach pain had gone away, he got up and walked out of the room. When I came to the living room, I saw that the dining table was already filled with breakfast. Honey, get up and wash up first, then have breakfast. Chen Zihan came out of the kitchen wearing an apron with a gentle smile on her face. Baiyu nodded, washed up, and sat at the dining table, where breakfast was placed. After Chen Zihan finished preparing for Baiyu, she smiled and said, Hubby, eat more today. Baiyu smiled, pointed at Chen Zihan and said, You wait. Chen Zihan stuck out her tongue and said coquettishly, I really didn't mean it, husband. Baiyu looked at Chen Zihan, who was acting like a spoiled child, and shook his head. It's useless for you to act like a spoiled child to me. Not this time. Then what do you think we should do? Chen Zihan asked with blinking eyes. Baiyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, leaned close to Chen Zihan's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Chen Zihan's face instantly turned slightly red, and he said angrily, "Don't even think about it, ha, you just want to trick me." Seeing this, Baiyu pretended to be in pain again, holding his stomach and crying ouch. Chen Zihan looked at Baiyu's painful appearance, and his heart softened all of a sudden. He could only nod slightly and agreed to Baiyu's punishment. Baiyu's face lit up and he said happily, "Well, my dear wife, keep your word. When did I break my promise? Eat your meal quickly. My mom will come pick us up later." Chen Zihan raised his head and said in a proud manner. After the two finished their meal, Baiyu took the initiative to take on the task of washing the dishes, while Chen Zihan sorted out his suitcase and carefully selected the things he wanted to bring back to the capital, muttering to himself, "I need to bring this one seems to be useless." After Baiyu finished washing the dishes and brushing his teeth, he saw Chen Zihan was still busy, so he walked over and said, "Honey, let me take care of these things. You play games on the sofa first." As he spoke, he gently picked up Chen Zihan, placed her on the sofa in the living room, and began to pack his suitcase. When Chen Zihan heard that he could play games, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly opened his phone and started his journey to become a king. While packing his suitcase, Baiyu glanced at Chen Zihan sitting on the sofa from time to time. She stared at the screen of her mobile phone intently. After Baiyu finished packing the suitcase, Chen Zihan was completely immersed in the world of games, lying on the sofa, her feet shaking unconsciously. Baiyu's gaze inadvertently fell on Chen Zihan's jade feet. Those feet were as delicate as carved jade, her skin was whiter than snow, and she had a warm luster under the sunlight. Her toes were round and cute, sparkling like pearls, and her ankles were slender and soft. As she moved, she looked even more attractive, making Baiyu unable to take his eyes off her. Baiyu couldn't help but stare in amazement until Chen Zihan shouted excitedly, "Win!" He came back to his senses and thought, "My wife is beautiful no matter how you look at her." At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Zihan put down his phone and ran to open the door. It turned out that Lin Yueru and Wang Shuesher came to pick them up. "Mom, you're here." Chen Zihan greeted her with a smile. "Is everything ready?" Lin Yueru asked. "Everything is ready, just waiting for you." Baiyu also came over and answered. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the family went downstairs with their luggage, ready to go home. Along the way, Chen Zihan leaned on Baiyu's shoulder and excitedly talked about what he was going to do after returning home. Baiyu listened with a smile and occasionally interjected a few words. Chapter 42: Grandpa, Grandma, and Family Dinner. After the two went downstairs, they saw a business car parked quietly at the door. After getting in the car, Chen Zihan couldn't help yawning, rubbing his eyes and said, "I must see my grandparents when I go back this time. I haven't seen them for a long time." Wang Shuesher, who was reading a document at the side, raised her head and said with a half smile, "Oh, you still know you have grandparents." Chen Zihan's face suddenly turned red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Baiyu was trying to hold back his laughter, and his shoulders kept shaking. As a result, Chen Zihan pinched him lightly, and he immediately stopped smiling and pretended to be serious. Lin Yueru looked at the two children and said with a smile, "If we go back to the capital today, your grandparents and the elders from both sides will be waiting for us at the Chen family restaurant. Let's discuss your engagement today and the time to get the marriage certificate. You can discuss it yourselves. Leave the rest to us. As long as you are happy, Baiyu, you little brat, just take good care of Zihan." Chen Zihan smiled slightly and answered obediently, "Mom, I'll listen to you." 20 minutes later, they arrived at the airport and boarded the plane after resting in the VIP service area for more than 10 minutes. After the plane took off, Chen Zihan leaned on Baiyu's shoulder and gradually fell asleep. Baiyu gently held her hand, looked at the sea of clouds outside the window, and his thoughts drifted away. As the plane slowly landed and they walked out of the cabin door, a familiar scent hit them in the face. "As soon as I walked out of the airport gate, I saw a row of luxury cars parked neatly at the gate, and the drivers had been waiting for a long time. Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Lin, Miss Chen, Master Bai." A man who looked like a butler came up to them in a hurry, took the bags and suitcases from them, and said respectfully, "Madam Wang, Chairman Chen is already waiting for us at the Chen family restaurant." "Okay, let's go," Lin Yueru said. The car stopped steadily, and as Chen Zihan and Baiyu got out, the quaint sign of Chen's restaurant came into view. At the door, the families of both parties had been waiting there for a long time. The two fathers came forward quickly with smiles on their faces and loving eyes. Baiyu's father, Bai Xiangwei, was wearing a neat suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and his face was filled with a happy smile. Chen Zihan's father, Chen Jiangwo, was wearing casual clothes, but his temperament could not be concealed. Although the grandparents are old, they are in good spirits. Baiyu's grandparents supported each other. His grandfather was wearing a dark mouse suit, and his grandmother was wearing a simple but clean and tidy cotton jacket. The wrinkles on their faces could not hide the passage of time. Chen Zihan's grandparents also had loving looks on their faces. When they saw the two children getting off the car, their eyes suddenly lit up. When Baiyu and Chen Zihan saw the elders, they felt a warm current in their hearts and hurriedly greeted them, Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma. The grandparents on both sides also responded hurriedly. The four old people surrounded the two of them, looking at them carefully, touching their faces to see if they had lost weight, and then holding their hands and asking with concern if they were hungry. Because Baiyu and Chen Zihan were childhood sweethearts, the grandparents of both sides were already familiar with each other, so they didn't feel awkward. Baiyu smiled and chatted with the old people, Grandpa and Grandma, it's cold outside, let's go in. Everyone helped the four old men walk into Chen's restaurant. Entering the restaurant, everyone came to the private room, where a sumptuous family dinner was ready. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious dishes, including the tender and plump steamed sea bass. The hot oil poured on the fish was sizzling and exuding an enticing aroma. There was a wide variety of delicious food. The elders took their seats one by one, and Baiyu and Chen Zihan sat obediently aside. During the dinner, there was constant laughter and joy. The elders held the hands of the two children and asked them in detail about their recent daily lives. Xiaoyu, are you tired working outside? Baiyu's grandmother asked with concern. Grandma, I'm not tired. I will take good care of myself and Zihan. Baiyu replied with a smile. At the same time, he picked up a piece of fish for his grandmother and carefully picked out the fish bones. Chen Zihan was not idle either. She poured a cup of tea for her grandfather and said with a smile, Grandpa, this is your favorite tea. Try it. A warm atmosphere permeates this small private room. Chapter 43 Martial Arts Competition. Chen Jiangwo put down his bowl and chopsticks, and slowly turned his gaze to Baiyu, with a faint smile on his lips. Little guy, I told you clearly on the phone last time that if you want to marry our daughter, you have to let me see if you have the ability to protect her. Come with me to the martial arts gym tomorrow afternoon. This sudden scene made Chen Zihan's heart tighten instantly. She looked at Wang Shuesher with anxious eyes, Mom. Before Wang Shuesher could speak, Bai Xiangwei interrupted with a smile. Girl Zihan, are you so worried about our Xiaobai? Don't worry, your dad just wants to spar with Xiaobai, he won't use any harsh tactics. Uncle Bai. Chen Zihan called out coquettishly. When the people who stayed in the box saw Chen Zihan's appearance, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. The next afternoon, Baiyuan followed Chen Jiangwo steadily, preparing to go to the martial arts hall with Chen Jiangwo. Xiaobai, wait for me. Chen Zihan's clear voice sounded behind him. Baiyu stopped when he heard the voice, and Chen Jiangwo, who was walking in front, heard his daughter's call and his face darkened slightly. Baiyu turned around, caught Chen Zihan who was running towards him, rubbed her head gently, and asked in a low voice, Why did you follow me? Chen Zihan leaned close to Baiyu's ear and whispered. I'm afraid my dad will hit you too hard. Don't worry, I'm confident. You don't have to worry. Baiyu just finished speaking, and when he looked up, he saw Chen Jiangwo's slightly majestic eyes, and his heart tightened immediately, and he quickly let go of Chen Zihan. Chen Jiangwo groaned and quickened his pace to move forward. Chen Zihan stuck out her tongue playfully at Baiyu, then quickly ran to Chen Jiangwo and took his arm. Baiyu looked at the warm father and daughter, his lips curled up slightly, and followed them to Huayang Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he entered the martial arts hall, a middle-aged man came up to him and said to Chen Jiangwo with a smile on his face. Boss Chen, why are you here at the martial arts gym so early? Is there something going on? Well, Xiaobai is here, and I want to bring him here for some practice. Chen Jiangwo responded casually. Xiaobai is back? Boss Chen, you just sit and watch. I'll do it. I've been training with this kid since he was young, and I also want to see if he has made any progress, said the middle-aged man. All right. Chen Jiangwo nodded, was about to take off his clothes, put them back on, and waved to Baiyu. Baiyu hurried over. By the time Baiyu's parents and Wang Shuesher arrived at the martial arts hall, Baiyu and Zhou Tianyang had already finished stretching their muscles. Zhou Tianyang locked his eyes with Baiyu, with a bit of scrutiny in his eyes. Xiao Bai, let me see if you have made any progress during this period of time. Bai Yu took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and put on suitable boxing gloves. Everything was ready, and the two of them got into position. For a moment, the atmosphere in the museum seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Zhou Tianyang moved. His punches were very fast, and each of them was accompanied by a whistling sound. He pressed closer and closer towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu responded calmly. He dodged left and right skillfully, avoiding Zhou Tianyang's attacks again and again. He stared closely at his movements, finding the right moment from time to time and quickly punching back. However, Zhou Tianyang is experienced after all. He turned sideways and easily dodged Bai Yu's straight punch. Then, he followed up with his attack without mercy. Bai Yu couldn't dodge in time, slipped and fell to the ground. But Bai Yu had a spirit of not giving up in his bones. He quickly got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body, without a trace of discouragement in his eyes. Chen Zihan stood aside, her hands clenched into fists so nervously that her nails were almost digging into her palms. She wanted to speak up to remind Bai Yu, but was afraid of affecting his performance, so she could only bite her lip and worry secretly. Chen Jiangwo folded his arms across his chest, staring sharply at the two people on the field, silently evaluating Bai Yu's strength in his heart. In the next few rounds, Bai Yu gradually figured out Zhou Tianyang's attack routine. He began to take the initiative to attack. He took a step forward, swinging his fists skillfully with clean and neat movements, and almost caught Zhou Tianyang's weakness. Zhou Tianyang was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Bai Yu to have such a quick reaction. He immediately adjusted his posture, strengthened his defense, and his eyes became more serious. The two of them fought back and forth, punches whistling, and the fight was hard to decide. Suddenly, Bai Yu spotted Zhou Tianyang's blind spot and suddenly leaned down to hug and throw him. Zhou Tianyang was careless for a moment and was caught off guard, so he was thrown to the ground by Bai Yu. This surprised everyone present, especially Chen Zihan, whose face flushed with excitement. She jumped up and shouted, "Husband, you are awesome." After she finished shouting, she realized her loss of composure. Seeing her parents looking at her with smiles, she blushed with shame and quickly lowered her head. Everyone just smiled knowingly and turned their attention back to Bai Yu on the field. Zhou Tianyang stood up with a gratified smile on his face. "Not bad, Xiao Bai, you have made progress." However, he was not willing to be outdone and launched another fierce attack. This time, his moves were more fierce and faster, and it was obvious that he was serious. As time went by, Bai Yu's physical strength gradually decreased, sweat soaked his back, and his breathing became heavy. But he knew in his heart that Zhou Tianyang must have consumed a lot of physical strength, and as long as he seized the right opportunity, he could decide the outcome. Finally, Bai Yu seized the opportunity and successfully knocked Zhou Tianyang to the ground. Zhou Tianyang propped himself up, looked at Bai Yu who was panting, and laughed, "Good boy, you can do it." Bai Yu sat down on the ground exhausted, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. Chen Zihan hurried over, helped Bai Yu up, and said with concern, "Xiao Bai, you are amazing. I knew you could do it." Bai Xianwei and Lin Yueru also walked over quickly. Bai Xianwei patted Bai Yu's shoulder with pride. "Son, good job, you didn't embarrass me." Lin Yueru surrounded Bai Yu, carefully examined him from head to toe, and asked with concern, "Are you okay, son?" Bai Yu shook his head and smiled tiredly. Although Chen Jiangwo didn't say anything, the expression on his face was obviously much more relaxed. He slowly walked to Bai Yu, punched Bai Yu's abdominal muscles gently, and said, "Boy, your muscles are pretty good." Bai Yu was a little embarrassed by his father-in-law's sudden compliment. He scratched his head and gave a slightly shy smile. At this time, Grandpa and Grandma also came to Bai Yu tremblingly. Grandma stretched out her hand, gently pulled Bai Yu's little face, and said lovingly, "My little grandson is just the best." For a moment, Bai Yu was surrounded by everyone, his face flushed with praise. Chapter 44 Little Black Dog. Bai Yu walked to Zhou Tianyang with concern on his face. "Brother Zhou, how are you? Are you okay?" Zhou Tianyang waved his hand casually and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, Xiao Bai. I didn't expect you to have such well-trained muscles. The few moves you made just now were much stronger than before." Bai Yu scratched his head shyly, with a blush on his face. "No way, Brother Zhou, please stop praising me. I feel a little embarrassed to be praised by you guys." Zhou Tianyang's eyes flashed with anticipation, and he patted Bai Yu's shoulder. "Xiao Bai, Brother Zhou wants to ask you a favor. In all these years, Brother Zhou has never asked you for anything. Bayu straightened up and responded without hesitation, "Brother Zhou, what are you talking about? You have taught me martial arts since I was a child. Your business is my business. Just tell me what you have to say." "That's right. If you have time in the future, come to the martial arts gym more often to spar with my disciples. They are young and full of energy, and always think they are great. We must let them know that there are always people better than them, and let them see the real masters." Zhou Tianyang said seriously. Bayu nodded heavily, "No problem, Brother Zhou, this is just a small matter." "That's good. I won't bother you anymore. Boss Chen, please come to the martial arts hall when you have time. I'm going to be busy now." Zhou Tianyang said goodbye to everyone with a smile. "Okay, slow down, Xiao Zhou, thank you. When you have time, please come to my house for dinner." Bai Xiangwei responded enthusiastically, and then patted Bayu on the shoulder, his eyes full of relief. "Come on, son, go home." When everyone arrived in front of the car, Bayu gently embraced Chen Zihan in his arms, gently kissed her smooth forehead, put his lips close to her ear, and whispered, "Honey, let's go home." Chen Zihan nodded obediently, his eyes full of sweetness. "Yeah, okay, dear." The families of both parties got into their cars and drove slowly towards their own villas. When I got home, night had already fallen. As soon as the car stopped, Bayu hurriedly got out and carefully helped his grandparents walk into the villa gate. Before I had time to change my shoes, I heard a crisp barking of a dog. Bayu turned his head curiously, and saw a shiny black puppy with its pink tongue hanging out. It looked at him happily and barked at him excitedly. "Xiao Hei!" Bayu cried out in surprise, rushed over and hugged Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei was so excited that he kept twisting his body in Bayu's arms, and licked Bayu's face crazily with his tongue. "Xiao Hei, stop licking, it's all saliva." Bayu smiled and avoided Xiao Hei's enthusiasm. He kept rubbing Xiao Hei's head with his hands and played with it affectionately. When the grandparents and Bai's father and Lin's mother, who were sitting on the sofa, saw this scene, their faces were filled with happy smiles. After dinner, Bayu and Xiao Hei played for a while. Then he walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. After hesitating for a moment, he said to his parents, "Mom and Dad, please give me the household registration book. I plan to get the marriage certificate with Zihan in the next few days." Grandpa and Grandma, Bai's father, and Lin's mother burst into laughter when they heard this. Grandpa smiled and nodded at first, then his expression became serious and he said earnestly, Okay, after you marry Zihan, you must take good care of her and don't mess around outside. If I find out that you dare to bully Zihan and do something to let her down, don't blame me, an old man, for being rude and breaking your legs myself." Bayu looked at his grandfather's serious expression, and quickly sat up straight and nodded vigorously. "Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely treat Zihan well." Grandma quickly pulled Grandpa's clothes and said with a smile, "Okay, old man, don't be so serious. I believe in our Xiao Bai, he will not let us down." On the other side, Chen Zihan's family also sat on the sofa in their living room. Chen Zihan's grandmother gently held Chen Zihan's little hand, her eyes full of concern. "Girl, this is your first pregnancy, you must take care of yourself and stop fighting like you did before. By the way, when are you and Xiaobai going to get your marriage certificate?" Chen Zihan leaned against his grandmother with a happy smile on his face. "Grandma, Xiaobai and I have already decided. In the next few days, Xiaobai will take me to get the marriage certificate." Grandma smiled and nodded, "That's good, Grandma won't ask any more questions. I just hope you and Xiaobai can be happy forever." Time passed quickly. After taking a shower, Bayu put on comfortable pajamas and lay on the soft bed. Suddenly, Xiao Hei barked rapidly at the door. Bayu got up and opened the door, only to see Xiao Hei rushing in, wagging his tail excitedly on the bed. "Xiao Hei, do you want to sleep with me?" Bayu asked with a smile. Xiao Hei barked twice, as if answering him. Bayu said lovingly, "Okay then, just sleep with me." Bayu looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock. He wondered if Zihan had slept yet. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up his phone and made a video call to Zihan. As soon as the call was connected, Zihan quickly picked up the phone. On the screen, Chen Zihan was also lying on the bed, wearing a cute pink bear pajamas, with her hair a little messy and scattered on the pillow, revealing two big watery eyes, looking at Bayu, with a lazy voice, "Husband, you haven't slept yet?" "No, I'm not sleepy yet." "How about you, wife?" Bayu asked with a smile. "I was chatting with my high school classmates." They knew I was back in the capital and wanted to find a time for me to go out and get together. Chen Zihan said as he fixed his hair with his hands. That's great, come and get together when you have time. Baiyu said. Just when the two were chatting happily, Xiaohei suddenly squeezed in front of Baiyu and shouted loudly at the screen. Xiaohei, go away and don't make trouble. Baiyu gently pushed Xiaohei. At this moment, Chen Zihan on the screen suddenly shouted excitedly, Isn't this Hua Hua? Long time no see, Hua Hua. Baiyu smiled helplessly, Zihan, I have told you many times, this is Xiaohei, not Hua Hua. Chen Zihan blinked, looked at Baiyu with watery eyes, and said coquettishly. Didn't we agree on this last time? Its name is Hua Hua and your name is Xiaohei. Baiyu sighed lovingly, okay, just call him whatever you want. I'll bring Xiaohei to see you tomorrow. Okay, then you should go to bed early. Chen Zihan said with a smile. Yeah, you too, good night. Baiyu said, and the two hung up the phone. Baiyu looked at Xiaohei who had closed his eyes and gently stroked his fur. Chapter 45 Old Classmates. Baiyu woke up early in the gentle morning light. Xiaohei had disappeared. Baiyu called Xiaohei a few times before it lazily ran over and followed Baiyu obediently. When I came to the living room, the nanny had already carefully prepared the meal and placed it neatly on the dining table. The food was steaming hot and exuded an enticing aroma. Mom, good morning. Where are Dad and Grandpa and Grandma? Baiyu asked as he walked towards the dining table. Lin Yueru took a sip of porridge gracefully and replied with a smile. Your dad went to the company early in the morning, and your grandparents went back to their villa. When they left, they specifically told you to visit them more often when you have time. If you get up earlier, you can meet them. Well, stop asking, and sit down to eat. Got it. Baiyu responded, first carefully prepared breakfast for Xiaohei, then slowly sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy breakfast. After dinner, Baiyu took Xiaohei and walked briskly towards Chen Zihan's house. Along the way, the sun shone on his body, feeling warm, and the breeze gently brushed his cheeks, bringing a hint of freshness, making Baiyu feel particularly happy. Soon, they arrived at the door of Chen Zihan's house. Baiyu raised his hand and rang the doorbell. The crisp sound of the bell echoed in the house. After a while, the door slowly opened. Aunt Wang stood at the door and said with a kind smile on her face. Xiao Bai, Zihan hasn't gotten up yet. Baiyu smiled and nodded, and said politely, Good morning, Aunt Wang, Zihan is in the room upstairs, I will go to her directly. As he spoke, Baiyu walked into the house and went straight to Chen Zihan's room. He sat gently on the edge of the bed, his eyes gently falling on the sleeping Chen Zihan's face. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, casting a faint shadow on her fair skin. Baiyu reached out his hand, gently brushed aside a strand of hair from Chen Zihan's cheek, and whispered in her ear. Baby, wake up, the sun is shining on your butt. Chen Zihan slowly opened his eyes sleepily. When he saw Baiyu, his eyes lit up instantly. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a sweet smile. His voice was soft and glutinous, as if he had just woken up. Hubby, you're here. Okay, wife, get up and don't sleep anymore. When Baiyu and Chen Zihan went downstairs, Wang Shuesher had already gone out, and a prepared breakfast was placed on the table. Chen Zihan, who had just gone downstairs, saw Xiaohei running towards her happily, wagging his tail like a rattle and making a whining sound from his mouth. Chen Zihan squatted down hurriedly, held Xiaohei in his arms, and said affectionately, Hua Hua, do you miss your mother? Come, let your mother hug you. After playing with Xiaohei, Chen Zihan had a simple breakfast and went out for a walk with Baiyu, taking the little black dog. The little black dog was running happily in front, sniffing the flowers and plants on the roadside, stopping from time to look around curiously. The naive look made Chen Zihan laugh, and the crisp laughter echoed in the air. Seeing Chen Zihan's happy appearance, Baiyu's heart was also filled with happiness, and his eyes were always gently on Chen Zihan. By the way, do you have any more dog food for Hua Hua? Chen Zihan asked puzzledly. It doesn't seem to be too much. I'll go back and buy some for it. Baiyu thought for a moment and replied. Why don't we go to the pet store and buy some now? Yeah, that's fine. Baiyu nodded. Let's go. The two held hands and took a walk, then they brought the little black dog to the pet store. The smell of kittens and puppies filled the air, a bit pungent. Just as they went in to choose, a familiar voice came from behind. Baiyu? It's really you. Baiyu turned his head and saw a man in a black robe standing there with a surprised smile on his face. Bai Yu took a closer look and found that it was his old classmate Wang Haiba. Wang Haiba had gained weight a little, and his face showed signs of aging, but his eyes were still bright and energetic. Haiba. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. Bai Yu walked forward excitedly, hugged Wang Haiba tightly, and patted his back hard. Haiba, you've gained a lot of weight. After the two separated, Bai Yu teased with a smile. No, I think it's the same as before. Wang Haiba replied with a smile, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Wang Haiba looked at Chen Zihan behind him again and greeted him with a smile. Zihan, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Chen Zihan's cheeks flushed slightly, and he replied with a smile, no way. Bai Yu asked curiously, why are you here? Wang Haiba pulled Bai Yu to sit on the chair next to him and began to tell his story. It turns out that he has been working and saving money since graduation, and with his hard work over the past few years, he has now opened this pet shop. Then you have fulfilled your original idea. It's not easy. Yes, that's true. By the way, Bai Yu, our class is having a reunion this weekend. Everyone wants to meet you and Chen Zihan, so you must come. Wang Haiba said expectantly. Bai Yu turned his head and looked at Chen Zihan, who nodded slightly with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Bai Yu readily agreed, okay, we will definitely be there. Okay, I'll be busy now. When we get together with our classmates, we'll have a good drink together. Wang Haiba said with a smile. Okay, you go ahead. On the way home, Xiaohei ran happily in front, looking back at Bai Yu and Chen Zihan from time to time, as if urging them to walk faster. Bai Yu looked at Xiaohei's lively appearance, smiled and shook his head, stretched out his hand and held Chen Zihan's hand tightly. Under the warm sunshine, the two of them slowly returned home. After arriving home, Bai Yu and Chen Zihan sat on the sofa. The house was empty, with only the faint sound of the nanny busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Chen Zihan leaned gently in Bai Yu's arms, raised his head, kissed Bai Yu's lips, and said softly, Husband, can we go get the marriage certificate this afternoon? Hearing this, Bai Yu seemed to be struck by an electric current, his eyes widened instantly, he couldn't believe his ears, looked at Chen Zihan, and asked excitedly. Honey, what did you say? Are you serious? Chen Zihan's cheeks flushed, and he nodded firmly, seriously. Bai Yu was immediately overjoyed. He hugged Chen Zihan tightly and said excitedly. Okay, wait for me. I'll go find the household registration booklet this afternoon. No, we'll go now. Chapter 46 Getting a Marriage Certificate with Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan beside him was still asleep. Her face was like a quiet painting, her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyelids, and her breathing was even and soft. Bai Yu stood up gently, afraid of disturbing her sleep. He walked to the closet and took out the neatly ironed shirt. He carefully selected a tie that matched Chen Zihan's skirt, then tiptoed out of the bedroom to look for the household registration book. When Bai Yu went downstairs with the household registration book, Chen Zihan was already waiting for him at the dining table. She was wearing a simple yet elegant white dress, her soft long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair playfully hanging around her white neck. Seeing Bai Yu holding the household registration booklet, Chen Zihan's mouth curled up, revealing a gentle and sweet smile. That smile was like the most gorgeous flower in spring, lighting up the entire space in an instant. Okay, husband, the staff also need to rest at noon, so let's go in the afternoon. There's no rush. Come and eat first. Her voice was soft and melodious, like a mountain stream, flowing slowly in Bai Yu's heart. Bai Yu put the household registration book on the sofa, washed his hands and sat at the dining table. On the table was the food carefully prepared by the nanny, with attractive colors and fragrant aroma. He scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to Chen Zihan, then filled another bowl for himself and took a sip. Yeah, it's good. The soup is cooked to the perfect temperature and tastes great. The food at lunch was very much to Bai Yu's liking. He had a big appetite and ate 2 large bowls in a row. Chen Zihan sat opposite, holding his chin with both hands, quietly watching Bai Yu wolfing down the food, his eyes full of doting and smiles. Bai Yu noticed her gaze and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Wife, you look weird. Chen Zihan winked playfully, really? Bai Yu nodded quickly, yes. Okay then, I won't look at you anymore. Just eat slowly. As he spoke, Chen Zihan picked up his phone, opened Honor of Kings, leaned lazily on the sofa and started playing the game. After finishing his meal, Bai Yu walked to the sofa, gently held Chen Zihan in his arms, and let her sit on his lap to continue playing games. Chen Zihan's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed and leaned into Baiyu's arms. One round of game after another ended, and by the time Chen Zihan finished his last game of King of Glory, the pointer had quietly pointed to more than 3 o'clock. Baiyu gently took Chen Zihan's phone and gently stroked her head. Okay, honey, stop calling me. It's already past 3 o'clock. Go and get the marriage certificate with me first. After saying that, he picked up Chen Zihan without saying anything and walked towards the door. Xiaohei followed behind, wagging his tail, his eyes full of reluctance. Baiyu bent down and gently carried Xiaohei back to the villa. Xiaohei, be good at home, we will be back soon. When we arrived at the underground garage, there were 7 or 8 cars parked there. These were sports cars and SUVs given by Baiyu's grandparents. Baiyu's eyes swept over these cars one by one, and finally stopped on a Xiaomi SU7. He opened the door, helped Chen Zihan sit in the passenger seat, sat in the driver's seat himself, started the car, and drove towards the place to get the certificate. When we arrived at the registration office, there weren't many people there. 4 or 5 couples were waiting quietly in the hall. Some of them were leaning against each other, their eyes full of longing for the future. Others were talking in low voices, sharing the joy of the moment. Baiyu held Chen Zihan's hand and walked to the registration window. He filled out the form and submitted the materials according to the staff's instructions. Time seemed to slow down. Finally, the staff handed them 2 red marriage certificates. At that moment, Baiyu's hands trembled slightly and Chen Zihan's eyes were filled with crystal tears. They walked out of the registry office with their marriage certificate, the sun shining on their bodies, making them feel warm. The 2 stood on the steps, holding the marriage certificate tightly in their hands, and looked at each other, their eyes full of happiness and sweetness. Baiyu took out his cell phone, gently embraced Chen Zihan in his arms, and took a photo. They were smiling brightly in the photo, and their marriage certificate was particularly eye-catching in the sun. He edited a circle of friends. On the first day of our marriage, you will be my bride from now on. Chen Zihan also took out his phone and posted a message to his friends. On the first day of our marriage, you will be my groom from now on. After a while, the phone kept ringing with notification sounds, and friends liked and commented on the posts. Wow, Xiaobai didn't expect that you and Zihan are married. Baiyu was having a wedding banquet at that time. Chen Zihan's circle of friends was filled with congratulations, Zihan, for finding a good husband. Just then, Baiyu's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his mother calling. Baiyu hurriedly picked up the phone and heard his mother's trembling voice. Son, did you get the certificate this afternoon? Son, you are awesome. You finally did something good. Baiyu's face turned black as he listened to what his mother said. Grandpa and Grandma went out for something. We'll talk to you when you come back. After saying that, Lin's mother hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Baiyu stretched out a hand. My dear wife, can you come home with me? Chen Zihan gently pinched Baiyu's cheek, with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. I'm not going home with you unless you catch me. After saying that, she turned and ran away with a smile. Baiyu shouted anxiously from behind. Wife, go slower. You are pregnant, so go slower. When Chen Zihan and Baiyu arrived home, they found their parents were waiting for them in the living room. The moment the door opened, everyone's eyes were focused on them. Chen Zihan's parents' eyes were full of relief and reluctance. Wang Xuesher stood up first, took Chen Zihan's hand, and gently stroked it. My daughter, you are going to get married soon, so you must live a good life in the future. Father Chen also came over with a smile, patted Baiyu on the shoulder, and said earnestly. You little bastard, you better treat Hanin better in the future, or I won't forgive you. Baiyu straightened his chest and said firmly, Don't worry, I will never make Zihan sad. Afterwards, everyone sat together, laughing and talking. Chen Zihan leaned in Baiyu's arms, her face flushed with happiness, and she said softly. Mom and Dad, we will be happy. Baiyu held her hand tightly and nodded in agreement. As night fell and the lights came on, everyone finished dinner. Baiyu carried Chen Zihan into the bedroom. The moonlight shone through the window and sprinkled on the ground in front of the window, as if it was covered with a layer of silver yarn. The 2 of them lay on the bed, enjoying this peaceful and happy moment. Chen Zihan gently stroked the marriage certificate and said softly. Husband, from today on, we are a family. Baiyu kissed her forehead gently. Well, we'll never be apart for the rest of our lives. In this warm atmosphere, they gradually fell asleep and welcomed their new married life. Chapter 47 Wedding Rings. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Baiyu looked at his messy hair and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just as he picked up his toothbrush and prepared to wash, the familiar voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host and Chen Zihan for getting their marriage certificate. As a reward, they are a pair of Eros rings. They are currently at Cartier. Please bring your ID card to collect the rings. This sudden surprise instantly perked up Baiyu, and he washed himself much more quickly. He looked at the time. It was a new day and just past 8 o'clock. He thought that he would go to pick up the ring after breakfast and give Chen Zihan an unexpected romantic surprise. After washing up, Baiyu returned to the bedroom again, looked at Chen Zihan who was still sleeping soundly, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He did not wake her up, but went downstairs quietly. Xiao He had been waiting downstairs, wagging his tail, so Baiyu took Xiao He out for a walk. The air in the early morning was particularly fresh, with a hint of coolness and a faint scent of grass. They strolled in the garden. Xiao He ran happily in front, looking back at Baiyu from time to time. After returning home, Baiyu prepared dog food for Xiao He. He looked around and found that the house was extremely quiet and no one had gotten up yet. He couldn't help but wonder, no way, today is Saturday, everyone is resting, why are you up so late? At this time, he smelled a tempting aroma of food. He followed the smell to the kitchen and found that the nanny was busy preparing breakfast. Master, are you hungry? How about I get some out for you to eat first? The nanny asked kindly. Baiyu smiled and shook his head and said, no need, I'll go out first. After saying that, he quickly walked to his car and drove towards Cartier. Along the way, Baiyu was feeling excited and expectant. The surprised expression on Chen Zihan's face when he saw the ring kept appearing in his mind, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. The car was driving through the city streets, and the sunlight was shining on him through the window. Finally arriving at the Cartier store, as soon as Baiyu entered the door, the clerk greeted him warmly and asked about his needs with a smile. After Baiyu stated his purpose, the clerk carefully verified his identity, turned and walked into the safe in the store. After a while, he solemnly handed him an exquisite box containing a ring. Baiyu took the box, took a deep breath, and then opened it carefully. Instantly, a pair of rings shining brightly came into view. The rings were exquisitely designed, with smooth and elegant lines. The inlaid diamonds exuded charming brilliance, and every ray of light seemed to be telling the eternal oath of love. Baiyu gently stroked the rings. Baiyu returned home with excitement. At this time, Chen Zihan had already woken up and was sitting on the sofa in the living room, playing with Xiao He. Xiao He ran around her, rubbing his head against her hand from time to time, making Chen Zihan giggle. Seeing Baiyu coming back, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she stood up and greeted him with a smile. Where have you been? Baiyu did not answer, but mysteriously took out the ring box hidden behind him, and then showed it in front of Chen Zihan. He knelt on one knee, looked into her eyes lovingly, slowly took out a ring from the box, gently put it on her ring finger, and said softly, Zihan, I love you. This ring represents my promise to you. We will be together forever. Chen Zihan looked at Baiyu kneeling on the ground, tears of emotion flashing in his eyes. Then he looked at the dazzling ring on his finger, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. She happily threw herself into Baiyu's arms. Baiyu caught her steadily, picked her up gently, and turned her around. Thank you, husband. Chen Zihan whispered in Baiyu's ear, with a hint of sobs in her voice. Baiyu slowly put Chen Zihan down, held her face with both hands, and said seriously, I should thank you for getting pregnant for me and for being willing to spend your life with me. Just as the two were immersed in this sweet atmosphere, Lin's mother, Bai's father, and Chen Zihan's parents who were standing upstairs were watching this scene silently, with happy smiles on their faces. However, this warm moment was interrupted by Lin Yueru's shout, You two little guys, stop showing off your affection and have breakfast first. The sudden voice made Baiyu and Chen Zihan, who were hugging each other, quickly loosened their arms. Both of them blushed and hurriedly sat down at the dining table with some embarrassment. Baiyu was eating when his mother suddenly pulled his ears. He raised his head and looked at Lin Yueru in confusion. Mom, what are you doing? You're so embarrassed to ask. Lin Yueru poked Baiyu's head and said, How many times have I told you to take good care of Chen Zihan? Don't spin around while holding Chen Zihan in your arms. It's very dangerous. Baiyu touched his nose and promised helplessly. Mom, there won't be a next time. Can you let go of your hand first? It hurts a little. Lin Yueru then snorted and slowly let go of the hand that was pulling Baiyu's left ear. Seeing this scene, Chen Zihan couldn't help laughing, but he couldn't escape his mother's eyes and was patted lightly by her. Zihan, after talking to Xiao Bai, I have to say something to you too. No matter how excited you are in the future, don't do such dangerous actions. Do you understand? Chen Zihan quickly put away his smile, nodded, and then drank the porridge slowly in small sips, not daring to raise his head to look at his parents. Looking at Bai Yu and Chen Zihan eating there like two quails, the two parents smiled at each other, their eyes full of love for their children. Okay, both of you, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. The two parents each picked up some food for the two children, and Lin Yueru continued. You two will wait for me to go to your grandparents' place today. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan raised their heads at the same time and said in unison, okay. After saying that, the two looked at each other again, then lowered their heads embarrassedly and continued eating. Chapter 48 The Bracelet Left by Grandma. Bai Yu gently took Chen Zihan's hand, and with the other hand held Xiaohei tightly. The three of them walked slowly towards their grandparents' villa. Along the way, Xiaohei was like a pony that had broken free from its reins, running back and forth excitedly. It jumps here and there, and from time to time it provokes the cats on the roadside, barking non-stop. Its energetic appearance makes people both angry and amused. Bai Yu shook his head helplessly, walked forward quickly, grabbed Xiaohei, and said sternly, You naughty little boy, if you keep running around like this, I won't bring you out anymore. However, Xiaohei seemed not to understand. He barked wildly at Bai Yu a few times, wagged his tail like a rattle, and struggled hard on the leash, trying to continue his adventure. Chen Zihan followed behind and couldn't help laughing when he saw the funny battle of wits and courage between Xiaohei and Bai Yu, the man and the dog. Her laughter was clear and pleasant, echoing in the air like a silver bell, causing Bai Yu to laugh as well. You know what? I really don't dare to bring you out again. You're such a fast runner. You're almost exhausting me to death. Bai Yu was panting and muttering to Xiaohei. After finally controlling Xiaohei, Bai Yu held the dog leash tightly, and with his other hand tightly held Chen Zihan's soft hand, and came to the door of the magnificent villa of his grandparents. He raised his hand and rang the doorbell. After a while, a kind-looking nanny, dressed simply and neatly, opened the door with a friendly smile on her face. Master Bai, Miss Chen, you are here. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan also responded with a smile. Aunt Yan, where are Grandpa and Grandma? They are all sitting in the living room watching TV. Aunt Yang said as she stepped aside to let them in. Aunt Yang has watched Bai Yu grow up since he was a child and has always taken great care of him. The two have a deep affection for each other. When I walked into the living room, I saw my grandfather sitting on the sofa, watching the morning news intently. Seeing his grandson and granddaughter-in-law coming, the grandfather's face immediately bloomed into a bright smile, and he waved his hand. Zihan, Xiaobai, come and sit down. My grandparents' eyes are full of love and concern, like the warm spring sun, making people feel warm inside. I heard yesterday that you had already obtained your marriage certificate, is that true? Grandma spoke first, looking at Chen Zihan tenderly. Chen Zihan nodded shyly, yes, Grandma. Grandma smiled and stood up, saying, wait here for a moment, I'll give you a present. After saying that, he went upstairs with steady steps. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan were curious and guessing what gift Grandma would bring down. After a while, Grandma came down with a box in her hand. The box looked old and the color was a little dark, but it exuded a simple and mysterious atmosphere. Grandma carefully opened the box and saw a bracelet lying quietly inside. It was emerald green all over, with a warm and bright color, just like a pool of green lake, deep and charming. Zihan, come here, put your hand out. Grandma said kindly. Chen Zihan stretched out her hand obediently, and her grandmother gently picked up the bracelet and slowly put it on her wrist, then patted her hand gently, her eyes full of reluctance and blessings. This was given to me by Bai Yu's parents when his grandfather married me. Now, it's time for it to be passed to you. Chen Zihan looked at the bracelet on his wrist, his heart filled with emotion and fear, and he hurriedly wanted to take it off. Grandma, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Grandma quickly stopped him and said with a firm look in her eyes. Zihan, wear it. This thing has been passed down from generation to generation. It is a token of our family's love. Grandpa also nodded in agreement. Yes, Zihan girl, take it. Chen Zihan hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it. Bai Yu watched this scene from the side and said with a smile. Wife, this bracelet looks so beautiful on your hand, as if it was made especially for you. Time passed quietly like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye it was noon. The tempting smell of food wafted from the kitchen. Grandpa stood up and said energetically. Come on, grandson, have a drink with Grandpa. Bayu hurried forward to support Grandpa and walked to the restaurant, reminding him, "Grandpa, please drink less. Hey, it's a happy event, how can we not have something?" At the dining table, Bayu carefully poured a little wine for his grandfather and himself. However, after just a few drinks, Bayu felt dizzy. Grandpa looked at him and said jokingly, "Grandson, your alcohol tolerance is still not good enough. Come, have another glass." Bayu gritted his teeth and drank a few more cups. He felt everything in front of him become blurry and he lost consciousness in a daze. When Bayu opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in bed. He rubbed his eyes and looked around, only to find that this was the room where he used to live in his grandparents' house. He got up and walked out of the room and came to the living room, where he saw his grandparents and Chen Zihan sitting on the sofa chatting. The scene was warm and harmonious. "Get up, Xiaobai," Grandma said with a smile. Bayu yawned, walked slowly to the sofa and sat down, saying with a look of regret, "I will never drink again, Grandpa, your alcohol tolerance is too great." Grandpa laughed and said, "You can drink less in the future, but you can't stop drinking." Bayu nodded weakly, "Yeah, okay." At this moment, Chen Zihan suddenly took out his cell phone and handed it to Bayu. Bayu took a closer look and immediately blushed with embarrassment. It turned out that the cell phone was full of videos of himself being drunk and talking in his sleep. He frantically tried to grab the phone, but Chen Zihan cleverly jumped away and made a face at him. "You can't get it. You can't get it." Bayu was about to catch up, but his legs felt weak, so he had no choice but to sit on the sofa, pointing at Chen Zihan and said, "Wait for me." Laughter and joy filled the place. Chapter 49, Getting Ready to Take Wedding Photos. Chen Zihan was like a lazy kitten, lying comfortably on Bayu's lap, his bright eyes fixed on the TV screen, and he giggled from time to time at the plot of the drama. Suddenly, the crisp ringing of a cell phone broke the silence. "Mom, what's wrong?" Bayu frowned slightly and quickly answered. On the other end of the phone, my mother's anxious voice came over. "Are you and Zihan at home?" Bayu looked down at Chen Zihan, who was looking up with a curious look on his face, and raised the corners of his mouth. "I'm home, Mom, what's up?" "I have found a very good wedding photography studio for you. The photographers there are all award-winning, and the wedding dresses in the store are all custom-made from foreign designers. The styles are novel and unique, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. I have already made an appointment with them, you and Zihan can just go there directly." My mother spoke very quickly, and it was obvious that she was very proud of her arrangement. Bayu smiled and replied, "Okay, Mom, thank you for your trouble. I'll ask your dad's driver to take you there later. This is a big event, you must take beautiful photos." Mom reminded me again and again. "Okay, I get it, Mom. Don't worry," Bayu said softly, then hung up the phone. He looked at Chen Zihan and pinched her pink cheeks. "Did you hear what Mom said? We'll be leaving soon." Chen Zihan was still chewing fruit and nodded vaguely, his cheeks bulging like a cute little hamster, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. When Bayu and Chen Zihan walked out of the villa, a shiny black Rolls-Royce was parked quietly at the door, and the car body reflected a cold and luxurious light under the sunlight. Standing next to him was a respectful middle-aged man in a black suit. He bowed slightly and spoke in a low and polite voice. "Miss, Master, please get in the car." Bayu gently supported Chen Zihan's waist, carefully helped her into the car, and then sat in himself. There is a faint scent of leather in the car, and the seats are soft and comfortable. Bayu looked at Chen Zihan sideways, reached out and gently rubbed her hair, and the soft hair slipped through his fingers. "Honey, I think you will look very beautiful in your wedding dress later. It will definitely amaze me." His eyes were full of anticipation, as if he had already seen Chen Zihan's beautiful appearance in her wedding dress. Chen Zihan coquettishly pulled Bayu's hand away from her head, then held it tightly with a sweet smile on her face. "I don't know if I'm pretty or not, anyway, I'll put on a few more pieces and show them to you." After saying this, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt both expectant and a little nervous. When she thought about wearing a wedding dress, her heart beat faster involuntarily. Bayu gently held Chen Zihan's hand in his arms and said with a smile, "Of course, honey. Try on a few more so that I can feast my eyes on them. I'll buy any that look good to me." Chen Zihan shook his head slightly, with a hint of rationality in his eyes. "No need to buy it, just wear it and take a few photos, and then I'll buy it after I give birth. Otherwise, if I buy it now, I won't be able to wear it after I give birth." As she spoke, she subconsciously touched her slightly bulging belly with her little hand. Baiyu also placed his hand on Chen Zihan's lower abdomen, stroking it gently, his eyes full of tenderness and pity. Okay, I'll do as you say. The two talked and laughed along the way, and the car drove smoothly on the wide road. Outside the car window, the city scenery flashed by quickly like a slideshow, with bustling streets, tall buildings, and lush trees. About 20 minutes later, the car slowly stopped in front of an extraordinary bridal shop. Mr. Bai, Ms. Zihan, we are here. The bodyguard got out of the car first, and with quick and agile movements, he quickly opened the door, while putting his hand above the door to prevent Chen Zihan from accidentally hitting his head. Baiyu got out of the car first, then turned around, extended his hand like a gentleman, and helped Chen Zihan down. As soon as Chen Zihan got out of the car, he was attracted by the bridal shop in front of him. She couldn't help but open her mouth slightly and exclaimed, "Wow, is this bridal shop so big? I saw the bridal shop in the distance towering into the sky, as tall as more than 10 stories. The windows on the second floor are hung with all kinds of wedding dresses, which sparkle brightly under the sunlight, like dazzling stars, exuding charming charm. Come on, let's go and take a look first." Baiyu gently took Chen Zihan's hand and walked towards the bridal shop. As soon as you step into the store, you will be greeted by a strong romantic atmosphere. There are several pots of gorgeous flowers in the hall. Exquisite wedding photos are hung on the walls around, and the faces of the newlyweds in the photos are filled with happy smiles. There were quite a few people in the hall, almost all of them were sweet couples. They were either holding hands while choosing wedding dresses, or sitting on the sofa and chatting quietly. The appearance of Baiyu and Chen Zihan was particularly dazzling in the crowd. It was rare to see couples like them with outstanding looks and extraordinary temperament. At this time, a staff member with a work badge hurried over with a warm and professional smile on his face. "Hello, sir and madam. Are you here to choose a wedding dress?" Baiyu nodded slightly. "We are here to take wedding photos." "Wedding photos?" The staff member was slightly stunned, seemed a little unbelieving, and confirmed again. Baiyu nodded patiently. "Yes, I do." "Excuse me, sir, may I ask your name?" The staff member asked, revealing a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his eyes. "White." Baiyu answered succinctly. When the staff heard this surname, their eyes suddenly lit up and they were sure of Baiyu and Chen Zihan's identities. He didn't dare to delay for even a second and quickly turned around and called the store manager over. The store manager had previously informed their staff that two very important guests would come today to take wedding photos, and asked them to be careful and serve them, and to call in directly when the guests arrived. After a while, the store manager hurried over. He was a middle-aged man wearing a dark suit and glasses, and looked very capable. He walked up to Baiyu and Chen Zihan with a big smile on his face and bowed slightly. "Mr. Bai, Ms. Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to our bridal shop. I'm the manager here, and I'll be serving you today. He makes people feel a lot more friendly. Please come this way, both of you. Go to the rest area on the second floor and take a short rest. We will prepare the best service for you." After saying that, he turned sideways and made a pleased gesture. Baiyu and Chen Zihan nodded and followed the store manager to the second floor. Going up the wide staircase, there are some small wedding photos hanging on the walls on both sides of the stairs, each of which is full of artistic sense. The rest area on the second floor is very warm and comfortable, with soft sofas, exquisite coffee tables, and several pots of green plants emitting fresh fragrance, making people feel particularly relaxed. "Mr. Bai, Ms. Chen, please take a rest here first. We will make arrangements for you right away," the store manager said with a smile, then turned and left, arranging for the staff to prepare various matters. Chen Zihan sat on the sofa, looking around curiously, her hands unconsciously twisted together, showing her inner nervousness and excitement. Baiyu sat beside her, gently held her hand, and whispered comfortingly, "Don't be nervous, honey. Let's just shoot happily and we will definitely get the most beautiful wedding photos." Chen Zihan nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. After a while, a female staff member in a white dress came over with 2 cups of steaming coffee. She had a sweet smile on her face. "Mr. Bai, Ms. Chen, this is the coffee we prepared for you. Please enjoy it slowly." She placed the coffee gently on the coffee table and then quietly left. Baiyu picked up a cup of coffee, took a sip, and the rich coffee aroma filled his mouth. He looked at Chen Zihan and said, "Try it. The coffee in this shop is said to be very good." Chen Zihan also picked up the coffee, took a sip carefully, and the bitterness filled his mouth. At this moment, the store manager came over hurriedly with several thick wedding albums. He sat on the sofa opposite with a smile on his face. "Mr. Bai, Ms. Chen, these are some of the more classic wedding dress styles in our store. You can take a look and choose the style you like." After saying that, he opened the photo albums one by one and presented them in front of Bai Yu and Chen Zihan. The wedding photos in the album made Chen Zihan's eyes light up. Every one of them was beautifully photographed. There are retro-style wedding dresses with long skirts that drag on the ground, paired with exquisite veils and gloves, and there are modern and simple-style wedding dresses with smooth lines and simple designs. Chen Zihan stared at the album closely, and gently stroked the wedding dress in the photo with his fingers, feeling a little tangled. "These wedding dresses are so beautiful, I don't know which one to choose." Bai Yu looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. "It's okay, honey, take your time to choose. We have plenty of time, try on whichever one you like." The store manager smiled and introduced. "Ms. Chen, the wedding dresses in our store can be modified according to your body shape and preferences, ensuring that you will wear the most suitable and beautiful one. In addition, we also have a professional styling team who will create the most perfect makeup and hairstyle for you, so that you can become the most beautiful bride on the day of your wedding photo shoot." His words made Chen Zihan even more excited, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Zihan raised his head and looked at Bai Yu. "Honey, which style do you think would look good on me?" Bai Yu looked at her seriously, his eyes full of affection. "I think you look good in anything, but I hope you can choose your favorite one. After all, this is our wedding photo, and making you happy is the most important thing." Chen Zihan thought for a moment, pointed to a retro-style wedding dress and said, "I want to try this one, it looks very elegant." The store manager nodded immediately. "Okay, Ms. Chen. I'll get it for you to try on." After that, he hurried away. After a while, the store manager and a staff member came over carefully holding the vintage wedding dress. The fabric of the wedding dress looks very high-end, delicate and soft, and it is embroidered with exquisite patterns. Every stitch and every thread reveals the craftsman's exquisite craftsmanship. The staff hung the wedding dress on a hanger nearby, and then helped Chen Zihan open the door of the fitting room. "Miss Chen, this way please." Chen Zihan walked into the fitting room with excitement and closed the door gently. This vintage wedding dress looks as if it was tailor-made for her. The slim-fitting upper body highlights her slender waist, and the long skirt drags on the ground like a flowing white cloud. Delicate lace embellishes the neckline and cuffs, adding a touch of elegance and romance. Chen Zihan turned around gently, the hem of her wedding dress fluttering, and she felt like a princess from a fairy tale. "Wife, are you okay?" Bai Yu's concerned voice came from outside. "Okay, I'm out." Chen Zihan took a deep breath, opened the door of the fitting room, and walked out. Bai Yu, the store manager and others instantly looked at Chen Zihan. For a moment, the entire rest area fell silent. Bai Yu stared at Chen Zihan, as if he was under a spell, his eyes were full of amazement and admiration. After a long while, he came back to his senses, walked quickly to Chen Zihan, and held her hand. "Honey, you are so beautiful. This wedding dress seems to be made for you." Chen Zihan's cheeks flushed slightly, and he lowered his head a little embarrassedly. "Really? Isn't that too exaggerated?" The store manager said with a smile. "Ms. Chen, you are really very beautiful. This wedding dress shows the elegance and nobility of the retro style to the fullest. Moreover, if we slightly modify the size, the effect will be even better." Chen Zihan walked to the mirror again and looked at herself carefully, feeling very satisfied. She turned to Bai Yu and said, "Then I'll choose this one, husband." Bai Yu nodded repeatedly. "Okay, this one. Honey, wear this wedding dress for your wedding photos." Next, the staff took Chen Zihan to measure the size, while the store manager discussed the shooting scene in style with Bai Yu. Chapter 50. Why are there always these idiots? Bai Yu was holding a cup of tea on the sofa in the lounge area on the second floor of the bridal shop. Take a sip of fragrant tea and enjoy this moment of tranquility. "Miss Chen, your figure is so good. We have been in this business for so long, but we have never seen such a perfectly proportioned figure." A staff member couldn't help but praise it, his envy was beyond words. Chen Zihan's cheeks suddenly flushed, like peach blossoms in full bloom. She lowered her head slightly and said softly, "It's not as good as you say." Bai Yu, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, watched the scene quietly, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised, revealing a meaningful smile. He thought to himself that he knew best whether his wife had a good figure or not, especially her proud curves, which he had cultivated with his own hands. Just then, the staff member who had just brought Baiyu and Chen Zihan upstairs came running over in a hurry, looking a little flustered. She walked quickly to the store manager and whispered something in his ear. The store manager's expression changed slightly, and a barely perceptible worry flashed in his eyes. This young Master Wang is a well-known rich second generation in the local area. He behaves arrogantly and domineeringly on weekdays. Relying on his family's wealth and power, he always stirs up trouble outside. Although bridal shops also have their own principles and arrangements, it is not easy to offend such people. The store manager thought for a moment, then quickly walked over to Baiyu, explained the situation politely and apologetically, then hurriedly turned around and went downstairs to receive Master Wang and his party. The store manager came downstairs and saw Master Wang sitting lazily on the sofa with his legs crossed, his face showing arrogance. Standing next to him was a heavily made-up woman, with a pungent smell of perfume filling the air. Master Wang, I'm so sorry. There was a very important customer in the store just now, so I'm late. I wonder if Master Wang is here to buy wedding photos or take photos today. The store manager forced a smile and asked cautiously. The young man called Master Wang looked to be in his early 20s. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes narrowed slightly behind the lenses. He glanced at the store manager with a bit of disdain and said coldly, "Didn't I make an appointment with you a few days ago? Of course, I'm here to take wedding photos. Mr. Wang, madam, please follow me. We have prepared the best shooting scene for you on the 5th floor." The store manager said quickly, trying to guide them to the 5th floor. However, Wang Feng and Lu Xia, who were about to stand up, sat down again. Wang Feng's face suddenly became terribly gloomy. He glared at the store manager fiercely and shouted, "Didn't I tell you a few days ago that I want to book the top floor? The view and light on the top floor are the best. I must shoot on the top floor today. Yes, dear, the top floor is the best. We made a reservation in advance. What's wrong with this store manager? Did he stand us up on purpose?" Lu Xia also echoed shrilly at the side, with a dissatisfied look on her face. The store manager quickly explained. "Master Wang, you did make a reservation for the top floor before, but you stood us up several times before, so today I thought." Before the store manager could finish his words, Wang Feng interrupted him rudely. "I don't care. Whoever is on the rooftop today, get rid of them. I, Wang Feng, want to shoot here, and no one can stop me." As he spoke, he stood up, took Lu Xia's hand, and strode towards the elevator. The store manager looked embarrassed and wanted to stop him, but was pushed away by Wang Feng and almost fell to the ground. Wang Feng snorted coldly, took Lu Xia into the elevator, and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and Wang Feng and Lu Xia arrived on the top floor. Seeing several bodyguards in black suits standing outside the door, Wang Feng felt a little unhappy, but relying on his status, he didn't care. He walked straight forward and stretched out his hand to push open the closed door. Baiyu's bodyguards were well trained and quickly stopped him. "Sir, there are guests using the venue inside. Please wait outside for a moment." The bodyguard's voice was low and firm, with an unquestionable tone. When Wang Feng heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. He widened his eyes and yelled, "Damn bodyguard, how dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? I think you don't want to be here anymore." Before he could finish his words, Baiyu's bodyguard threw a punch without hesitation, hitting Wang Feng directly in the face. With a dull thud, Wang Feng flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Wang Feng groaned in pain, covering his swollen eyes with his hands, his face full of shock and anger. "Don't help me, bitch!" He violently shook off the hand that Lu Xia extended to him and struggled to get up from the ground. Baiyu, who was drinking tea in the house, heard the noise coming from outside. Worried that it would disturb Chen Zihan's interest in trying on the wedding dress, he put down his teacup and slowly walked towards the door. He opened the door and saw a man in his 20s being pinned to the ground by his bodyguard, looking miserable. The store manager stood aside, anxiously trying to dissuade both parties, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Seeing Baiyu coming out, the bodyguards immediately let go of Wang Feng's hands, stepped aside, and stood respectfully. Baiyu looked at the farce in front of him with indifference. "What's going on?" Baiyu's voice was a little cold. The bodyguard who heard this hurriedly explained, "Young master, this guy has been making trouble outside and insisted on going in. We stopped him outside. He wanted to force his way in, so we stopped him outside. He actually attacked us first, so." Wang Feng stood up at this time, his face was bruised and swollen, and he looked at Baiyu. "You are their young master, do you know that?" Who did you offend? How dare your bodyguard hit me? Wang Feng touched the blood on his lips and hurriedly said to his girlfriend beside him, "Call the police immediately and catch him." The store manager stood up and slapped Wang Feng in the face, which made Wang Feng stunned. I know your dad owns a share in this bridal shop, but do you know? Who did you offend? Master Bai. This building belongs to him. If you offend him enough, he won't let us live here next year. Can you afford to rent a house? Your father knows about this. If your father knows, do you think he will break your legs? Will he pass on the family fortune to you or to his illegitimate son outside? Wang Feng, who was still a little unresponsive, was so angry when he heard what the manager said that he looked at Bai Yu. Chapter 51 Beautiful Chen Zihan. Wang Feng widened his eyes and stared at Bai Yu in horror. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling extremely annoyed with this kind of person, and he was unwilling to even give him a single glance. He raised his hand slightly and waved gently at the tall, well-trained bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard understood what he meant and immediately stepped forward and invited Wang Feng out in no time. Bai Yu picked up the teacup on the table again and took a sip. The fragrance of tea spread between his lips and teeth, making him feel a little relieved. Just then, a sound of light footsteps was heard. He looked up and saw Chen Zihan walking towards him with two makeup artists. Chen Zihan wore a pure white long dress, as pure and flawless as the first snow in winter. The hem of her skirt fluttered in the wind, as elegant as clouds. Her makeup is delicate and exquisite, her eyes are like stars, her lips are like cherries, her black hair is tied up, and she wears a gorgeous and shining headdress. She looks like a fairy who has strayed from the fairyland into the mortal world, breathtakingly beautiful. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. Yes, Miss Chen is absolutely beautiful. People around looked at him sideways and exclaimed in amazement. Chen Zihan blushed at the praise from everyone, and her cheeks turned a little cute, which made people feel pity for her. Bai Yu looked at Chen Zihan who was standing in front of him. She turned around lightly with her skirt fluttering. He was stunned for a moment. Chen Zihan looks good without makeup, she is pretty and charming, and after careful makeup, she is even more breathtakingly beautiful. Honey, does my makeup look good? Chen Zihan blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Bai Yu expectantly. Bai Yu came back to his senses, his mouth corners raised, his eyes full of pampering. It looks good, my wife is naturally beautiful, she is beautiful no matter what, this makeup is the icing on the cake, beautiful beyond words. Chen Zihan smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes, and her smile was so sweet that it melted people's hearts. She was naturally happy to be praised by others, but the recognition from her husband made her heart full of happiness. At this time, the store manager came over with a smile on his face and elegant manners, and said softly, "Sir, please go and do your makeup here." Bai Yu nodded slightly, "Then I'll have to trouble the store manager." Chen Zihan followed the staff toward the dazzling array of wedding dresses not far away, while Bai Yu followed the makeup artist into the dressing room. It is much easier for men to put on makeup, and Bai Yu was handsome to begin with. He simply trimmed his hair and drew his eyebrows, and soon he was done. As Bai Yu stepped out of the dressing room, a fiery figure caught his eye. Chen Zihan wore a Chinese red wedding dress with dragons and phoenixes embroidered with gold thread, which looked lifelike and seemed to be about to take off. The slim cut shows off her graceful figure to the fullest, with her slender waist and beautiful curves, which are all very captivating. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment, his eyes fixed on Chen Zihan, unable to move away at all. Chen Zihan looked at Bai Yu's obsessed expression and chuckled. "Does it look good?" Bai Yu nodded vigorously like pounding garlic. "Wife, you have amazing taste. This wedding dress looks like it was tailor-made for you. It's so beautiful that I can't take my eyes off it. Is it really that good?" Chen Zihan asked softly with a slight smile on his face. Bai Yu quickly pointed at the store manager and the service staff and said with a smile, "Just ask them." Normally, store managers and service staff would respond to such inquiries from customers with a few polite words. But today, when Chen Zihan put on this wedding dress, everyone praised her sincerely. "Miss Chen, you look so beautiful in this wedding dress. I am at a loss for words and cannot find a more appropriate description." Chen Zihan walked to the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes full of joy. He turned to Bai Yu and said, "Honey, go pick out some clothes too. We'll use this set to take our wedding photos." Bai Yu nodded in agreement and turned to walk into the changing room. Soon, he was wearing a neat suit, a tie of the same color, and slim trousers that made his legs look straight and long, and he looked very majestic. Standing together with Chen Zihan, they really looked like a perfect match made in heaven, a talented man and a beautiful woman, the envy of others. Chen Zihan walked to Bai Yu's side, raised his hand and gently adjusted his tie, his movements gentle and meticulous. At this time, several photographers came over carrying their equipment. Chen Zihan smoothed out the last wrinkles on Bai Yu's body, turned to the photographer, and said with a smile, "Then I'll trouble you all. I look forward to your masterpiece. Don't worry, Miss Chen. Leave it to us. We will definitely take the most perfect wedding photos and capture the sweetness of you two in the camera." The photographer responded confidently. The shooting began immediately, and Bai Yu and Chen Zihan posed in various postures in the studio under the guidance of the photographer. Chen Zihan snuggled in Bai Yu's arms, a happy smile on her face, or the two held hands, looking at each other affectionately. The love in their eyes seemed to overflow. Time seemed to pass away like flowing water. The sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sun shone into the house, with light and shadows interweaving. Throughout the day, Bai Yu and Chen Zihan changed into 5 or 6 wedding dresses, each of which was photographed in a different style, including romantic and beautiful, classical and elegant, fashionable and grand, and countless others. Bai Yu looked at the tired Chen Zihan with heartache and gently held her in his arms. Sitting on the sofa, he asked softly, "Wife, are you tired?" Chen Zihan nestled in Bai Yu's arms with a sweet smile on his face. "It's okay, but I'm so happy. It feels like a dream." Bai Yu kissed her forehead gently and said softly, "If you're not tired, we should go home and change our clothes first." Chen Zihan nodded obediently. As soon as the two of them stood up, the store manager hurried over. Chapter 52 The System Sends Money Again. Chapter 52 The System Sends Money Again. The store manager hurried forward and bowed slightly. With a professional smile on his face, he said politely yet enthusiastically, "Miss Chen, let me take you to change your clothes, and then we can remove your makeup. This way, please." Chen Zihan followed the makeup artist to the dressing room. She sat in front of the dressing table, and her look changed from being gorgeous and dazzling to being fresh and elegant. Bai Yu turned and walked towards the men's dressing room, quickly changed out of his dress and put on his everyday clothes again. He walked calmly to the sofa, sat down slowly, and prepared to take a rest. Suddenly, the mechanical and familiar voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for bringing his girlfriend to the wedding shop to take photos and winning 500 million cash. Obtain God-level massage technique. In an instant, an invisible force instilled a vast amount of massage knowledge and techniques into his mind, pouring in continuously. Bai Yu raised his hand and rubbed his brows, secretly exclaiming in his heart, "This system is really good. The funds we have now are already very good, and this will give us even more power." He calmed down a little and carefully studied this God-level massage technique, and couldn't help but be amazed. It contains all the essentials of massage in the world. Bai Yu knew in his heart that with the unique skills he had mastered at the moment, it was no exaggeration to call him the world's #1 massage master. An absurd thought even flashed through his mind: if he went to a massage parlor to find a job, those wealthy ladies and VIPs would scramble to get extra time and turn over cards. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, he shuddered suddenly and quickly dispelled it. Just kidding, if his parents knew about his outrageous idea, they would probably break his legs. While Bai Yu was daydreaming, the store manager quietly approached him, sat down beside him, and said in a gentle tone, "Mr. Bai, I just communicated with the photographer and the photos will be ready tomorrow morning." Bai Yu came back to his senses after hearing that and nodded slightly. "Okay, let's do it tomorrow morning." "Thank you for your concern." The store manager heard this and continued, "Then please fill in the delivery address, Mr. Bai. I will send it to you as soon as it is ready." As he spoke, he handed the paper and pen to Bai Yu. Bai Yu took it and wrote down the address fluently. "I had just finished writing here when Chen Zihan had also finished tidying up over there." Bai Yu stood up, walked steadily to her side, naturally took her soft little hand, and said softly, "Let's go home." The store manager walked them all the way to the door, and only turned back into the store after watching the two get into the car. He took out his cell phone and called his mother. My mother's concerned voice came from the receiver immediately. "Son, have you and Zihan finished filming? It's getting late, don't tire Zihan out." Bai Yu turned his head to look at Chen Zihan, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and responded to the phone. "Mom, we've finished filming and are heading home." "That's good. Drive slowly. Your dad, Zihan's parents and I are waiting for you at home." "Okay, got it, Mom." The car sped steadily towards home. Chen Zihan's slender fingers gently touched her lower abdomen, her eyes full of tenderness. "Honey, I feel like the baby is growing." It's a magical feeling. Bayu heard this and carefully covered her hand, his eyes full of doting. Then my wife, you have to eat more in the future so that both the baby and you can be healthy. Chen Zihan nodded obediently. 20 minutes later, the car slowly stopped in front of the gate of their villa. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw their grandparents and parents waiting at the door. The two old people are still in good spirits. The grandfather is wearing a tang suit, which makes him look elegant. The grandmother is wearing a cheongsam, which makes her look dignified and kind. The parents are also still as elegant as ever. Lin Yuaru saw her son getting off the car, took a few steps forward, raised her hand and gently tapped Bayu's forehead. Silly boy, I'm taking you out for dinner. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Zihan lovingly. Your grandparents have booked the Imperial Star Hotel and are looking forward to picking you up and heading over there. Wang Shuesher also stepped forward, gently rubbed Chen Zihan's head, and whispered. Girl, now that you are pregnant, be more careful about everything and don't be rash. Chen Zihan stuck out his tongue playfully. Don't worry, Mom. I know. The family walked towards the restaurant with laughter and joy. This is the introduction to my next book. Can you take a look at it? I don't know how to write this book. I don't want to write graffiti. My name is Lin Xiao, and I just moved to this old neighborhood. The walls of the corridor are gray and mottled, and exude a damp and musty smell. But the rent is cheap, and for a poor student like me, it is a rare place to live. One day when I was going home from school, I found a strange graffiti at the corner of the corridor. It was a distorted human face painted in red paint, with exaggeratedly large eyes and a mouth stretched to the ears, as if making a silent roar. I frowned, wondering who had done this masterpiece. It was so creepy. After that, every night when I passed by there, I felt like the face in the graffiti was staring at me, with a weird look in its eyes. One time, I got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and the lights in the corridor were dim and flickering. When I passed by the graffiti, I vaguely heard a slight chuckle that scared me so much that I ran back to my room and hid in my bed. Even more terrifying things happened one after another. When I got home from school that day, I felt a chill as soon as I opened the door. I could hear a faint sound of dripping water. I walked nervously to the bathroom and found that the faucet was tightly closed, but the dripping sound became clearer and clearer. Just as I was wondering, I saw the distorted face in the graffiti slowly emerging on the mirror from the corner of my eye. Blood was flowing out of its eye sockets and sliding down the mirror. I screamed in fear and wiped the mirror with my hands desperately, but the face became clearer and clearer. I decided to ask the neighbors about the graffiti. After hearing my description, Grandma Zhang, who lived downstairs, turned pale. She pulled me into the house, closed the door, and said tremblingly, "My dear, a few years ago, there lived a crazy painter in this building. He was obsessed with painting scary things all day long. Later, I don't know what stimulated him. After painting that picture in the corridor, he disappeared. Since then, people living in this building have heard strange noises from time to time, and some people have seen the things in the painting wandering around at night. It's very weird." My scalp went numb after hearing this, and I returned home feeling uneasy. Late at night, the wind howled outside the window, making the windows rattle. I lay on the bed, staring at the door, not daring to breathe. Suddenly, the doorknob slowly turned, accompanied by a sharp creaking sound, and the door opened a crack. In the darkness, I seemed to see the graffiti face appearing in the crack of the door, squeezing in little by little. Its body was erratic, and it exuded a bloody and rotten smell. I grabbed the book beside my pillow and threw it at it, but the book went straight through its illusory body. It was getting closer and closer, and it was laughing strangely. I was forced into a corner and closed my eyes in despair. Just as its cold touch was about to touch me, I felt for the lighter in my pocket. In a panic, I took out the lighter, lit the book on the table, and threw it at it. The flames instantly illuminated the room, and the strange face seemed to be afraid of the fire, and it twisted and retreated. With the help of the fire, I mustered up the courage to rush to the door, rushed out, and ran downstairs. At the gate of the community, I gasped and looked back, only to see that in the window of my house, in the flickering fire, the graffiti face was still twisting wildly, as if fighting against the flames. Since then, I have never dared to go back to that rental house. Every time I pass by that building and look at the entrance of the corridor, I still feel the chill, and the horrible secret behind the graffiti has become my lingering nightmare. There is a horror story that I think is okay. I really don't know how to write this book, city people. My mind is full of other plots and I feel like I am going to collapse. The main reason is that my mind is too messy. It is full of other stories and I feel like it is going to be useless. In addition, no one reads it. I am going to write a horror story first, but I feel that my imagination is not enough. I just posted this one. Can you take a look at it? If you can, just start a horror story autobiography in the next one. Search for human horror stories. I think this one is still worth doing. If you think it's okay, take a look. This chapter is mainly water writing. I wrote 1,500 words. I don't know how to write it. I put the beginning of my second novel here for you to see. Chapter 53 Imperial Hotel. On a lazy weekend afternoon, the warm sun is like honey, gently spreading on every inch of the city's skin. Baiyu and Chen Zihan were like two happy little birds. Surrounded by their parents, they skipped and danced to the famous Imperial Capital Hotel in the city. As soon as you approach, the hotel's majestic appearance catches your eye. It is like an aristocrat who is isolated from the world and hidden in the hustle and bustle of the city, quietly exuding a unique aura of luxury and solemnity. The revolving door slowly turned, as if opening a door leading to a mysterious palace. Baiyu held Chen Zihan's hand, and with a little excitement, he stepped in first. In an instant, it was as if I had stepped into a dreamland. The dome of the lobby seemed like the vast sky, and the dazzling crystal chandelier looked like the Milky Way bursting its banks, with billions of stars whizzing down. Each piece of crystal looks like it has been carefully carved by elves, with sharp edges and corners, cutting the light into countless dreamy fragments. It falls majestically on the marble floor imported from Italy at your feet. The lines on the marble floor seem like the flowing years, which are now awakened by the light and shine brightly. At the side, the golden elevator door seemed to know of their arrival and slowly opened silently, as if whispering, "Welcome to this luxurious journey." Everyone entered one after another, and the elevator went up smoothly. Soon, it arrived at the private room floor that Grandpa and Grandma had booked long ago. The corridor is like an art gallery, with authentic works of famous painters hanging on the walls on both sides. Abstract paintings use bold blocks of color and unruly lines to express unruly souls, while realistic paintings perfectly reproduce the delicate details of life. The interweaving and collision of the two give this space a strong artistic flavor. The thick carpet under your feet feels like you are walking on clouds, and your footsteps feel like they are gently held up by soft hands. The wonderful sound-absorbing property makes the corridor seem like a vacuum zone, with only the slight breathing sounds of each other, as if quietly sharing the quiet beauty of the moment. The door of the box was gently pushed open by the waiter with just the right amount of force. In an instant, the splendor of the room came flooding in like a tide, impacting everyone's vision. In the center, a huge round dining table sits like a king, and the tabletop is covered with a silk tablecloth embroidered with peonies in gold thread. The gold thread sparkles like stars in the light. The peony is so gorgeous that it seems as if it will break free from its restraints in the next second and bloom brilliantly in this small space. It feels silky and cool to the touch, like flowing moonlight. The matching dining chairs all exude the elegant charm of European retro style. The walnut wood is carved with intricate and exquisite patterns, which are the fingertips art of craftsmen. The armrests are inlaid with round pearls, which echo the set of silver tableware placed on the table. The interlaced light shows nobility. On one side of the box, the entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows looks like a huge picture frame. The electric curtains slowly open, and the bustling scenery of the city is like a dynamic Qingming Shanghai Tuesday. Amid the hustle and bustle of traffic, pedestrians are like ants, and neon lights are flashing, as if dream and reality overlap at this moment. The wine cabinet in the corner is like a mysterious old friend, emitting a warm glow and displaying fine wines from all corners of the world. The label flickers in the light and shadow, like a mysterious treasure that has been sleeping for thousands of years and is eager to be opened, exuding an alluring scent. Everyone took their seats. Grandpa raised his hand with the dignity accumulated over the years. He waved gently and the waiter understood what he meant and turned around to notify the kitchen to serve the dishes. Grandma's face was full of love. She took Chen Zihan's hand and patted it gently. The warmth in her palm seemed to convey her lifelong love. "Zihan, are you tired? Taking wedding photos is a physical job. I have been thinking about you all day." Grandpa also nodded slightly, his eyes like the warm spring sun, sweeping over Baiyu and Chen Zihan lovingly. Zihan blushed slightly and shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with honey. "I was a little nervous at first. When the photographer asked us to pose, I didn't know where to put my hands, and my heart almost jumped out of my throat." As he said this, he covered his chest embarrassedly. Baiyu raised the corners of his mouth and continued with a smile. "Yes, I saw that she was stiff, like a little puppet, so I secretly tickled her palm." Her eyes widened and she almost laughed. Fortunately, the photographer was quick and snapped that photo. It must be very interesting. Maybe it will become our family treasure in the future. Everyone imagined the scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Yueru sat beside him, her eyes full of tenderness. She handed over a cup of warm water at just the right temperature and asked softly, "Did your makeup look good during the photo shoot? I was afraid that after a whole day, your makeup would not look good and would affect the effect. I specially prepared several sets of makeup touch-up items, hoping that everything would go smoothly for you." Chen Zihan took a sip of water and replied with a smile, "Mom, don't worry." The makeup artist followed closely throughout the whole process and touched up the makeup in time, not missing any small flaws. After a pause, she continued with a smile, "There is a scene by the lake, with the breeze blowing gently, like a naughty child. I kept crawling into the clothes. Baiyu was afraid that I would catch a cold, so he hurriedly put his coat on me. As a result, he looked very funny in the photos. His sleeves were so long that they looked like a child who had secretly put on adult clothes." Hearing this, Baiyu scratched his head in embarrassment, and the tips of his ears were stained with red. "I was just worried that you would get cold. Besides, even if the style is weird, as long as you look beautiful, I'm happy to be the green leaf against the red flower." Bai Xiangwei looked at his son and daughter-in-law with his eyes full of relief. He raised his hand and patted Baiyu on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "With the wedding photoshoot today, the two of you have passed another important milestone. There is still a long way to go, and there will inevitably be bumps and bruises. You must support each other, understand?" As he was speaking, the waiter walked in lightly like a gust of wind and placed the exquisite dishes on the table one by one like works of art. In an instant, the box was filled with fragrance, and the dishes were full of color, aroma, and taste, like a double feast for the eyes and taste. A dish of French baked snails was the first to appear. The snails lay comfortably in the special grooves, and the baked cheese seemed to have covered them with a layer of golden armor. The slightly burnt color is extremely tempting. Gently pinch it with special pliers, and the snail meat seems to be eager to come out, mixed with the rich aroma of cheese and the fresh scent of vanilla. It is tender and smooth in the mouth, like silk dancing on the tip of the tongue. Next, Chinese-style steamed grouper was served on the table. The fish body was cut with neat cuts like a ruler, and shredded green onion and ginger were spread on it in an orderly manner. The moment hot oil was poured on it, the fresh aroma of the soy sauce burst out as if by magic. The fish meat melted in the mouth like a cloud, and it was extremely tender and fresh, creating a fireworks show on the taste buds. Everyone sat around, eating and chatting, and the topic was like a rushing river, endless. Grandma raised her head slightly, her eyes seemed to reflect the past years, recalling the simple wedding with Grandpa. She was full of emotion. It's nothing like now, with such beautiful wedding photos and such luxurious restaurants to eat in. At that time, we tore off a piece of red cloth, asked the best tailor in the village to make a new dress, and had a meal with relatives. That was considered starting a family. Although it was simple, it was sweet in our hearts. Grandpa smiled and added, his eyes full of nostalgia, "But those days were also very enjoyable. Now looking at you two young couples, how happy they are, it's really great. The days are getting more and more promising." Baiyu's eyes were slightly moist. He held Chen Zihan's hand tightly and said solemnly, "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will definitely give Zihan a good life. We will get together often in the future and have more warm moments like this. A family together is better than anything else." Chen Zihan nodded rapidly, tears glistening in his eyes, showing his emotion and infinite expectations for the future. The warm yellow lights in the box are like a gentle veil, with constant laughter and joy. The aroma of delicious food and the warmth of family and love are like three colorful silks, closely interwoven and permeating every inch of the air. The fatigue and toil of the day, like ice and snow meeting spring, have all transformed into satisfaction and peace in my heart at this moment. The picture of a beautiful life in the future seems to be quietly spread out by the hand of fate at this warm moment, extending infinitely into the distance. Chapter 54 Class Reunion. In the afternoon, the warm sun seemed to be a bit lazy, shining through the thin and misty gauze curtains, and falling on the sofa in the living room, as if it had been plated with a layer of gold. Baiyu and Chen Zihan were like a pair of lazy cats, lying on the sofa, snuggling up to each other, immersed in this rare moment of tranquility, as if time had stopped for them. Suddenly, a sharp cell phone ring broke the warmth in the room, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Baiyu frowned slightly and stretched out his hand reluctantly. His slender fingers fumbled on the coffee table for a few times before he reached the troublemaking phone. After a few words, his eyes seemed to light up instantly, with a gleam of excitement. He hung up the phone neatly, turned to face Chen Zihan, and said excitedly, "There is a reunion of high school classmates tonight. They have booked a private room and specifically told us to go. We haven't seen each other for many years. It must be very lively. Chen Zihan's eyes were curved like crescent moons, and they were shining with anticipation. She stood up gently, and her fingers shuttled through her hair like a nimble butterfly, tidying up her messy hair, with a faint smile on her lips. Then you have to tidy it up. I haven't seen everyone for so long, I have to leave a good impression on them. As the lights come on, the city seems to be covered with colorful neon clothes and illuminated by lights, like a dream city. Baiyu was wearing a simple yet stylish casual suit, which made him look tall and straight. Chen Zihan was wearing an elegant floral dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, like a blooming flower. The two walked into the hotel private room hand in hand, like a prince and princess from a fairy tale. The moment they opened the door, a wave of bustling heat rushed towards them, as if it was going to swallow them up. More than 20 familiar yet slightly unfamiliar faces came into view. More than 4 years have passed like a magical chisel, carving out a bit of maturity on their faces. The immaturity has faded away, and some charm accumulated over the years has been added. When they saw the two of them come in, cheers rang out like thunder, and excitement was revealed in the eyes of several good brothers. They gathered around like a tide, and one of them was a burly Zhan Lai. He patted Baiyu's shoulder vigorously with his palm leaf fan-sized hand, with a teasing smile on his face. The groom is going to start a family, and he's so quick. It's been such a short time since we last met, and he's already won over our class beauty. Come and share your experience. Chen Zihan's girlfriends immediately gathered around her, holding her hands, chirping like a group of happy little birds, sharing the interesting things they had encountered recently. His eyes would from time to time scan the shining engagement ring on her ring finger like a searchlight, his eyes full of envy, and his mouth would from time to time utter tsk sounds of admiration. Everyone sat down, and the delicacies on the table seemed to have lost their appeal. All topics were focused on Baiyu and Chen Zihan as if by magnets. Squad leader Wang stood up with a glass of wine in hand, his face full of smiles, like a flower in full bloom in spring. The golden boy and girl in our class are about to enter the marriage palace. This is a great event. Come, let me toast to the two of you, wishing you a happy wedding and a long-lasting happiness. After that, the wine glasses clinked and jingled, and the crisp sound echoed in the private room like the prelude to a happy movement. Chen Zihan's cheeks were red, just like a ripe apple, and she said softly, "Thank you everyone, it's still early, I'm here to announce the good news to everyone, and I will invite everyone to the wedding when the time comes." No problem. We decided to come when Baiyu got married. It's not easy for us to get together, let's have a toast. By the way, how are you doing now? Let me first talk about myself now. Xiao Yu, a former study committee member, has become a teacher. When talking about his work, he beamed with joy and pride in his eyes. I battle wits and courage with those kids every day, which is exhausting, but I see their grades improve. The sense of accomplishment is indescribable. Next month, I plan to go to teach in remote areas so that more children can enjoy a good education. As she spoke, her eyes were full of longing. Afon, who was working on technology nearby, was not to be outdone. He pushed up his thick glasses, as if to let everyone see the light in his eyes. The project I participated in last year won an industry award. Now I am working day and night to develop new software. If it succeeds, it will improve our daily office efficiency several times. Then everyone will have to thank me. There was a hint of pride in his tone. Chen Zihan's best friend Jiayi is now an editor of a fashion magazine. Her makeup is so exquisite that she looks like she has walked out of a painting. She said sharply, "I have recently interviewed several international big-name designers and learned a lot of fashion tips from them. Zihan, I will buy your wedding dress. I guarantee that you will stun the whole audience and become the most beautiful bride." Everyone was talking at once, as if in a lively symphony, sharing the hardships of striving in the workplace, the difficulty of academic advancement, and the ups and downs of the journey to pursue their dreams. There are times of confusion and frustration when you first enter society, like running around like a headless fly. There is also times when you grit your teeth and persevere, like seeing the light of day breaking through the clouds. Time passed quickly. After the party, Baiyu took Chen Zihan out of the hotel. The night sky of the city seemed to be painted with colorful paints by a painter and illuminated by neon lights, making it look dreamy. The slightly tipsy Baiyu's steps were a little unsteady, but he held Chen Zihan's hand tightly, as if it was his life-saving straw. They strolled on the familiar yet unfamiliar street. The street lights were like guards, emitting a soft halo, lengthening and shortening the figures of the two, like a game of light and shadow. Chen Zihan's feet were a little unsteady, as if he was stepping on marshmallows. He leaned lightly on Baiyu, his cheeks flushed, his hair fluttering in the wind with a faint aroma of wine, like a drunken flower. "I'm really happy tonight. It's great to see everyone having such a wonderful time. She looked up at Baiyu, her eyes sparkling as if hiding stars. Baiyu scratched her nose lovingly, as if treating the most precious treasure. Yes, we have come this far, and you are here with us. The days ahead will definitely be more interesting. We must work hard and live our own wonderful lives. Passing by an ice cream shop, Chen Zihan's eyes suddenly lit up, like the brightest stars in the night sky. She jumped and stopped at the door of the shop like a little girl, clasped her hands together, blinked her eyes, and pleaded, "I want to eat ice cream, just one bite, okay?" Baiyu couldn't persuade her, so he smiled and nodded, went into the store, bought a vanilla ice cream cone and handed it to her. Chen Zihan couldn't wait to lick it, and the corners of her mouth were covered with cream, like a child who had stolen candy. Baiyu looked at her like this, took out a tissue and wiped it gently, his eyes full of tenderness, like a spring breeze blowing on her face. Continue walking forward, and you will see a dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street, like a world of treasures. There are quaint bookstores, with warm yellow lights occasionally shining through, as if telling the story of the years, making people want to explore the mysteries contained therein. There are also trendy brand stores full of modern style, with the latest clothing displayed in the windows, like fashionable invitations, attracting the attention of young people. The two of them stopped from time to time, looking at this, touching that, and occasionally exchanging a few words about their opinions on a certain item, but their hands never loosened, as if they were swearing in this way that they would never leave each other. A melodious guitar sound was heard. It turned out that a young wandering singer was playing and singing on the street. His voice was slightly vicissitudes of life, as if it was filled with stories. He was singing a classic old song. There were some listeners around him, some listening quietly or humming softly. Baiyu and Chen Zihan also stopped and blended into the crowd, as if they were cast under a spell by the singing. The singing seemed to have a kind of magic that pulled them back to certain moments in the past. Those youthful times when they stayed up late to finish their homework together and secretly dated in the playground were playing before their eyes like a movie. When the song ended, Baiyu silently put a few bills in the guitar bag and took Chen Zihan away. However, their hearts were immersed in the melody for a long time, as if they were branded by the song. Walking into a relatively quiet alley, the walls are covered with green vines, as if the alley was covered with a green coat. Occasionally, a few unknown small flowers poke their heads out, as if they are spying on the world. Chen Zihan suddenly stopped and took out his phone from his bag. "Let's take a picture. We need to record this beautiful night." Baiyu put his arm around her shoulders, and they both smiled brightly at the camera. With a click, the picture froze. In the photo, their eyes were full of love and happiness, as if they were about to overflow. When he was almost home, Chen Zihan felt a little sleepy, and his steps became more and more slow, as if he was dragging a heavy burden. Baiyu simply picked her up. Chen Zihan exclaimed, then hugged Baiyu's neck and giggled, as if silver bells were ringing. "What are you doing? Put me down. I'm pregnant and I'm very heavy now." Baiyu smiled and said, "It's not heavy at all. You should eat more in the future." Baiyu opened the door while holding Chen Zihan in his arms. The warm breath in the house filled them, like a warm embrace welcoming them. Baiyu gently placed Chen Zihan on the sofa, helped her take off her shoes, and poured her a cup of warm water, as if he was taking care of the most delicate flower. Chen Zihan leaned on the sofa, watching Baiyu busying around. His heart was filled with emotion, as if a warm current was flowing in his heart. "You must be exhausted today. Come and sit for a while." Baiyu sat down beside her and held her in his arms. The two of them snuggled together quietly, enjoying this warm moment of solitude, as if time had stopped for them. "Can we go to the class reunion every year from now on?" Chen Zihan looked up and asked. Baiyu lowered his head and kissed her forehead, as if making the most solemn promise. "Okay, as long as you want, we will go every year to see the changes in everyone and let everyone witness our happiness." On this quiet night, they gradually fell into sweet dreams with expectations for the future and the warmth of the class reunion. In the dream, there are still those familiar smiling faces and the journey of life accompanied by flowers all the way, as beautiful as a fairy tale world. There are many things that are not written well on these two sheets. I will revise them when I wake up tomorrow. I am too tired from work. Chapter 55 Gift from a Best Friend. Early in the morning, Chen Zihan slowly opened her eyes, and she subconsciously reached out and touched her side. When she touched Baiyu's warm and familiar skin, the remaining sleepiness instantly dissipated. She blinked her sleepy eyes with relief, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a sweet smile. "Good morning," Chen Zihan murmured softly, his voice filled with the laziness of just waking up. His soft voice was like a cat stretching comfortably in the morning light. Bayu turned over, hugged her tightly in his arms, and rested his chin on the top of her head. Sleep a little longer. At this time, the chirping of birds outside the window urged them to start a new day. Unable to resist the urging of the birds, the two got up. When Chen Zihan walked towards the living room with sleepy eyes, she was instantly shocked. She woke up completely and all sleepiness disappeared. The coffee table, sofa, and even the floor in the living room were piled with beautifully wrapped gifts of all sizes. The colorful wrapping papers sparkled in the sunlight, like a dreamy hill. Those exquisite bows and ribbons, under the interweaving of light and shadow, are as dazzling as the twinkling stars in the night sky. What's going on? Chen Zihan opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Her originally bright eyes were now as big as copper bells, full of surprise and confusion. Bayu also followed out. He scratched his head, frowned slightly, and thought quickly in his mind, trying to find the answer. Before they could react, Chen Zihan's phone suddenly started ringing like a naughty child. Messages from her girlfriend's group popped up like a tide, and the continuous notification sound seemed like a cheerful piece of music. Chen Zihan couldn't wait to open his phone and click on the messages one by one. Zihan, take a look at the gift, are you surprised? We have been planning this for a long time, just waiting to give you this big surprise. Happy wedding, my dear. Although the wedding is over, the blessings will not stop. Chen Zihan's eyes gradually became moist, with tears of emotion flashing in them. These girlfriends are her best friends since childhood. They have experienced countless laughter and tears together. As she enters a new life, they send her such heartwarming blessings. How can she not be moved? Chen Zihan squatted down gently and opened a gift box carefully, as if he was holding a rare treasure in his hands. When the gift box is opened, a pair of exquisite crystal swan ornaments come into view. The swans' elegant necks are leaning against each other, like a pair of affectionate lovers, symbolizing unswerving love. Chen Zihan picked it up gently and slowly turned it towards the sunlight. The colorful light reflected by the crystal was like a gorgeous rainbow, sprinkling on her face and reflecting the deep emotion in her eyes. It's so beautiful. They must have put a lot of thought into it. She spoke softly to Bayu, with a hint of sob in her voice. Bayu smiled and nodded, his eyes full of tenderness and doting. He watched quietly as Chen Zihan opened the gifts excitedly like a child. At this time, a huge square box caught Chen Zihan's attention. She took a lot of effort to open it, and it turned out to be a huge oil painting painted by her best friends. The painting shows the sweet moments of Chen Zihan and Bayu at their wedding. Although the brushstrokes are unprofessional, they are full of affection, and every detail outlines the romance of that day. Chen Zihan covered her mouth, but tears couldn't stop falling from between her fingers. The crystal tears were like pearls that had broken off the string, falling to the ground one by one. Don't cry, this is a happy thing. Bayu hurried forward, patted her back gently, took her into his arms, and comforted her gently. Chen Zihan leaned in his arms, sobbing and saying, I am just so touched. How can they understand me so well? Among the pile of gifts, there is a thick photo album that is particularly eye-catching. The cover is a photo of Chen Zihan and her besties. Time has left different traces on their faces, presenting their beautiful memories one by one. Chen Zihan gently flipped through the photo album. Every page was their memory. On campus, they graduated together in school uniforms, and their innocent smiles were like the sunshine in spring. On their graduation trip, they held hands and watched the sunrise at the beach, with the gorgeous morning glow illuminating their young faces. After returning to their respective work, those words of encouragement were like the sun in winter, warming each other. Chen Zihan turned the pages one by one, and Bayu was immersed in these warm memories. These memories are my most precious treasures. Now that I have you, my life is incredibly complete. Chen Zihan raised his tear-stained face and looked at Bayu, his eyes full of love. The affection in his eyes was like the vast starry sky, which made people intoxicated. Bayu gently wiped away her tears, kissed her forehead lightly, and said affectionately, We will create more beautiful memories in the future, with your besties. It took them the whole morning to sort out all the gifts. Chen Zihan neatly arranged the gifts that carried her best friend's deep affection one by one. Her face was filled with a happy smile. She silently decided to find a time to invite her best friends to her home for a gathering. In the afternoon, the sun grew hotter, shining through the windows onto them. Chapter 56 Inheritance. Chen Zihan was so excited that he could hardly control himself, his fingers trembled slightly, as if his fingertips were also carrying a heart full of joy and emotion. She couldn't wait to swipe on the screen of her mobile phone and quickly called Xiaoyan, the mastermind of this surprise feast in her group of girlfriends. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Zihan's familiar voice came, her voice filled with joy. Zihan, did you receive the gift? Isn't it a super surprise? Xiaoyan, you guys are making such a fuss. I just woke up and I'm completely stunned. How do you know me so well? Xiaoyan burst into laughter on the phone. Of course not. We have known each other for so many years. How could I not know what you are thinking? This is a major event in your life, so we must give it a sense of ceremony. Oh, and there is also a custom-made handmade blanket with your initials embroidered on it. You can cover yourself with it while watching TV at night. It will be warm, just like our sisterhood wrapping you up all the time. The two of them chatted with each other, recounting their past friendship. The nights we stayed up together, studying late into the night for exams, the stars we chased together, screaming at the top of our lungs at concerts, the snacks we shared, the memories kept coming back. As they were talking, another girlfriend's cute voice suddenly interrupted like a playful elf. Zihan, you can't be partial. How about the aromatherapy gift box I picked? Chen Zihan was so amused by this sudden voice that he burst into laughter, as if the sky had cleared up after the rain. Meng Meng, you are the only one who has so many creative ideas. I love it so much. I feel like my home will be like a high-end spa salon every day, surrounded by gentle fragrance. The laughter and joy flowed like a gurgling stream. Xiaoyan seemed to accidentally reveal a piece of heavy news. Zihan, I also have good news for you. Meng and I have set a date. We will be getting married on the 18th of next month. This news was like a huge rock that fell into a calm lake with a plop, causing ripples. Chen Zihan's eyes widened instantly, and he raised his voice excitedly. Really? Congratulations! That's great, Xiaoyan, you're finally going to be happily married. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zihan turned to look at Baiyu, his eyes sparkling like stars, as if he was carrying a fervent dream. Xiaoyan is getting married, we have to prepare a good gift for her. Baiyu raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a gentle smile, and nodded in response. Of course. We have to think about it carefully and give a gift that is both practical and memorable. The two sat on the sofa and started a solemn gift planning meeting. Chen Zihan held his chin with one hand and tapped his cheek with his fingertips. After thinking for a moment, an inspiration suddenly came to him. Xiaoyan has always loved traveling. How about we give her a set of high-quality travel equipment? A customized suitcase, a portable sleeping bag, and a notebook to record the beautiful scenery of various places, so that her honeymoon trip after marriage will be smooth and she can record the beautiful scenery and mood along the way at any time. Baiyu clapped softly. That's a good idea, but I think we can also add a massager so that she can relax when she's tired from traveling. Did you forget that last time we went out, she complained of back pain for several days? A massager can help relieve fatigue at any time. Chen Zihan's eyes lit up. You've thought it through. Meng Meng is a beauty lover, so it's a good idea to give her a limited edition makeup gift box. With her skills, she'll be very popular when she goes out. And Xiaoyu loves reading, so let's buy her a set of hardcover ancient books, preferably the original ones, so that she can read more easily. After discussing the general direction of gifts for several girlfriends, Chen Zihan leaned in Baiyu's arms, full of emotion. It's great to have them. I'm not alone at every important stage in my life. They are like beams of light, illuminating my way. Baiyu stroked her hair as if to comfort a beloved pet. We also cherish this friendship. In the future, we will have many opportunities to support each other, and we must not forget them. When Lin Yueru and Bai Xiangwei came back, they saw the large and small packages of gifts filling up the villa. They looked at Chen Zihan and Baiyu with a little surprise. Stinky boy, who gave you so many gifts? Baiyu curled her lips and pointed at Chen Zihan, saying that they were all her best friends. Chen Zihan smiled slightly. Mom, these are all given to me by my best friend. When she heard that I was getting married, she sent the gifts to me first. Lin Yueru looked at the gifts and gently put Chen Zihan's hand in her arms. Zihan, let Baiyu put away all these gifts later. You just watch over here and let Baiyu do it. Don't tire yourself out. Baiyu, who was packing gifts, rolled his eyes. It was true that once you have a daughter-in-law, you forget about your son. Lin Yueru happened to see Baiyu rolling his eyes and said, You little bastard, come here and you dare to roll your eyes. Who taught you that? Mom, why did you roll your eyes at me? Baiyu quickly packed up a few gifts and ran into the room. Chen Zihan smiled at this scene. Li Yueru continued to hold Chen Zihan's hand and rub Zihan's hand. Do you feel any discomfort in your stomach these days? If so, tell Mom and we will ask the medical team to come and check you out tomorrow. Mom, I feel like my belly has become a little swollen these days. It feels like the two children are growing. Cheng Zhang gently touched his belly. Okay then, I'll call the team doctor over this afternoon. Okay. Seeing Lin Yueru worried about him, Chen Zihan felt uneasy. On this side, Baiyu gently closed the bedroom door and had just tidied the room. Before he had time to catch his breath, he heard his father calling him from the study. He was slightly startled, and a premonition arose in his heart, but his steps did not hesitate at all, and he walked steadily towards the study. Pushing open the door, a familiar scent of books mixed with the smell of old papers wafted in. Bai Xiangwei was sitting behind the large mahogany desk, his face slightly tired, yet revealing unquestionable majesty. Seeing him come in, Bai Xiangwei pointed to the chair opposite and motioned him to sit down. Bai Yu, you are already an adult, it's time to think about family matters. Bai Xiangwei went straight to the point. His voice was low but echoed like a loud bell in the study. Bai Yu lowered his eyes and waited quietly for the next words. Dad has worked hard for this family business all his life, and now it's time for you to take over. Our Bai family has its foundation here, and we have connections and resources. As long as you take over and follow the steps, I guarantee that you will be able to live a smooth life. His father's eyes were full of anticipation, as if he had already seen the Bai family's business taking off in Baiyu's hands. Dad's family company can't do without you. Zihan is pregnant now and we're getting married this year. Plus, I want to go out and try my luck on my own. Bai Xiangwei's brows were instantly furrowed, but when he heard that Zihan was pregnant, his brows instantly relaxed. You are right, but if not, you should go to the company first. Baiyu hesitated for a moment and said, Dad, I still want to go out and try my luck. What did you say? You're going to start from scratch instead of taking the ready-made path? Do you know how cruel the world outside is? How many people are fighting to have a family background like ours? Bai Xiangwei's voice unconsciously rose, with a hint of anger. Baiyu said that when shrinking Dad was young, you also made your own way. Why don't you believe in your son? Do you think your son is incapable? Bai Xiangwei coughed and said awkwardly, Your father was just lucky. Our house was demolished, and he happened to invest in a few small projects, so he made a little money. The market is saturated now, where can you start a business? However, Bai Xiangwei still took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Baiyu. There was 1 billion in it. Whether you can make a name for yourself depends on you. You can come back tomorrow and inherit the family business. Baiyu looked at the card and accepted it, planning to give his dad a surprise this year. The two chatted in the study for a long time. When the nanny came to call them, it was already noon. The father and son smiled at each other. Lin Yueru looked at the father and son who came down from the study. Each of them scooped a bowl of chicken soup and placed it in front of them. This is what I asked Aunt Lu to make today using her old recipe. Let us try it and see if it works. Chapter 57 Doctor's Examination. Chen Zihan had just finished lunch with Baiyu's parents, and the exquisite porcelain plates on the table were still neatly arranged. Lin Yueru gently put down the napkin in her hand, raised the corner of her mouth, looked at Chen Zihan, and said with concern, Zihan, you are carrying our 3-month-old baby. You must be extra careful in the days ahead. I specially invited our family's experienced doctor who has worked with us for many years to come this afternoon to give you a thorough examination. We must ensure that everything is safe and sound, and there cannot be any mistakes. Chen Zihan subconsciously lowered her head slightly, and her slender fingers gently stroked her belly which had begun to bulge slightly. She was like holding a little deer in her heart. She bit her lower lip lightly, then nodded slightly and responded softly. Thank you, Mom. You think of everything so carefully. I feel much more at ease knowing you are by my side and worrying about me. Baiyu, who was standing by, seemed to have the same idea. He immediately reached out and held Chen Zihan's hand tightly, gently stroking the back of her hand with his thumb. After a while, the crisp doorbell broke the brief silence in the house. Lin Yueru quickly stood up, walked quickly to the door, opened it, and saw the dedicated doctor carrying a professional medical box, with a kind smile on his face, walking in steadily. The doctor was dressed in a plain white coat, with a reassuring and calm demeanor. On the soft and comfortable sofa in the living room, the doctor began a detailed examination. She first took out a small and exquisite fetal heart rate stethoscope from the medical box and gently placed the probe of the stethoscope on Chen Zihan's abdomen. The next second, plop, plop, a strong rhythmic sound instantly broke the silence. Chen Zihan and Baiyu's eyes met instantly, their eyes filled with the joy of becoming parents for the first time, as if at this moment, they had truly touched the new life. Then, the doctor methodically measured Chen Zihan's blood pressure, skillfully wrapping the blood pressure cuff around her slender upper arm and staring intently at the rise and fall. After the examination, the doctor smiled with satisfaction and said in a gentle voice, "At present, the fetus is developing very well and is completely normal. However, in the next few critical months, you must pay more attention to diet and exercise, and you must not be careless at all." When Lin Yueru heard this, she hurriedly pulled Chen Zihan to sit next to her, leaning forward slightly, as if she was afraid of missing any word. The doctor took out a prepared diet list from his bag slowly, unfolded it, and explained it to them line by line. Chen Zihan listened attentively, staring at the doctor without blinking, nodding constantly, and silently memorizing these dietary points in his heart. The doctor paused slightly, his expression turned serious, and added in a more serious tone, "There are some foods that you must avoid. Raw and cold foods pose a great risk to the health of the fetus. In addition, coffee and strong tea must be given up, and alcohol is the most taboo." When talking about exercise, the doctor stood up and explained while gesturing. There are many benefits to moderate exercise during pregnancy. For example, taking a walk after meals every day is the simplest and most effective way to exercise. Some simple stretching and twisting movements can not only effectively relieve the back pain during pregnancy, but also help with natural childbirth. But remember, you must do it under the guidance of a professional coach. Don't practice blindly on your own. Every movement has its own requirements. Such as running, these strenuous exercises, as well as long-term bending and squatting, are absolute minefields. They must be avoided. These actions can easily cause miscarriage, so you must not be careless. When going up and down the stairs, you must slow down your steps and be steady. Don't rush. If you feel tired or uncomfortable one day, don't be stubborn, stop and rest immediately. If you don't feel better after resting, be sure to contact me in time. The doctor's instructions were meticulous and concerned Chen Zihan. Baiyu listened attentively, interrupting from time to time to ask for details, and took out an exquisite notebook from the drawer of the coffee table and carefully recorded every stroke. After the examination, Chen Zihan's eyes were slightly red, and he looked at me with gratitude, his voice slightly choked. "Thank you so much, Mom, Dad, and the doctor, for your thoughtful considerations. I will definitely follow your instructions and let my baby grow up healthily in your belly." Baiyu felt distressed and relieved. He walked forward gently, stretched out his arms, gently hugged Chen Zihan, and murmured, "Don't be afraid, let's work together to steadily welcome the arrival of the baby." The afternoon sun is still as warm as ever, shining through the window. Chapter 58 Swimming. When the first ray of sunlight in the early morning was like a playful elf, it squeezed in lightly from the gap in the curtains, and the tiny spots of light slowly fell on the soft bed. It was like nature's gentle wake-up call, slowly waking Chen Zihan and Baiyu from their deep dreams. Chen Zihan woke up slowly. Her consciousness was not yet fully awake, but her body had already moved. Like a lazy kitten longing for a warm nest, she subconsciously rubbed against the warm embrace beside her, and her nostrils were filled with a familiar and reassuring smell. After a while, Chen Zihan blinked his big, watery eyes that seemed to contain a spring of water. His eyes were full of tenderness and his voice was as soft as glutinous rice balls just out of the pot in spring. He spoke softly, "My dear, I really want to go back to my grandparents' house today. I miss their beautiful swimming pool. I haven't been in the water to stretch for a long time. I feel like all the muscles and bones are protesting. I feel very uncomfortable." As she spoke, her slender fingers gently shook Baiyu's strong arm, and the expectation in her eyes was like the twinkling stars in the night sky, shining brightly and full of desire. Baiyu had just woken up and his mind was still a little fuzzy, but when he heard these words, he instantly became more awake. His eyes subconsciously fell on Chen Zihan's slightly bulging belly, and his brows unconsciously frowned, full of worry and hesitation. This is a critical period in the third trimester of pregnancy. Although the swimming pool is tempting, what if something goes wrong? Chen Zihan saw through his thoughts and started to persuade him. Sometimes he promised that he would never show off his strength, and sometimes he acted pitiful and almost swore. Baiyu couldn't persuade her after all, so he sighed helplessly and nodded slightly. "Okay, but you have to listen to me the whole time. If you feel uncomfortable at all, we will go ashore immediately without saying anything." When Chen Zihan saw that he finally agreed, his eyes instantly lit up like lit fireworks, dazzling and bright. He was so excited that he sat up all of a sudden and gave him a loud and loving kiss on the cheek. Soon, the two drove to their grandparents' house. This house full of warm memories is like an old friend who has been reunited after a long separation, standing there quietly. At this moment, with the arrival of Chen Zihan, it is instantly injected with fresh vitality, and even the air seems to be filled with joy. Chen Zihan stepped into the familiar bedroom and stood in the middle of the room, gently holding her favorite swimsuit in her hands, her eyes flashing with irrepressible anticipation and excitement, as if she was about to embark on a dream adventure. She took a deep breath, slowly and gently took off her loose and comfortable home clothes, and put on the swimsuit that outlined her figure. In an instant, her soft curves unique to early pregnancy were fully revealed, as if a beautiful painting was slowly unfolding before her eyes. The lines of her shoulders are smooth and graceful, like a marble artwork carefully carved by an ancient Greek artist, exuding a quiet and elegant beauty. Her skin is whiter than snow, and in the sunlight slanting in through the window, it has a delicate luster like mutton fat jade, almost transparent, as if water would come out with a light pinch. Although her belly is slightly bulging, it does not appear out of place. Instead, it seems as if nature has cleverly added a touch of beauty to her, giving her a touch of maternal charm, just like the soft abdominal lines in the portrait of the Virgin Mary, full of the sacredness of nurturing life. Although her waist is slightly rounder than before pregnancy, it still feels tight and can outline a graceful curve with a single grip, which makes people marvel and secretly sigh that the hormones during pregnancy do not seem to disrupt her strict body management too much. Self-discipline and elegance are perfectly combined in her. Her legs were straight and long, with well-proportioned lines extending all the way down flawlessly. Her ankles were so slender that they seemed as if they could be gently held in one hand. Stepping on the soft carpet in the bedroom, she was like an elegant and noble white swan, standing tall and graceful, exuding charming charm. Look at Baiyu again. After he changed into his swimming trunks neatly, his figure is even more eye-catching. His broad chest was like an indestructible solid barrier, his muscles were tight and well-shaped, and with every subtle movement of his, ravine-like lines appeared faintly. It seems to be silently telling of the overflowing power, as if it can withstand all the storms in the world. The abdominal muscles are clearly visible, and each one looks like neatly arranged chocolate bars. Exuding the temptation of male hormones, the mermaid line meanders down along the hips, like a mysterious guide, disappearing at the edge of the swimming trunks, arousing people's imagination. His arms were strong and powerful, with bulging biceps, as if he could lift 1,000 pounds at any time and hold up the sky. But when his gaze turned to Chen Zihan, his tender eyes instantly turned all the hardness into softness. The two held hands and slowly walked towards the swimming pool. Baiyu's gaze seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, and never left Chen Zihan for even a second. His eyes were full of concern and vigilance, as if Chen Zihan was a rare treasure that could not afford to make the slightest mistake. When Chen Zihan stepped slowly and carefully into the water, ripples spread out gently. She closed her eyes slightly, feeling the familiar and long-lost feeling of being wrapped. Baiyu also quickly followed suit. As soon as one foot stepped into the water, his other hand had already firmly supported Chen Zihan's side. His palm was broad and strong, providing her with the most solid support. The other hand was slightly bent, always ready to support her with the fastest speed and most precise movements if she was slightly unbalanced. His posture was like a warrior about to go to the battlefield, guarding his most precious treasure. Chen Zihan seemed to have found his home ground in the water, stretching his limbs gently like a fish in water. Every movement she made was elegant and careful, typical of a woman in early pregnancy, as if she was afraid of disturbing the little life in her belly. Sometimes, she gently paddled her arms, and her slender fingers cut through the water, bringing up strings of crystal-clear water splashes, which radiated colorful light under the refraction of the sun. Sometimes, she slightly kicked her legs with just the right amount of force, allowing her body to move forward slowly, her face filled with comfort and satisfaction, as if all her troubles had been washed away by this pool of clear water. Baiyu is like an extremely loyal guard, always staying by his side. From time to time, he would gently remind her, "Slow down, baby, don't get tired." The words were full of affection. Occasionally, water droplets splashed on the surface flew towards Chen Zihan's face. He was quick to reach out and gently brush them away with his large palm. His meticulous care was like the warm sunshine in spring, warming her heart. By the swimming pool, flowers are in full bloom, and colorful flowers are clustered together, like a gorgeous sea of flowers. The breeze blows gently, like a pair of gentle hands, gently caressing the flowers, bringing bursts of rich and intoxicating floral fragrance, refreshing the heart. Of the two people in the water, one is enjoying this rare and comfortable time during pregnancy, putting all the joy into every swimming movement. The other is concentrating on protecting her beloved and the fetus in her belly, using her own strength and love to build an indestructible wall of protection. Time seemed to be cast under a spell at this moment, standing still, leaving only the tenderness and love in the pool, which spread out with the waves, dyeing the entire beautiful morning and composing a moving piece of love music. Chapter 59: Departure to the Amusement Park. The morning sun shines gently on the earth, as if covering the world with a layer of golden veil. Bayu got up early and happily prepared to take Chen Zihan to the amusement park today. He carefully checked the backpack, which contained Chen Zihan's favorite snacks, a few bottles of mineral water, and some small items that might be used, such as tissues and a sun hat. After making sure that everything was in place, he gently knocked on Chen Zihan's door. Chen Zihan opened the door with a gentle smile on her face. Although her pregnancy made her figure a little bloated, in Bayu's eyes, she had a different kind of beauty. "Everything is ready, let's go." Bayu smiled, stretched out his hand, took Chen Zihan's hand, and carefully helped her downstairs. "Honey, I'm a little pregnant, so there's no need to be so cautious," Chen Zihan said while looking at Bayu. Bayu rubbed Chen Zihan's little head. "Let me practice first. This is my first time being a father. Please give me some advice." As soon as the two of them walked down the stairs, they saw the nanny putting breakfast on the dining table. "Master Bai, Miss Chen, and Madam Yi said that you two should eat breakfast first. You don't have to rush to go to the amusement park." Bayu and Chen Chunhan looked at each other, then sat obediently at the dining table and ate breakfast. Bayu drove Chen Zihan away. When we arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, there were already many people queuing up to buy tickets to enter. Bayu deliberately chose this weekday morning because he thought there would be fewer people around and Chen Zihan would have a more relaxed time. After buying the ticket and entering the amusement park, the colorful scene comes into view. The huge Ferris wheel turned slowly in the sky, as if carrying countless dreams. The roller coaster whizzed past in the distance, and bursts of screams were heard, but their goal today was not these exciting projects. "Zihan, let's go ride the carousel first. I'm sure you'll like it." Bayu looked at Chen Zihan tenderly, and Chen Zihan smiled and nodded. There weren't many people queuing in front of the carousel, so it was their turn soon. Bayu helped Chen Zihan sit on a white pony, and he sat on the black horse next to them. As the music played, the wooden horse began to turn slowly. Chen Zihan gently stroked her belly with a happy look on her face. The gorgeous lights and cheerful music around them seemed to bring them into a fairy tale world. The wooden horse spun round and round, Chen Zihan's laughter echoed in the air, and Bayu looked at her with eyes full of doting. After getting off the carousel, they strolled along the path in the amusement park. There was a stall selling cotton candy on the roadside, and the fluffy cotton candy looked like clouds. "Do you want to eat it?" Bayu asked Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan's eyes revealed a hint of desire. Bayu immediately understood and bought a big marshmallow and handed it to her. Chen Zihan pinched off a small piece and put it into her mouth. The sweetness instantly spread on her taste buds. "It's delicious. I feel like I'm back to my childhood," she said to Bayu with a smile. As they walked, it was already noon. There were various restaurants in the amusement park, and Bayu took Chen Zihan to choose a Chinese restaurant with a quiet environment and rich dishes. He carefully pulled out a chair for Chen Zihan and asked her to sit down, then ordered several nutritious dishes suitable for pregnant women, including steamed fish, scrambled eggs with shrimps, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and even a bowl of nourishing fish soup. When the food was served, Bayu kept picking up dishes for Chen Zihan. "Eat more, you're eating for two people now." Chen Zihan looked at the full bowl of food and felt warm in his heart. "You should eat too, don't just focus on me." The two of them ate lunch warmly like this, occasionally exchanging a few words about their aspirations for the baby's future. The afternoon sun became a little hot, and Bayu brought Chen Zihan to the indoor children's theater. A wonderful puppet show is being performed here. The interesting plot and vivid puppet performance have attracted many children and parents. Chen Zihan watched with great interest and laughed out loud from time to time, while Bayu gently fanned her to make sure she didn't get too hot. After the performance, Chen Zihan was still not satisfied and discussed the plot of the play with Bayu, with excitement shining in his eyes. After leaving the children's theater, they took a sightseeing train, which slowly shuttled through various areas of the amusement park, and they could see various attractions and beautiful scenery along the way. Chen Zihan leaned on Bayu's shoulder, the breeze brushed through her hair, and she yawned sleepily. Bayu gently held her hand and said, "You must be tired. Let's go shopping for a while and then go home. The most important thing today is to have fun." As evening approached, more and more people came to the amusement park, mostly young people who came to play after get off work. Bayu and Chen Zihan were preparing to return home. They walked out of the amusement park hand in hand, carrying with them the memories of the day. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched their shadows out. Chen Zihan said softly, I'm really happy today. Thank you, Bai Yu. Bai Yu held her hand tightly and responded, as long as you are happy, we will come often in the future. After returning home, Chen Zihan sat on the sofa. Although her body was a little tired, her heart was filled with happiness. She stroked her belly, as if the baby also felt this happy day. Bai Yu accompanied her by her side, reminiscing about every moment of the amusement park together. This ordinary and warm day came to an end, but it became an extremely precious memory in their hearts, witnessing the sweetness and protection of this special period. Chapter 60 Fireworks and Fireworks. After coming out of the amusement park, Chen Zihan and Bai Yu were still immersed in the joyful atmosphere of the day, walking home slowly hand in hand. The street lights on both sides of the street gradually lit up, casting a warm yellow light, stretching their shadows from time to time. At this moment, a whoosh sound broke through the sky, followed by a bang, and a gorgeous firework exploded in the sky. Chen Zihan subconsciously stopped and looked up, his eyes full of surprise. Bai Yu, look, it's fireworks. Bai Yu looked up when he heard the voice, and was instantly attracted by this sudden beautiful scenery. In an instant, more fireworks soared into the sky, red, green, and purple, shining brightly against each other, decorating the night sky like a dream. Some are like shooting stars across the sky, dragging long tails. Some are like blooming flowers, layered and beautiful. Chen Zihan stared intently, his mouth slightly open, his face full of childlike excitement. Bai Yu gently put his arm around her shoulders and asked her to move closer to him. They just stood quietly on the side of the road, admiring this unexpected visual feast. The fireworks are still blooming, and every sound of explosion seems to be playing a magnificent piece of music for this beautiful day. Chen Zihan gently stroked her belly and whispered softly, Baby, look, what beautiful fireworks. This is what Mom and Dad saw together. Bai Yu lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. This kiss was full of love for Chen Zihan and the unborn child. After a long time, the fireworks show gradually came to an end, and the night sky slowly returned to calm, but the dazzling light and shadow were deeply imprinted in the hearts of the two. They continued on their journey home, and not far away they turned into a busy street. The streets are lined with various food stalls, and the aroma is everywhere. In front of a stall selling grilled gluten, the gluten on the grill was sizzling with oil. The stall owner skillfully brushed sauce on it and sprinkled cumin and sesame seeds on it. The aroma went straight into my nose. Chen Zihan couldn't help but sniff and paused. Bai Yu saw this and immediately understood, You're greedy, I'll go buy a few. After a while, he came back with a few strings of steaming grilled gluten. He blew on them before handing them to Chen Zihan. Chen Zihan took a bite and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. It's so delicious, it still tastes the same. Going further ahead, there is a small shop selling sugar-roasted chestnuts. In the big pot at the door, chestnuts and black sand and gravel are rolling around, making crackling sounds. Bai Yu went forward and bought a small bag. He peeled one and the golden chestnut flesh was exposed. He fed it to Chen Zihan's mouth. Try this, it's soft, sticky and sweet. Chen Zihan smiled and opened her mouth to take it. The soft and glutinous texture and sweet taste spread in her mouth, making her hum a little tune happily. There were also people selling candied haws on the street. The red haws were wrapped in crystal sugar, shining temptingly under the lights. Chen Zihan's eyes lit up. I want to eat candied haws. Bai Yu hurried over and picked out the biggest and reddest bunch, paid the money and returned to her. Chen Zihan held the candied haws and handed it to Bai Yu's mouth first. Take a bite first. Bai Yu smiled and bit off a hawthorn. The sour and sweet taste instantly evoked childhood memories. He looked at Chen Zihan with tenderness in his eyes. The two of them walked and ate as they went. They also bought some steaming sweet potatoes. After peeling off the crispy skin, they found the golden, sweet and soft potato flesh inside. Chen Zihan's hands and mouth were all wet from eating. Bai Yu smiled and took out a tissue to gently wipe her clean. Eat slowly, don't choke. Chen Zihan's cheeks were puffed up, and she said vaguely, I was too indulgent today, but I'm really happy. When passing by a beverage store, Bai Yu went in and bought 2 cups of hot milk, and handed one to Chen Zihan. Drink something hot, don't let your stomach get cold. Chen Zihan took it, warmed his hands and took a sip at the same time. The warm milk flowed down his throat, warming his body and mind. As she walked, Chen Zihan's pace became slower and slower. After playing for a whole day and eating so much, she was really tired. Bai Yu squatted down without hesitation. Let me carry you. Chen Zihan hesitated for a moment, but still lay on Bai Yu's back. Bai Yu stood up steadily and carried her on his back and walked slowly home. Chen Zihan leaned on his back, listened to his strong heartbeat, and said softly, Bai Yu, it's great to have you. Bayu tilted his head slightly. You and the baby are the most important people to me. I will always be with you. After returning home, Bayu first helped Chen Zihan sit on the sofa, helped her change her shoes, and then brought a blanket to cover her legs. He quickly cleaned up the leftovers of the snacks he had bought, then sat next to Chen Zihan, turned on the TV and tuned to her favorite channel. Chen Zihan leaned in Bayu's arms, the sound of the TV program became the background music, her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she gradually fell asleep. Bayu gently adjusted her position to allow her to sleep more comfortably, and his fingers tenderly ran through her hair. In this warm atmosphere, the fatigue of the day quietly dissipated, leaving only full expectations for the future. Chapter 61 Massage. After returning from the amusement park, the hustle and bustle and laughter of the day were still lingering in their hearts. When the night fell quietly, Bayu and Chen Zihan stepped into the house, and their bodies were tightly wrapped in the warm atmosphere of home. As soon as he entered the house, Chen Zihan collapsed on the sofa like a tired bird. After playing all day, all the fatigue in his body came up at this moment. Bayu looked at her tired but smiling eyes, and felt pity for her. He said softly, Zihan, go take a shower and relax. I'll give you a massage later. You must be exhausted after walking so much today. Chen Zihan raised his eyes sparkled, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said got up, took his pajamas and walked towards the bathroom. Soon, the bathroom door opened and Chen Zihan walked out in the steam. She was wearing a soft light pink pajamas, her slightly wet long hair cascading over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair playfully sticking to her cheeks, making her skin look even whiter than snow. Particularly eye-catching is her pair of jade feet, which are small and exquisite, with round and cute toes, like carefully carved works of art, glowing warmly under the warm yellow light. Her toenails are painted with the light pink nail polish that she and Bayu had picked out a few days ago, revealing her girlish cuteness. Bayu hurried over and helped her sit down on the bed. He then took a towel, half squatted down, and gently wiped her still wet hair. Chen Zihan lowered her eyes and looked at his focused expression. A sweet feeling welled up in her heart and her cheeks unconsciously turned slightly red. When the hair was half dry, Bayu sat down on the edge of the bed, gently lifted Chen Zihan's legs, placed them flat on his legs, and then put his hands on her slender calves and slowly kneaded them. Chen Zihan hummed softly. Bayu's technique was just right, neither light nor heavy, and each stroke accurately relieved the soreness in his muscles. His fingers were long and powerful, rubbing her calves, as if with magic, dispelling fatigue bit by bit. But as his hand gradually approached her ankle, Chen Zihan's heart suddenly tightened, and she felt a hot current rushing from the soles of her feet to her forehead, and she subconsciously wanted to retract her feet. Bayu noticed her little movement and looked up, his eyes full of concern and inquiry. What's wrong, Zihan? Did I hurt you? Chen Zihan shook her head in panic, her eyes dodged, and she stammered, No, it's just a little itchy. Her voice became smaller and smaller, until it was almost as loud as a mosquito's. Her face had already turned completely red, just like the most beautiful clouds in the sky. Bayu's lips curled up into an indulgent smile. How could he not know that she was shy? This girl usually looks generous and free and easy, but when it comes to such intimate actions, she always blushes so easily. He didn't point it out, but his hands kept moving, only becoming more and more gentle. His fingertips lightly brushed across her ankle, causing Chen Zihan to tremble again. Relax, Zihan, I'll give you a good massage. You've walked so much today, your ankle must be exhausted. Bayu spoke softly, trying to calm her down. Chen Zihan bit her lower lip and nodded slightly, trying to adapt herself to the feeling of intimacy and shyness. Bayu's gaze fell on her jade feet again. The skin was so delicate that it was almost transparent, and the light blue blood vessels underneath could be seen. The arch of her foot was slightly raised, soft and elastic. He gently held her feet and pressed slowly on the soles of her feet with his thumbs, from the heels to the toes, without leaving out any part. With every press, Chen Zihan felt a tingling sensation spreading from the soles of her feet to her entire body. She clutched the bed sheet tightly, trying her best to restrain herself from making any inappropriate noise. The room was so quiet that the only sounds were each other's breathing and Chen Zihan's occasional suppressed hum. Outside the window, the night is deep and the stars are twinkling, as if they are peeping at the tender scene inside the house. Inside the window, the warm light shines, creating a lingering and tender atmosphere. After a long time, Bayu loosened his hand, helped Chen Zihan put her legs back on the bed, and pulled the quilt over her. Chen Zihan was still immersed in the mixed emotions of shyness and comfort. He looked up at Bayu, his eyes full of smiles and a hint of attachment. Bayu leaned over, gently kissed her forehead, and said softly, Go to sleep, Zihan, have a good rest today. Chen Zihan hummed softly, turned sideways, and nestled into Baiyu's arms. After a while, his breathing became even and he fell into a deep sleep. Baiyu gazed at her sleeping face, gently brushing away the hair beside her cheek with his fingers, his heart full of tenderness. This ordinary yet special night engraved their love even deeper, making it shine brightly in the long river of time. Chapter 62 Warm Daily Life. The morning sun slowly poured into the room through the soft curtains, as if covering everything in the room with a veil. Baiyu and Chen Zihan were still intoxicated in their dreams, hugging each other tightly, with satisfied sleepy faces, completely ignoring the quiet passage of time. It was not until the sun was high in the sky and a warm breath filled the whole house that the two of them slowly woke up. They opened their eyes and looked at each other. They were stunned at first, then they smiled at each other, their eyes full of sleepiness and sweetness. "I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time." Chen Zihan stretched lazily, his voice still soft and sweet as if he had just woken up. Baiyu reached out and tucked her scattered hair behind her ears, and said gently, "Then stay in bed for a while." The two of them finished washing up leisurely, and when they went downstairs, the nanny had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The fried golden and crispy poached eggs are sizzling with oil and smell delicious. The soft, glutinous and sweet rice porridge is steaming hot and melts in your mouth. There are also all kinds of exquisite side dishes, which are attractive in color and neatly arranged. Seeing this, their stomachs started growling. "Wow, it looks so appetizing." Chen Zihan excitedly ran to the dining table and sat down. Baiyu followed behind with a smile, pulled out a chair, and enjoyed this warm breakfast time with her. After dinner, Baiyu was bored and suddenly had an idea. "Zihan, we haven't played games for a long time, how about we have some fun today?" Chen Zihan's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Okay. After that, the two of them quickly ran to the game room. In the game room, the big screen lights up, the game controller is held tightly in the hands, and an intense racing game begins. Baiyu was concentrating, his eyes fixed on the screen, his fingers flexibly operating the handle, the car drifting beautifully around the bend, causing Chen Zihan to exclaim, "Wow, you are so amazing." She refused to be outdone and started to catch up, keeping her car close to Baiyu's rear, trying to find an opportunity to overtake. For a moment, the room was filled with laughter, and the tense gaming atmosphere was intertwined with sweet interactions. After playing for a long time, the two of them curled up on the sofa, drinking juice brought by the nanny while sharing the fun things in the game. Chen Zihan leaned on Baiyu's shoulder and said with a smile, "I am so happy today. It would be great if I could be like this every day." Baiyu stroked her hair gently and nodded in agreement. "Yes, we will have plenty of time in the future." Before I knew it, night had quietly fallen and the lights were on. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city flickered inside the house. The lights were soft and warm. Bai Xiangwei and Lin Yueru came back from work. As soon as they entered the door, they saw two people sitting in the living room talking and laughing. "Mom and Dad, you're back." Baiyu and Chen Zihan stood up to greet them with warm smiles on their faces. Lin Yueru looked at the two of them with a smile. "Did you have fun at home today?" Chen Zihan nodded obediently. "Yes, very happy, Auntie." Bai Xiangwei also smiled. "Just be happy, go wash your hands, and we'll have dinner together." The table was filled with delicious dishes, including steamed fish, which was tender and melt in the mouth, fragrant braised pork, which was bright red, soft and tasty, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, which were crispy, tender, refreshing and nutritious. The family sat together, eating and chatting, sharing their experiences of the day. Bai Xiangwei told interesting stories about the company, making everyone laugh. Lin Yueru was concerned about the lives of Baiyu and Chen Zihan, and put food in their bowls from time to time. After dinner, the family came to the living room, turned on the TV, and watched some programs casually. The warm atmosphere permeates every corner of the house, making it cozy and comfortable. Baiyu and Chen Zihan sat next to each other on the sofa, occasionally chatting with their parents and smiling at each other. Bai Xiangwei and Lin Yueru looked at the loving couple with relief in their eyes. As the night deepened, fatigue set in. Everyone said good night to each other and went back to their rooms to rest. Lying on the bed, Chen Zihan snuggled in Baiyu's arms and whispered, "I'm so happy today." "Thank you, Baiyu." Baiyu hugged her tightly and kissed her forehead gently. "Silly, this is our life. There will be more happiness waiting for us in the future." In this gentle night, the house gradually became quiet, only the breeze outside the window gently brushed the curtains, as if telling the story of this family's warm and beautiful day. Chapter 63 Fishing with Family. The morning light was dim, and fine golden rays of light shone through the thin clouds, and the morning sun sprinkled on Baiyu's face. Baiyu woke up slowly at the urging of his biological clock. Before he could completely wake up from his sleep, he heard some familiar conversations coming from outside the house. He looked at Chen Zihan's face, who was sleeping soundly, kissed her face and got up from the bed. Baiyu walked out of the room in slippers and saw his father Bai Xiangwei and father-in-law Chen Jiangwo standing in the yard, pointing at a few fishing rods that had been idle in the corner for a long time, their eyes full of eagerness to try. "Dad, Uncle Chen, you got up so early, are you planning to go fishing?" Baiyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked with a nasal tone as if he had just woken up. Bai Xiangwei turned around and laughed heartily. "Wake up, kid. It's such a nice day, it would be a pity not to go fishing. Hurry up and pack up. The three of us are going to the lake to have a good time today." Chen Jiangwo also nodded in agreement, with the same expectation on his face. Baiyu didn't want to go at first, as he wanted to stay at home and hold an umbrella with his wife. He shrugged his shoulders at the look of anticipation on his father and father-in-law's faces, returned to his room, washed up, and saw that they were still sleeping soundly, so Zihan didn't disturb him. Soon, the three of them drove towards the big lake in the suburbs with their equipment. Along the way, classic old songs were playing on the radio, and the three of them were chatting about everything, from fishing tips to family matters, and the atmosphere gradually became warmer. Outside the car window, the fields were spread out like a green carpet, with a few yellow cows occasionally grazing leisurely, like a pastoral picture. Arriving at the lake, the breeze carrying the moist scent of the lake water blew towards us. The three of them found a quiet fishing spot and skillfully fiddled with their fishing rods, hanging bait and adjusting the float in one go. Bai Xiangwei was the first to cast the rod, and the hook drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell steadily into the water, creating circles of tiny ripples. Next was Chen Jiangwo. He squinted his eyes with a focused expression, and raised the fishing rod in his hand lightly with the bait in place precisely. Baiyu made the final move, and as he watched his float quietly floating, his heart also settled down. At first, the lake was as calm as a mirror. Time passed quietly, but the float seemed to be nailed down and did not move at all. Chen Jiangwo coughed lightly and muttered in a low voice, "This fish is probably still sleeping in." Bai Xiangwei smiled and continued, "Don't worry, we are just playing the long game to catch a big fish. The time has not come yet." Just as everyone was making fun of the situation, Baiyu's float suddenly trembled slightly. He instantly tensed up his nerves and stared at the red spot. Immediately afterwards, the float sank suddenly. He reacted quickly and raised the rod with force, and the fishing rod instantly bent into a beautiful bow shape. "There's a fish!" he shouted excitedly. At the other end of the fishing line, a big fish was struggling hard, splashing water everywhere. Bai Xiangwei and Chen Jiangwo didn't care about their fishing rods either, and shouted to cheer on the side, "Hold steady, reel it in slowly." Baiyu gritted his teeth, held the fishing rod tightly with both hands, and consumed the fish's strength bit by bit. After several rounds, a grass carp weighing 2 or 3 pounds was successfully dragged ashore and was flapping its wings on the grass. "Good job, what a good start." Bai Xiangwei smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits, and patted Baiyu on the shoulder with praise. Chen Jiangwo also nodded and praised, "This kid is quite capable, watch me catch a bigger one later." With this move, everyone's interest became even higher. Bai Xiangwei sat down again, and soon his fishing rod also moved. He calmly raised his rod and caught a crucian carp. Although it was not as big as Baiyu's grass carp, it made him smile. "The crucian carp soup is very delicious." Chen Jiangwo joked, "Old Bai, I haven't opened yet, don't catch all the fish." It was almost noon, the sun was high in the sky, and people were sweating slightly. The three of them sat on the ground, opened the dry food and water they brought, and simply replenished their energy. While eating, they shared their fishing experiences, and their conversations were full of enjoyment of this leisurely time. After dinner, Chen Jiangwo changed a new bait and cast the rod again. Not long after he sat down, the rod began to shake violently. He stood up quickly and shouted, "Here they come." He used both hands to compete with the fish under the water. The fish was very strong, pulling the fishing line left and right. Chen Jiangwo's face turned red, and veins on his forehead bulged, but he refused to let go. In the expectation of everyone, a big carp broke out of the water, its scales gleaming silver in the sun, weighing 4 or 5 pounds. "Old Chen, you're awesome." Bai Xiangwei gave a thumbs up, and Baiyu also applauded. Chen Jiangwo panted heavily, his face full of pride. "Ha, I told you, my skills are not bad either." At this time, there were already 4 or 5 fish swimming happily in the bucket they brought, their scales colliding and splashing tiny water droplets. As the sun sets, the sky is dyed orange and red, like a gorgeous oil painting. The three looked at the buckets with abundant catches, packed up their equipment with satisfaction, and set off on their way home. Along the way, the car was filled with laughter, and the topic was all about today's fun fishing experiences. As soon as he entered the house, Baiyu couldn't wait to shout, "Mom, Zihan, come and see our spoils." Lin Yueru, Wang Shuisher, and Chen Zihan rushed over upon hearing the noise, and looked at the lively fish with surprise in their eyes. Bai Xiangwei picked up a fish and excitedly recounted the thrilling moments of fishing. That grass carp was very strong and almost got off the hook. If it weren't for Bai Yu's good skills, it would have escaped. Chen Jiangwo was not to be outdone and took over the conversation. My carp is the most difficult to catch. After struggling in the water for a long time, my old arms and legs are almost falling apart. As he spoke, he rubbed his shoulders exaggeratedly, making everyone laugh. Okay, the three of you should hurry up and wash up and prepare for dinner. You must be hungry. Lin Yueru said. Okay. Bai Xiangwei. Chapter 64. The baby grows up slowly. After dinner at night, the sky outside was as dark as ink, quietly dyeing the world outside the window, while the house was filled with gentle warm yellow tones. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan finished washing up. Chen Zihan snuggled gently into Bai Yu's arms like a lazy cat. His hair was still a little wet, exuding a faint scent of shampoo. Bai Yu turned sideways and picked up an encyclopedia of knowledge about pregnant women from the bedside. The cover was slightly curled up, obviously it had been read frequently during this period. He cleared his throat, his voice as gentle as the breeze outside the window. Zihan, let's learn more about the baby's changes in the past 3 months today, okay? Chen Zihan smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and looked at the pages of the book, full of anticipation. Look, the book says that the baby is now about the size of a little finger, but don't underestimate him because his important organs, such as the heart, brain, and liver, have already begun to develop. Bai Yu pointed at the illustrations in the book, his eyes full of curiosity and joy, as if he had seen the outline of that little life through the pages. Chen Zihan subconsciously reached out and gently covered her belly, which was not yet pregnant, as if to give the baby the warmest protection, and said softly, "Baby, you have to grow up obediently." After reading the knowledge chapter, Bai Yu put down the book, put his arms around Chen Zihan, gently rested his chin on the top of her head, and started story time. Today, tell the baby a story about a little rabbit looking for the moon. In a big forest, there lived many small animals, among which there was a particularly cute little rabbit. His voice was low and soothing, weaving a dreamy plot. Chen Zihan listened attentively, occasionally smiling as the story went on, and her fingers would unconsciously draw circles on her belly, as if interacting with the baby. After the story was told, the room was silent for a moment, with only the ticking of the clock on the wall. Chen Zihan seemed to be caught in a whirlpool of emotions. He frowned slightly and murmured with some worry, "Bai Yu, I'm always worried about whether the baby will be unhealthy recently. Sometimes I have a poor appetite and don't eat much. Will the baby not get enough nutrition?" Bai Yu quickly tightened his embrace, placed a series of gentle kisses on her forehead, and comforted her softly. "Don't think too much, the baby must be healthy. Your poor appetite is a normal reaction to pregnancy. Let's go buy your favorite fruits tomorrow, eat small meals frequently, and ensure that you get enough nutrition, okay?" In order to dispel the gloom in Chen Zihan's heart, Bai Yu stood up and found the prenatal education music record he had prepared earlier and put it into the old record player. The melodious classical music flowed slowly, like a gurgling stream moistening the heart. He took Chen Zihan's hand and gently placed it on her lower abdomen, and covered it with his own hand, warmly touching it, and whispered, "Baby, listen to the music, Mom and Dad are with you." The worry in Chen Zihan's eyes was gradually replaced by peace. She leaned on Bai Yu's shoulder, quietly enjoying this warm moment. On a weekend afternoon, the sun shines through the gauze curtains, casting mottled shadows. Bai Yu helps Chen Zihan walk in the community garden, step by step, steadily. The flowers in the garden were vying for beauty and fragrance. Chen Zihan was attracted by a bunch of blooming daisies and stopped. Bai Yu understood what she meant and leaned over to pick off a small bunch, handed it to her, and said with a smile, "Give it to our beautiful expectant mother and the little baby in her belly." Chen Zihan glared at him in reproach, but her lips were full of sweetness. She brought the flower close to her nose and sniffed it. When I got home at noon, my parents were no longer at home. They had already gone back to the company to be busy preparing for the New Year's party and New Year's goods as the New Year was coming up. After dinner, Bai Yu, Chen Zihan, and Xiao Hei huddled on the sofa to watch a parenting variety show. Chen Zihan's eyes were full of longing as they watched the cute babies on the screen babbling and taking their first steps. Bai Yu held her hand tightly and whispered in her ear, "Soon, we will have such a cute little angel in our family. I will take him out to play every day, and you will be responsible for being as beautiful as a flower." Chen Zihan burst out laughing and hit him, "You just know how to talk nonsense." But his smile clearly showed his expectation for a happy life in the future. On each of these ordinary yet precious days, Bai Yu uses endless patience and love to build a warm harbor for Chen Zihan and the baby in her belly. He knew that although this pregnancy journey had its ups and downs, with each other's company, every step would echo with happiness, and the future, with soft light, was waving in the not-so-distant distance. Chapter 65 New Year's Goods. The morning sun shines through the window, casting warm light on the dining table. The family sits around the table, laughing and talking happily. After breakfast, Bai Yu and Chen Zihan heard that their mom and dad were going to take them to their investment company's shopping mall to prepare New Year's goods. As soon as you step into the mall, the lively atmosphere hits you. Huge red lanterns are hung high, festive music lingers in the ears, and the faces of customers passing by are filled with happy smiles. The shopping carts in their hands are also filled to the brim, as if expressing their beautiful expectations for the new year. The parents took the lead and rushed to the food area with Bai Yu and Chen Zihan. The wide variety of goods here is simply dazzling. All kinds of nuts are exquisitely packaged in red or gold gift boxes, exuding an enticing aroma. Chen Zihan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she moved between the shelves like an explorer who had discovered treasure. Soon, she had several boxes of cashews and almonds in her arms. Mom and Dad, look at these cashews, each one is plump. My relatives will definitely like them when they come over during the new year. Chen Zihan showed off his trophies with a smile. Bai Yu was looking at the tanks in the seafood area thoughtfully. The fish, shrimps, crabs and shellfish in the tanks seemed to be waving to him. He picked a large lobster and waved his claws majestically. Dad, let's buy a lobster and add a dish of steamed lobster with garlic to the New Year's Eve dinner. Bai Yu turned to his father and suggested. His father smiled and nodded, and called the salesperson to help pick up the lobster. Watching the lobster struggling in the bag, Bai Yu began to imagine the scene of it being praised by everyone at the table for its deliciousness. The family continued walking forward, and the candy area seemed like a sweet world in a fairy tale. Colorful candies piled up into small hills, including chocolate, marshmallows, and toffee candies. The mother carefully selected them, taking some of each, and muttered, "This is for the neighbor's children, and this is for your grandparents, they love sweet food." Chen Zihan secretly stuffed a strawberry-flavored gummy candy into his mouth and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. When Bai Yu discovered it, he stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. After visiting the food section, they came to the clothing section. It is a tradition to wear new clothes during the Chinese New Year, and the parents wanted to choose festive and fashionable clothes for their two children. Chen Zihan dove into the pile of women's clothing and was soon attracted by a red cashmere coat. The collar and cuffs of the coat are inlaid with white fluff, which feels very soft. After putting it on, the whole person looks more bright and charming. "Honey, I like this one so much, let's take it." Chen Zihan turned around in front of the mirror, unable to let it go. Bai Yu came over, carefully checked the workmanship and fabric, nodded in agreement, and helped her choose a matching scarf and black leggings. Later, Chen Zihan also chose a dark blue down jacket for Bai Yu. The slim fit made him look tall and straight. A small metal accessory hung on the zipper on the chest, adding a sense of fashion. Chen Zihan touched Bai Yu's face and said, "Honey, it's very handsome. It's perfect for the new year." Bai Yu looked at his refreshed self in the mirror, his lips curled up. This dress made him more excited for the new year. Then, they came to the home furnishings area. Lin Yueru wanted to buy some new bedding for her home to welcome the new year in a festive and comfortable way. The pure cotton four-piece suit was embroidered with exquisite dragon and phoenix patterns and felt very smooth. Lin Yueru discussed the size and color with the mall manager with a serious look on her face. "When I put this red set on the bed, it immediately feels like the new year. The quality is also good, and it will definitely be comfortable to sleep on." Lin Yueru finally chose a set, her eyes full of satisfaction. Tired of shopping, the family decided to take a break in the rest area of the mall. They ordered a few hot drinks, sat on the comfortable sofa, and watched the people coming and going to buy New Year's goods. Their hearts were filled with warmth. Bai Yu and Chen Zihan shared the interesting little objects they had just seen, while their parents listened with a smile and occasionally interjected a few words. Finally, they came to the drinks area. My father selected several bottles of fine red and white wine to drink with the elders during the New Year's Eve dinner. There were also various juices and sodas to meet the different tastes of the family. After the service staff put all the things in the back of the car, the four of them got in and rushed home. Chapter 66 It's snowing. In the early morning, the warm quilt was like a gentle big hand, tightly holding Chen Zihan and Bai Yu, making them reluctant to leave. Outside the window, the morning light struggled to penetrate the thick clouds, and the hazy light quietly fell on the two people hugging each other in the house. Chen Zihan was the first to wake up slowly, and subconsciously rubbed against Bai Yu's arms, like a kitten seeking warmth. Baiyu woke up and rested his chin lightly on the top of Chen Zihan's head. The two of them lay quietly like that for a while before getting out of bed in a daze. When Chen Zihan reached out and drew open the curtains, the silvery white world outside rushed in an instant. The heavy snow fell silently all night long, covering the world with a dreamy silver makeup. Everywhere you look is white, so pure that there is not a trace of impurities. Wow, so beautiful. Chen Zihan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes flashing like a child seeing a treasure. He turned around impatiently, grabbed Baiyu's hand and ran out of the house. Slow down, you are not alone now. Baiyu hurriedly reminded, his words full of pampering and concern. Chen Zihan paused, then she remembered that she was 3 months pregnant. She lowered her head and gently stroked her slightly bulging belly, a blush of happiness and shyness appeared on her face. The two came to the yard, and the cool air carrying the sweet smell of snow suddenly rushed into their noses, making them feel refreshed. Chen Zihan bent down to make a snowball, but Baiyu was quick to grab the snow from his hand and said as he rolled the snowball, "You command and I'll do it. I can't let you get tired." Chen Zihan smiled and nodded, standing aside, muttering, "This snowball should be bigger to form the body of the snowman. Oh, the snowball for the head over there should be rounder." Baiyu worked hard as he was told. After a while, 2 snowballs, one big and one small, formed the prototype of a snowman. Chen Zihan searched around and found 2 black coal balls from the utility room to serve as eyes and a carrot as a nose. He then took off his red scarf and wrapped it around the snowman's neck. The finished snowman looks cute and stands in the middle of the yard, like a guard protecting the home. "Let's have a snowball fight." Chen Zihan was still in high spirits and cast a provocative look at Baiyu. Baiyu pretended to be afraid and took a few steps back. "Little ancestor, take it easy, I dare not fight back." Although he said this, he quietly pinched a loose snowball with his hand and gently threw it towards Chen Zihan's feet. The splashing snow fell on Chen Zihan's trouser legs. "Okay, you dared to attack me by surprise." Chen Zihan bent down and scooped up some snow to fight back, but his movement was a little too big and his body was a little unbalanced. Baiyu stepped forward and held him firmly. "Be careful. Let's stop making trouble and go into the house to rest for a while." Chen Zihan brushed off the snow on his hands, leaned in Baiyu's arms, and panted heavily, but the smile on his face did not diminish. "Baby also wants to play in the snow," and just moved a little. Baiyu squatted down in surprise, and put his ear close to Chen Zihan's abdomen. "Really? Let me listen." The cold wind howled and ruffled Baiyu's hair, but he seemed unaware of it, his heart completely immersed in the joy of becoming a father. Back in the house, warmth instantly enveloped his whole body. Chen Zihan sat on the sofa, Baiyu squatted down, gently helped him take off his damp shoes and socks, and wiped his feet carefully with a warm towel. "Are you cold? Don't catch a cold," Baiyu asked while wiping it. When he looked up, his eyes met Chen Zihan's, and the affection in his eyes was so strong that it could not be dissolved. Chen Zihan shook his head gently and reached out to touch Baiyu's cheek. "With you here, it's not cold at all." After a simple wash, Chen Zihan walked into the kitchen and wanted to help Baiyu prepare breakfast. Baiyu quickly pushed him down on the chair. "Just sit still and have a taste of my cooking today." As he spoke, he tied on an apron and started working in front of the stove. All the nannies in Baiyu's family were given holidays because the Chinese New Year was approaching. During these days of New Year leave, all the meals at home were prepared by Baiyu and by Xiangwei. Soon, the sizzling sound of frying eggs and the aroma of baking bread filled the whole house. Chen Zihan looked at Baiyu's tall back, his thoughts drifting away. "What are you daydreaming about? It's time for breakfast." Baiyu's voice brought Chen Zihan back to his senses. On the dining table, there were golden fried eggs, perfectly toasted bread, steaming hot milk, and Chen Zihan's favorite strawberry jam. The two sat opposite each other, eating and chatting, planning their plans for the next few days. After dinner, Chen Zihan leaned on the sofa and read a book, while Baiyu sat beside him and handled some work matters on the computer. The sunlight penetrated the clouds, becoming brighter and brighter, shining through the window onto the two of them, painting a picture of a peaceful and tranquil life. Occasionally, when Chen Zihan reads an interesting passage, he will read it to Baiyu quietly. Baiyu responds with a smile and occasionally expresses his opinions. Quiet time flows, and warmth fills every corner of the house. Near noon, Baiyu got up and went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Chen Zihan followed behind, wanting to help, but Baiyu pushed him out of the kitchen. "Go and take a rest. The kitchen is full of fumes, which is not good for the baby." Chen Zihan had no choice but to return to the living room, turn on the TV, and randomly switch channels. The TV was playing cheerful New Year songs, and the festive melody echoed in the house, making the New Year atmosphere more intense. Soon, Bayu brought out several dishes that looked delicious and fragrant, including Chen Zihan's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and nutritious fish soup. Try it and see if it suits your taste. If you don't like it, I'll make you something else. Bayu served Chen Zihan a bowl of fish soup and placed it in front of him. Chen Zihan took a sip, and the deliciousness of the fish soup instantly blossomed on the tip of his tongue. It tastes good, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Bayu smiled with great satisfaction after receiving the compliment, and picked up a piece of pork ribs for Chen Zihan. Eat more, you are eating for 2 people now. In the afternoon, the snow stopped and the sun poured down unreservedly, illuminating the white snow and refracting colorful light. Chen Zihan looked out the window, feeling itchy. Let's go out for a walk, it's rare for the sun to come out after the snow. Bayu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and agreed. Okay, but you have to walk slowly. The two put on thick coats and walked hand in hand on the path in the community. The neighborhood after the snow is like a fairy tale world. The branches are bent by the snow. Occasionally, a gust of wind blows, shaking off the snowflakes like flowers scattered by fairies. There were not many people on the road, and occasionally a few children were seen running and laughing in the snow, their clear laughter echoing around. Chen Zihan looked at the children with envy in his eyes. When the baby is born, we will bring him to play in the snow too. Bayu held Chen Zihan's hand tightly. Of course, then our family will come here every winter to build snowmen and have snowball fights. As he walked, Chen Zihan's steps slowed down and he felt a little tired. Bayu noticed it immediately and half squatted down. Let me carry you. Chen Zihan was a little embarrassed and wanted to refuse, but Bayu pulled him onto his back without question. Don't be stubborn, lean on me when you get tired. Chen Zihan gently lay on Bayu's back with his arms around his neck. Bayu stood up and carried him home steadily. The sunlight lengthened the two people's shadows, and their accompanying footprints, deep and shallow, were imprinted on the snow, as if writing their sweet story. After returning home, Chen Zihan felt a little sleepy. Bayu helped him to the bed and covered him with a quilt. Go to sleep for a while. I'll stay with you. Chen Zihan nodded, closed his eyes, and fell asleep soon. Bayu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Chen Zihan's peaceful sleeping face, reached out and gently pushed aside his hair, gave him a soft kiss on the forehead, then picked up a book and quietly stood by his side. Outside the window, the sun sets, and the afterglow dyes the sky orange-red, and ripples appear on the snow. Inside the house, it was warm and quiet, and Chen Zihan's lips slightly raised in his sleep. Chapter 67 Warmth of Night. As the lights come on, the city outside the window is shrouded in darkness, with the lights and stars shining brightly against each other. Inside the house, Bayu and Chen Zihan had just finished dinner. The dishes were still scattered on the dining table, but the two of them couldn't wait to curl up on the sofa in the living room. Chen Zihan was like a lazy kitten, lying sideways in Bayu's arms with his head resting on his chest. A light-hearted variety show was playing on TV, which made the two of them laugh out loud from time to time. The coffee table was piled with snacks of various flavors. Bayu put one arm around Chen Zihan, and from time to time he reached out his other hand to the coffee table, accurately picking up a piece of potato chips or a candy, and gently handed it to Chen Zihan's mouth. Chen Zihan opened his mouth slightly and ate the snacks, his eyebrows curved and full of sweetness. While eating, Bayu seemed to suddenly remember something, and he moved slightly. Let Chen Zihan lie more comfortably, then gently put his hand on Chen Zihan's slightly bulging belly, leaned over, put his ear close to her, with a focused look on his face, as if whispering to the little life in her belly. After a while, he cleared his throat and began to tell a little story in a low voice. Baby, today Dad will tell you a story about a little bear looking for honey. In a big forest, there lived a cute little bear. It loved eating honey. Every morning when it woke up, the first thing it did was to run deep into the forest to look for a beehive. One day, it set out as usual, and after searching for a long time, it finally found a big beehive in the hole of a big tree. But the little bear is too short, he can't reach it no matter how hard he tries. Bayu's voice was low and gentle, filled with endless doting, and every word seemed to be coated with a layer of sweet sugar. Chen Zihan listened quietly, with a smile on her lips and her eyes slightly narrowed. Her hand unconsciously covered Bayu's hand on her belly, and she gently stroked it from time to time, as if to pass this warmth to the baby in her belly. After telling his story, Bayu stood up and looked at Chen Zihan, his eyes full of concern. Did the baby kick you today? How do you feel? Are you tired? Do you want me to pour you a glass of water? Chen Zihan couldn't help laughing at the series of questions. You asked so many questions at once, I didn't know which one to answer first. I'm fine, and the baby is also very well behaved, he didn't bother me much. Bayu nodded with relief, and picked up a small piece of cake and fed it to Chen Zihan. That's good, eat some of this to supplement your nutrition. The TV show was still going on, but the couple's attention was constantly drawn to the baby in their belly. Suddenly, Chen Zihan uttered a soft ouch. Baiyu instantly became nervous, sat up straight, held Chen Zihan's shoulders with both hands, and his eyes were full of panic. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Is the baby? Chen Zihan looked at his anxious look, burst into laughter, took his hand and put it on her belly. Don't worry, the baby just moved a little. I was a little surprised, it's okay. Baiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back on the sofa, but his hands never left Chen Zihan's belly, and he kept muttering, "You scared me to death, little guy, don't be naughty, be good." After a while, Chen Zihan yawned a little. Baiyu noticed it and immediately turned off the TV. He helped Chen Zihan sit up and said, "Are you sleepy? Let's go back to the room and rest. If you're hungry at night, I'll make you something to eat." Chen Zihan nodded, slowly stood up with Baiyu's help, and walked towards the bedroom. Baiyu carefully tucked her in and kissed her forehead gently. "Go to sleep, baby, I hope you and the baby have a good dream." Chen Zihan closed his eyes with a smile on his lips and soon fell asleep. Baiyu did not lie down immediately. He sat beside the bed, quietly looking at Chen Zihan and the baby in her belly, his eyes full of tenderness and determination. He knew that from the moment he learned that Chen Zihan was pregnant, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the days to come, there would be more responsibilities waiting for him, but he was happy to accept them. He gently stroked Chen Zihan's hair and made a silent promise in his heart. He would do his best to protect this home and make Chen Zihan and the baby happy and worry-free. Outside the window, the night is getting darker, but inside the house, love and warmth are flowing quietly. This tranquility and beauty seem to be able to resist all the noise and fatigue in the world and become the most solid harbor in their hearts. Life goes on, and the story of their family of three has just begun. Every ordinary moment is filled with love and shines brightly. Chapter 68 Exercise. The winter morning light shone softly onto the bed in the bedroom through the gauze curtains, and Baiyu's biological clock woke him up on time. When I opened my eyes, what came into view was Chen Zihan's sleeping face. She was lying on her side with half of her cheek sunken in the soft pillow, her brows were relaxed, her long eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows under her eyes, her breathing was even and slow, and the ends of her hair were a little messy. Baiyu's heart was full of doting. He leaned over and gave her a soft kiss on her smooth forehead, as if he was afraid of disturbing this peaceful and beautiful scene. He got up quietly, changed into sportswear and went out for a morning run. There were many people doing morning exercises in the square, and the white breath they exhaled was dense in the cold air. Baiyu ran with steady steps along the familiar path. The cold wind made him more awake. His mind was filled with images of Chen Zihan and their unborn child. Since Chen Zihan became pregnant, the atmosphere at home seemed to be cast with a warm magic, with the expectations of the elders, his nervousness and joy overflowing every day. After returning from running, he bought breakfast on the way, the familiar buns, soy milk, and eggs, all steaming hot. When I entered the house, my parents were already in the living room. My mother took the breakfast with a smile and said, "Son, you have worked hard. Go and call Zihan." The father nodded at the side, his eyes showing his concern for his daughter-in-law. Baiyu put the breakfast away, walked to the bedroom, sat on the bed and gently rocked Chen Zihan. "Wife, wake up, it's time for breakfast." Chen Zihan whimpered and opened her eyes. Her eyes were still a little dazed, but the corners of her mouth were raised. "You have already finished running." "I got up late." Baiyu scratched her nose. "It's not too late. Take your time." The family sat around the dining table, laughing and talking. The parents chatted about company matters, told Baiyu to take good care of Zihan, and then went out to work. Baiyu cleaned up the dishes and returned to the living room. Seeing Chen Zihan curled up on the sofa flipping through a parenting book, he walked over and sat down, naturally wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "How do you feel today? Did the baby bother you?" Chen Zihan closed the book and leaned into his arms. "It's fine, but I feel a little sleepy sometimes." Baiyu put his hand on her lower abdomen, which was slightly bulging, as if hiding the most precious secret in the world. "Thank you for your hard work. Tell me what you want to eat or do at any time." The sun was shining brightly in the morning, and Baiyu took Chen Zihan to the balcony to bask in the sun. He brought a soft chair, covered it with a thick blanket, helped Chen Zihan sit down, and put a small pillow behind her waist. "Get some sun and calcium, it will keep you and the baby healthy." I moved a small stool and sat next to her, peeling the orange for her and feeding her one slice at a time. Chen Zihan's eyebrows curved as he enjoyed it. The orange juice splashed on the corner of his mouth. Baiyu smiled and gently wiped it off with his fingertips. "Little greedy cat." In the afternoon, Chen Zihan felt a little tired, so Baiyu accompanied her back to the bedroom for a nap. After drawing the curtains and dimming the room, he lay on the outside, while Chen Zihan leaned against him, resting her head on his arm. Baiyu patted her back gently and hummed a tuneless little song until the person in his arms breathed steadily and fell asleep. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, thinking about his future child's appearance and growth, with a smile on his lips, and slowly fell asleep. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the house with warm yellow. Baiyu woke up first, looking at Chen Zihan's peaceful sleeping face, reluctant to get up. It was not until the smell of food came from outside the window that he gently woke Chen Zihan up. "Baby, it's night, let's get up and eat something." The two of them got up, washed up briefly, and Baiyu helped Chen Zihan go downstairs for a walk to digest the food. In the community garden, the snow has not melted in the corners, but the winter sweets have already budded and the air is crisp. Baiyu held Chen Zihan's hand tightly and put it in his coat pocket to warm it. "When the plum blossoms bloom, they will be very beautiful. I will bring you to enjoy them then." After dinner, the two of them sat on the sofa and watched TV. Chen Zihan leaned on Baiyu's arms, with Baiyu resting one hand on the back of the sofa and the other on her belly, occasionally feeling the fetal movement. There was a comedy on TV, which made Chen Zihan giggle and tremble. Baiyu laughed along with him, his chest shaking. "Laugh softly, don't scare the baby." But his eyes were full of doting, as if she was happy. Late at night, after washing up, the two lay back on the bed. Baiyu turned off the lights, hugged Chen Zihan tightly in the dark, and whispered in her ear, "Zihan, thank you for giving me such a happy and complete family. Love you and the baby." Chen Zihan's eyes were slightly wet, and she kissed his chin back. "I love you too, the three of us will go together in the future." The moonlight is like water, shining through the window lattice onto the two people hugging each other. The warmth flows in the room, accompanying them as they sink into sweet dreams. These daily trivialities are all footnotes of love, guarding every moment before the arrival of new life.